Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. I'm here seated right next to an All-Star, well, I guess virtually at least, Graham Siggins, the new 2025 multi-blind U.S. national champion with 57 out of 64, beating out Stanley Chappell and world champion Andrew Tao. Graham, welcome. Welcome on the stream. Good to interview you, my friend. How did your M-Blind rounds go?
Yo, what's up, Manu? The rounds went okay. The first attempt is the one that won. It was a pretty mediocre result, I would say, and I was hoping to beat it with the second attempt. Didn't end up beating it. I was like pretty nervous just because 50 points is like just barely not comfortable enough to like assure a win. Given that Andrew is attempting 57, Stanley attempted 51 on the second as well, so he could snipe. But yeah, luckily they improved, but they didn't improve enough to beat me. So I've got the what is it, like a five peat now, I think, with the Nats titles. So that's cool.
Awesome. Just domination from good old Graham Siggins. Graham, I also want to talk about recently just like what's been going on in the multi-blind world. Some people probably aren't as aware, but I'm sure everyone in the world knows that you just recently reclaimed the world record. So talk me through, I guess, like that specific attempt and like the many, many attempts and thousands of miles of travel leading up to it.
Yeah, Manu knows well how the amount of time I put in trying to get that world record back. And I was doing it like even before Roe took the world record from me, but uh, just like ever since the 2022 world record where I got 62 out of 65, I learned full floating, which entails learning a separate letter pair list for every single floating buffer. If you don't know what floating means, sorry, I'm not going to explain it right now. But basically, my word list for multi-blind went from being like 400 words to like over 2,000, and it was extremely difficult to get used to. It took me like at least a year to get back to the point I was at previous to learning all of it. And then on top of that, like multi is not very common to be held like in my hometown, so driving and flying to comps every single time it's like at least $300 I have to drop to like attend a two attempt multi comp, and I did 89 official attempts between my last world record and then this one that I got a couple weeks ago now. And so that was a gigantic relief, and hopefully breaking that 60 point barrier finally will open the floodgates and I can get some more soon.
Yes, indeed. Only the second person to ever do it. Yeah, talk me through a little bit about what goes through your like preparation, preparing for, I guess, this U.S. Nationals. I know you streamed some of this stuff as well, but yeah, if you want to just talk to the audience here.
Yeah, so I'm always learning. It's funny that like I'm probably the foremost expert in multi-blind currently. You could argue row, but I think just in terms of like sheer knowledge, I probably beat him out on that part of multi-blind just from learning full floating and all that stuff and just the experience level, but I digress. I went into Worlds with like tons of streamed multi-blind attempts where I pretty much never got a result that was worse than what won Worlds, what eventually won Worlds 2025. And and then I went to Worlds and I got like a what was it, like a 13 point best of two, which is just like I don't know why I've like lost the ability to compete in big comps. So that was looming over my head a bit going into nationals. It's like I need to like prove to myself that I can still knock out a like decent result and win a big comp. Um, so I did that. But the thing that I feel like I've learned since Worlds is I have this like new strat that's basically don't do any big attempts for at least like 2 weeks, preferably like a month. Just spam a bunch of small multi attempts because that seems to basically make it so my memory palaces work way better than if I'm doing like a bunch of attempts daily until like a few days before the comp or whatever. Normally, I was like letting my palaces have like 5 or so days to clear out before a comp, but it seems like even that is like not enough. Letting them clear out for like it's not letting them clear out because I'm doing small attempts with them, but the small attempts are so short term that it like basically does nothing to the memory palaces. And I recognized basically that my last two like unofficial multi-blind PBs, I did no big attempts for a month, only small attempts, and then I did a big attempt and I got a 63 out of 65 PB, and then I got a 65 out of 67 PB, and that's still my PB. And I didn't do any attempts, and then I went to Western Champs this year. Did it was like no big attempts for at least a month and just small attempts, and then I got a 62 out of 65, and I was like, maybe this is the strat. And then I did it again for Sat Quiet. I got a 61 out of 65 best of two. And then I did it again before the world record comp and I got the world record. So I think that's the new strat. I'm just going to
There
not
you go.
do at home attempts except for small ones for like at least a couple weeks before comps. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, totally. And I mean, I don't know about the ability not to compete in big comps because I mean, you're the national champion once again. So, and against like a pretty stacked field. I mean, no row, but still like beating Andrew, beating Stanley. Who I mean, I'm yeah really interested to see how Stanley progresses. And kind of on that topic, I want to talk a little bit about where you think MBlind is kind of headed post like your WR and kind of like looking into next year and beyond. I know there's like multi mayhem also happening, so if you want to talk about that a little
Hmm.
bit.
Yeah. Multi blind's really exciting lately. There's a few young bucks coming up. I'll shout out like obviously Andrew. Um, and Simon Praschil. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name super well, but he's from Austria. He is super good. He has a 59-point PB. He improves really fast. And then Joshua Gao, who is also from the US, who unfortunately couldn't make it to this comp, but he is improving super fast and he's quite young relative to a lot of multi-blinders. James McDiarmid as well. He's not quite a young buck, actually quite an OG cuber, but he's like sub-houring 60 plus cubes. There's a lot of people who are like slowly creeping up to be like world record capable. So I feel like at the very least, I'm gonna have like a chunk of time where I can like not have much stress and trying to beat the world record maybe once or twice more, hopefully. But there's going to come a time. It seems inevitable that like the young bucks will catch up and they'll probably get a world record within like a year, maybe two. Who knows? Multi-blind is like so hard to predict. Like people would have thought that the world record would be better by now, given like the progression from like low 40s to nearly 60
Mm.
in kind of like me Shivim era, but then it like so stagnant for years again, just kind of like the mascot thing. It was stagnant at low 40s and then there was a huge boom and then stagnant at like high 50s. There hasn't been a boom, but maybe there will be. It's just like so hard to predict. It might just sit at low 60s now for like 5 years. Who the heck knows?
Yeah, I mean every cube, every point, I guess at least to me seems like it would be incrementally harder and harder to achieve. So
Yeah, yeah. Multi-blind in particular, like the higher you get, adding cubes gets harder and harder, like exponentially. So yeah. But then, yeah,
yeah.
there's the multi mayhem comp. That's going to be exciting. Like Stanley said in his interview yesterday, it's basically, I mean, not to say anything bad about this comp, but that comp is going to be probably a more competitive and like elite blind focused comp. Like every single good multi-blinder in the US is going to that comp. And then there's also like there's 2 rounds of 3 attempts each in multi, and then there's I think at 2 rounds of each big blind at least. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, something good is going to happen there. I guarantee it.
Yeah, and I think there's a live stream for that too. So that would be very, very,
Yeah,
very exciting to see what goes down. Maybe we'll see an incredible result, or it'll still be cool to see actually multi-blind live streamed. I think probably for the first time
yeah,
in an official competition. So
yeah. That is really exciting. We've been Manu and I. I didn't mention, but Manu and I have taken road trips together to like a lot of these comps that I'm driving like all the way up the West Coast for to get a multi attempt or two, and we've discussed the just the idea of streaming multi-blind. It would be it's disappointing to me that multi is always in like a hidden back room. There's a lot of people who want to watch multi, and I see that sentiment in like my live stream chats a lot of the time, but they just don't get to watch it, and it's a bummer because yeah, a lot of people think it's really exciting. I know like probably most people don't think it's exciting, but there is an audience for it. So to figure out live streaming multi could be really cool.
Yeah,
So
I'm
that yeah,
excited to
that's
see.
like a it's like a test run at that comp.
Yeah, totally. I'm excited to see, I guess, how the event is going to develop in the coming months and years. But for now, just want to say congratulations once again, Graham. We got
Thank
another
you.
gold medal for us West Coast folks. So thanks for
Yeah. Also,
representing the West Coast well.
shout out to Stanley and Andrew as well because we got a multi-blind world record podium, beating the one we
Oh,
got from the one me and Roe and I think it was Stanley got at NAC last year.
okay.
Don't remember if it was Stanley. Well, anyways, we got a world record podium at NAC and we beat it at this comp, so that's cool.
I'm a little disappointed that the previous one was not the one that was in my apartment a couple years ago, but new world record podium, fine.
Yeah.
I'll give it up.
Woo.
So yeah, congratulations once again to Graham, the 2025 multi-blind U.S. national champion. We're gonna cut to a quick transition, and then we'll be back with some more action. So don't go anywhere.
Stage in Providence, Rhode Island. And this morning, we added 2 more in our side room events. Huge congratulations once again to all of yesterday's and this morning's national champions. Before we jump into the action, let's take a moment to highlight one of our national champions from this morning. Before this morning, we crowned our multi-blind national champion in the side room. We'd like to give a congratulations to Graham Siggins on winning the multi-blind national championship. Graham gave an interview on speedcubing.tv stream. If you missed it, we'd like you to redirect yourselves to watch that. The replay should be available online. Now, it's time to go ahead and keep things rolling. We have 6 more national titles to award before the end of today, including the big one that everybody is waiting for, which is 3x3. But first up, we're diving into the 5x5 semifinalists. So competitors, let's get ready, let's bring the energy, and let's meet our semifinalists for 5x5 Group 1. In the 8th seed, from Connecticut, Cameron Solonier. They're not backstage, okay. We will meet our 5x5 competitors momentarily, thank you.
Hello, hello, everyone. Welcome back to Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All Stars 2025. Bit of a mouthful, but we're all here for it. Manu Singhal, joined by the one and only Zach Rydell. Zach, my good friend, it's good to have you back in the booth. How are you doing?
I am doing great. The moment I was approached to participate and commentate the national championship for my home country, especially after doing Worlds and how much fun I had with that, I have been like bouncing off the walls all day. I unfortunately wasn't able to make it yesterday, but today I'm set up. I'm ready to go. I got my water. Uh, I'm so excited. I'm really excited to watch this. It's so much fun commentating, being able to show all of our region's top competitors. Uh, how are you, Manu?
We're hanging out. Yesterday, I got into the studio at 3:45 a.m. So Pacific time, that is. So I'm glad that we have a little bit of a later start today. If you didn't know, in the morning we ran through the remainder of FMC, so 2 FMC attempts, and then the second attempt of multi-blind, as you just heard Graham talk about. But Zachary Miller, the MC, is absolutely right. We have many, many more events to go through in the remainder of the day. So I'll just give a quick rundown of the schedule. So we're going to start things off with 5x5 semifinals. That's 5x5 round one. That's going to be me and Zach Riddles. We'll bring you through that. Then we're going to go into Pyraminx and OH round one. So 3 round ones to start our day. Then we're going to go into the first final 7x7 finals. That's going to be exciting. That's another one with me and Zach in it. Then the very, very exciting 3x3 semifinals. And I think, similar to Worlds, that is going to be the most nerve-wracking and most exciting round of the entire day. 16 competitors are entering that round. Only 8 of them will survive. And don't forget, those 16 are already among the best in the country. Okay, let's go back to Zachary Miller to introduce our 5x5 semifinalists.
In the 7th seed from Texas, Ryan Pilot. In the 6th seed from Illinois, Carter Thomas. Coming in the 5th seed from Georgia, Vishwa Sankar. In the 4th seed from Washington, Max Shao. In the 3rd seed from Ohio, Jack Pfeiffer. In the 2nd seed from Indiana, Luke Garrett. And the number 1 seed for Group 1 of the 5x5 semifinal from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Good luck to our first group of semifinalists.
Good luck to all the semifinalists indeed. You might be wondering, where is Max Park? Max will be competing in group number 2. So this is just group number 1. The first 8 competitors competing, I mean, you just heard them all get called out there. But we really are going to have our eyes out for Maddie Hiroto Inaba. You can see sitting right there in the number 1 spot. And Luke Garrett, an amazing competitor from Indiana, holds the state record currently and probably one of the best all-rounders we have. But yeah, here's just a quick little showcase of Maddie and his incredible accomplishments.
Yeah, no, this final is going to be not final. My apologies. This first round, wearing off the commentary rust. I apologize, Manu. But this first round is going to be really entertaining to watch. As you said, Maddie Hiroto Inaba, probably the strongest contender we have right now to be second place on our 5x5 podium. Of course, with Max Park in first. Something that we would like to maybe make note of and keep an eye on. This first round might be a good projection of who else we can see on the podium, who's solving at their best this weekend. We have a ton of top names, all shooting for that 3rd place finish. Luke Garrett and Jack Pfeiffer, both are strong contenders. We did see Luke Garrett and Jack Pfeiffer make it onto the 6x6 podium together yesterday. So maybe they'll be able to keep up that big Q skill.
Yes, indeed. And we're going to get a good glimpse at both of them. Here's also Max Xiao as well. Also an incredible competitor, currently holding the state record from the state of Washington. And yeah, 5x5 I think is like probably one of the most interesting events to watch, partially because there's no parity nonsense that's going on. Unlike 4x4, where you can end up with 2 parities and just get like 4 seconds just kind of randomly added onto your times. There's nothing like that in 5x5. There is still an edge parity that can happen, but the top competitors know how to deal with that when they're in their last 2 edges situation. So it's a little bit, it like measures the skill a little bit better. Of course, the other huge story for 5x5 is just the takeover of the Yao method as opposed to Redux. I'm not sure how many competitors will be using reduction. I know Max is definitely going to be doing reduction, but everyone else in the field, I'm pretty sure, is going to be Yao. And here's just a demonstration of that from Luke Garrett. You can see he'll build his first 2 centers on white and yellow in this case. Then he builds 3 of his cross edges first. Then we'll build the remainder of his centers before continuing on with the rest of the solve the same way as you would do with Redux.
Yeah, I did see there a little bit choppy turning going into the those centers after making the cross edges, but very fluid so far in edge pairing. Gonna see what Luke can pull out here.
A 50-second solve from Luke, that I think is going to be pretty far behind the pace. Not really what you'd like to see. Luke coming in with a 44.55 PR. Of course, PRs aren't everything. They don't measure. They measure like the best you've ever done as opposed to how you're doing right now. So we'll have to see how the rest of the field does. But Zach, if you had to put in a guess, what do you think is going to be making the final round? What do you think the time will be required to get top 8?
Ooh, I'd have to double check the psych sheet because 5x5 is one of those events that I feel like I'm not really ever sure what ends up being like a good time. I think like anything like in the mid 40 range should be able to pull through here. Maybe a little lower.
Yeah, as we just watch the
Yeah,
replay.
we're looking.
Right.
Yeah, if we're checking out comparing it to the psych sheet, top 8 right now is around a 46 PR average. So maybe somewhere in the ballpark of like 48 or 49 on such a high pressure stage will be able to actually make it into the final round.
Here's Max Shao now, 50-second time for his effort, so similar to Luke. And we're about to get started with the first solve of Matty Hirorinaba, the hero of Hawaii, as I like to call him. Just a great competitor all around, especially in these N by N events. Matty getting second place on the 4x4 podium as well. Somewhat expected, although he avoided a little bit of a scare by Ari Randers Pearson. Should be looking pretty good, or at least expecting to grab the silver in this event as well. And unlike 4x4, a lot less likely that a random parity or something is going to upset Max Park in this case. Matty looking pretty good so far in this solve.
Yeah, I was gonna say this footage isn't sped up. He really is just flying through those first two centers. We do see him get edge parity, unfortunately, and a little bit of a fumble there, but this should still be a good time for Matty. Onto PLL. And that's a 42.62 for Matty Hiroto Inaba.
Yeah, that is a good start. That's kind of what you want to see. That will also kind of stave away the rest of the competition. Now that he started off with that, kind of calm his nerves down a little bit. First solve of the day for him, even though it is at noon. The other advantage that Matty has going into this is finally he's attending a national championship in his same time zone.
Yes, he is. I believe he is in the Eastern time zone now for school. So he doesn't have to worry about travel as much when it comes to these larger competitions. Though a lot of these competitors also have that same issue with trying to adjust either jet lag or just getting over the stress of travel.
Yeah, as we cross the 40-second mark here for Luke Garrett, getting into 3x3 stage now. There's that ZBLL. Actually, that's one that I know too. Pretty good one. At least I think it's a pretty good one. 46-second solve. So actually a good comeback from that 50 that he got earlier.
I was gonna say seems quite pleased with that. I mean, after having a start like that 50, kind of anything below that is going to feel good. We did see just up there Carter Thomas also with a 46 of his own. I know he's been practicing quite a lot of big cubes. I need to double check how his performance went in clock yesterday, but I know he has started shifting his focus more onto big cubes. He did podium. He was third yesterday in clock, but he is also in a lot of these. He is qualified for a lot of the big cubes as well at this competition.
Yeah, and good results coming out from him overall. Fourth place at the Great Lakes Championship earlier this year. I mean, and that's a tough field. The Great Lakes is a very competitive region. As we watch Jack Pfeiffer, also from the Great Lakes region, currently holding the state record for the state of Ohio. That's my home state. Go Bucks!
You see Max Shao here start his next attempt. Max did come in second yesterday in square one. Quite an electric final. I didn't get a chance to tune into a bunch of yesterday as I was a little busy, but I know he and Hassan both put up some great times. Gonna see if
Hmm.
Max can maybe match that when it comes to 5x5.
Yep. So yeah, so we'll put Max in the top right here in the main screen. You're going to see Maddie. Maddie, actually, interestingly, I didn't realize that he was kind of like dual color neutral to some extent. I thought he would only start with a white Yao edges, but yellow Yao edges. It seems like he's either added to his repertoire, or at least become confident enough that he can pull it off at a national stage. Very, very exciting to see. Now, solidly into 3x3 stage, you see that very fast turning that Maddie is very well known for. Opting to do a rotation to solve the A-perm instead actually makes a lot of sense in terms of big cubes, and a 41-second time for Maddie. So good stuff coming out from the Cubing Jedi.
As I say, very, very fast solve. Matty is on quite good pace. I know his PR average is sitting around 41 seconds. Maybe not looking to PR, but being able to show that you can consistently put up times close to your record in competition has got to feel good, especially two solves into this.
Also want to give a shout out as Luke Garrett gets started to Vishwa Sankar, one of my good online friends in cubing, started off with a 49, so he's going to look for a little bit of redemption, and you can keep following that in the bottom right. Luke Garrett in your main screen now. 50, 14, and 46.92 to start off his average. So hopefully he can keep up the pace and do a little bit more of a comeback. 50 is not really a time that you want to get started with. Zach Rydell predicting that the advancing to the next round is going to be something like a 48. That seems like a pretty decent call so far. Four competitors are at that 48, or rather, four competitors of this eight, would be projected to advance. At least if everything were split evenly, 48-12 is the current time in as the projected.
You see Luke Garrett finishing up his edge pairing here, right onto 3x3 stage. Edges oriented. Here comes the ZBL. 43.03 for Luke Garrett. He's smiling that one off. I'm not sure if he seems happy about it, but I think he's maybe just knowing those first two solves that could have put up something a little better. He's still got three more, though.
You see some more ZBL recognition from Ryan Pilot, another great all-rounder from Texas. A 1-minute solve, though. That's not great. He'll want that one back. Carter Thomas, this one also not looking fantastic. A little bit locky on what looked to be like a G-perm at the end. 57-10.
I was going to say almost 10 seconds slower than his first attempt there for Carter Thomas.
Yeah, just not fantastic. Sometimes with 5x5, it's long enough of an event where I feel like you can either A, come back, where like let's say like your first center, your first Yao edges are not fantastic, but then you really, really get in a groove while making centers or doing edge pairing, and you can carry that momentum into like the remainder of the solve, or you can just completely get derailed. I feel like the latter happens to me much more often, where like I just have bad Yao edges, and then it's like, oh man, just mental is not there and just cannot come back.
We do see, as you were talking there, a 43.93 for Max Xiao. That is his best single so far. We've seen two 43s now on that third scramble. I doubt it's just because of it being a good scramble and maybe competitors starting to get in the zone of solving.
Yeah, totally. Good results coming out from the guys here. Providence, Rhode Island, McVinney Auditorium. It's been a great national so far. We have a fantastic day ahead, and we're headlining it with a super fun event too. Vishwa solving a little bit under the table, not entirely obvious to tell what's going on. Looks like he still has at least a couple edges to put together, starting to turn a little bit faster. That looked like a parity 3x3 stage now. He'll hopefully end up with a sub 50 time. Actually, pretty comfortably, we'll get sub 50. 46.47. It's a lot better.
Seeming quite comfortable with that. Right now, Vishwa is projected fourth. So if we think that if these, with how evenly these groups are split, we should see the top four from each group will advance into the final. So right now, Vishwa is on that bubble to where he has a pretty good chance making it into that next round.
Right, but if you're on the bubble, I would be a little bit worried. We got a couple of good names coming up in the next round as well, and they're all gunning for a spot in the national championship final. Luke Garrett is looking quite good at the moment, currently projected at number 2. He's counting a 46.92, and he has quite a lot of room to improve his average. With getting a 43, that means that if he gets a 45 or a 44, those will also count. Of course, if he gets a 43, that will count as well. So he is sitting in the main screen right now. We have Matti Hiroto-Inaba at the top right. So we're going to track both competitors. Now we've moved. No, yeah. Still Matti in the top right. Matti is turning extremely quickly.
I'd love to shout out the production and organization team for this competition. Having the name cards on both the speed stacks display as well as on the table, making it super easy for us commentators to track individual solving. I wish I would have thought of that myself, but now that we have that, feeling
And
great.
Matty's wrapping up here, 42.11, a +2, however. So it's going to end up as a 44-second solve for him. And Luke Garrett, man, yeah, giving one back here, 56.36. That's a time that he will not want to count. He's going to count a 50 now. So between the two solves that he's counting, he's currently averaging a 48. And we'll see once the time gets inputted into WCA Live what his best and worst possible averages are. Only one time in for Matty so far. The 42, we did see a 41 from him on stream. Not sure why that is not entered just yet, but we'll see a 44 go up there as well as we watch a replay. And wow, big fumble from him.
Big cube drop. That combined with the +2 at the end really makes you wonder what this time could have ended up being. However, I don't think Matty's really too worried. I mean, right now, if you look, there's only 2 other competitors who have gotten solves underneath this 44 for Matty. So still far and away in the lead for this heat.
Indeed, yeah. So with that 56, Luke Garrett now dropping to 4th place now on the bubble in terms of the projected. Best possible average is now a 46.70. That's got to feel pretty good. Worst possible, though, is 51.14. That is quite rough. Hopefully he doesn't get that. Wow. In the bottom right,
In the
Jack
bottom right of your
Pfeiffer.
screen, 38.68 for Jack Pfeiffer. That is a PR single by nearly 2 seconds. Let's get a replay of this. See, just flying through here. Not a pause in sight for Jack. Let's check this 3x3 stage. OLL. U-Perm 38.68. He is stoked for that. Jack has been on a tear recently, it seems, when it comes to big cubes. Again, 6x6 podium yesterday, coming in 2nd place. I know he was thrilled for that. And now putting on quite a good showing, or at least getting the PR single. He still has a couple times floating above his head that he needs to make sure he doesn't count. But that 38 gives him a lot of wiggle room to get some nice times in there.
Yeah, quite a big PR at that. His previous PR was a 40, so this is his first sub 40 in official competition, and that 40 was actually one of the best times in the world. That was actually good for WR 52, so he's now moved into the category of Jacob Noakes-ish, who is WR 23. So that's a big pickup for Jack Pfeiffer. Great to see. Great that we were able to capture some of it on the live stream here. Luke Garrett on his 5th solve, as we mentioned earlier, 50. His average is going to end up somewhere between 46 and 51. If he gets anything worse than 56, it's going to be on that higher side, 51.14. That is going to be no man's land. Definitely don't want to end up there. Matty also starting his solve. He's in the top right.
As I say, Manu cut me off. We are going to see Matty as well solving up there. You also have the top-down shot of Matty, though we should see Luke finish up way before Matty.
Yes, indeed.
Edge parity there for Luke Garrett.
Yeah, not fantastic. Here's some 3x3 stage, looking pretty fluid there, 46.75. He gives a little fist bump because he understands how important that solve is. He's not going to get best possible average. He's going to end up a little bit off. He should end up with a 47, I believe, as we watch Matty just tear through his edges here.
You're welcome. Nice job.
Solidly onto 3x3 stage.
Very nice 3x3 stage.
Yeah, just beautiful stuff from Maddie. That is a 40-second solve. 40.99 is the time, covered up a little bit by our beautiful graphic. I have to see the replay on it just because it was magnificent.
This is Maddie's best time so far, so we're going to see quite the fast worst possible average. I think there's no way that even if his cube explodes and he gets a DNF, that he doesn't win this first group.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think you're 100% correct there. He should end up with just trying to do some quick calculations at least. Worst possible average should end up in like the 42 range, and actually it could have been a little bit better even without that +2. We're watching Max Xiao now. He had one of the better singles in this round, 43.93. Unfortunately, following that up with a 53.42. His best and worst possible, 47 and 50 respectively.
Yeah, we do see Luke Garrett's average is inputted into WCA Live, a 47.94, currently projected third.
Good solve from Max. He'll end up on that lower side of the best possible, like a 48 perhaps. Jack Pfeiffer.
Yeah, these competitors, again, are looking to be within the top 4 of their group. That way they can make it into the next round. Jack, super
nice
stud returning, but a 41. That is counting. That redeems him from that 48.7 he is counting that he got on his first solve.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities open now.
Yeah, he's currently on that top 4 bubble, so looking to see what Jack can pull off on his final solve.
Yeah, temporarily moving down to 5th as Max Xiao's time comes in.
Max Xiao with a 47.96 average, just 0.02 slower than Luke Garrett, but that might end up being the difference between... I don't know if that'll end up being the difference between bubbling out of finals or not, but only time will tell. Matty Hiroto Inaba on his 5th solve here.
Yeah, Matty on pace for either a 41 or 42. It is not possible for him to get anything else just because he's been so consistent so far. 41.65, his PR. He is not going to be able to get that. BPA is 41.77. But he's still going. I mean, he's made quite an impression on certainly the two of us. I can definitely speak on Zach's behalf on that statement at least. And he's just been turning quite well. Good to see a confident Matty, kind of getting lost a little bit in edge pairing here. Hopefully that doesn't affect his pace a little too much. And yeah, it looks like another second mistake. This one not going to be fantastic. Entering 3x3 stage at 37. So we're not going to see a 41 or anything like that. But a 42, I mean, that's just amazing stuff from Matty, turning so fast on a cube that has so many pieces.
I was going to say, yeah, I think it's maybe just high expectations for Matty, but it really shows that even a bad solve for Matty still ends up being extremely fast. That is easily going to put him first in the round so far, first in his group. Seeing a replay here. A very fast last layer execution, being able to pull back through. Coming back to Carter Thomas with a 50.45. Unfortunately, I think that's going to put him outside of that top 4 bubble for Group 1.
Yeah, unfortunately, getting that 54 and counting that 54, yeah, that's just a bit rough. Right above him, Vishwa, also a former clockmate, now really into big cubes, got a 52 on his last solve, so he ended up with a 48 average, and that right now is sitting at 5th place. He's gonna need to count on some mess up, some pops or something in this next group, a very, very talented group, as we watch Jack Pfeiffer, one of the final solvers of this group number 1 in the 5x5 event.
Yeah, Jack's going to be looking out here. He does have a 48 and a 49, which are looming. The 48 is counting, but he does also have a 38 and 41. So right now, the two counting times being the 41 and 48, there's a lot of room, a lot of swing where this average can go. Hopefully, we see it go in a positive direction for Jack.
Yeah, and interestingly, actually, he's locked into 2nd place in this group. His worst possible average is 46, which beats Luke Garrett's 47.94. So actually, it doesn't really matter what he does in this group, but obviously he wants to put in a good performance, get as close to that 43 as possible. His PR is 45 flat, so he has a very, very good chance to make a run of at that. As we're wrapping up the solve here into 3x3 stage, there's that last layer, and he's going to put in a good effort. Dare I say that is a PR average, and to go along with his PR single, 43.28. You can see a nice little applause coming in from the crowd there. Great stuff from the Ohioan.
As I say, amazing solving from Jack Pfeiffer. As soon as we get that average calculated, we'll get that information to you. But again, truly amazing solving. He has been putting in the work. He's been flying up, again, as I mentioned earlier, through the big cube rankings. So it's nice to be able to see some of that start to pay off. Fist pump, stand up. Jack is excited.
Want to share a little bit of stats information coming in from our co-commentator, Zachary Miller, who's actually going to be up in the booth relatively shortly. Just the 4th PR at this competition. Now, you might think that that's like extremely strange. These competitors are so good, right? Like, why is there only 4 PRs? I would actually go back the other way. Because the competitors are so good, they have amazing PRs across all of the competitions that they've attended. Most competitors, attending more than 30, 40, 50 competitions. And sometimes those PRs can be really, really hard to beat. The other thing, in the lights, everything like not just like looks different like physically, but also just the turning and your mental state is completely different. So huge props to Jack in this round of 5x5, getting his PR single and average.
Yeah, you also have to consider that some of these competitors, their personal records are world records. So for them to be able to break that, they're going to have to reclaim or beat their already #1 spot in the world. So again, huge shout out to all of our competitors. We did get Jack's average 44.53, so double PRs for Jack Pfeiffer, putting him 2nd so far in the first round.
Indeed. That'll round things out for this first group. Let's go to Zachary Miller to bring up the rest of our 5x5 semifinalists.
Here makes Group 1, Green Room. All right, everyone, we are now going to be moving on to our second group of 5x5 semifinalists. Before we do so, we ended up having another national champion crowned after running the numbers. Your 2025 national champion in FMC is Evan Brown. Now, let's go ahead and meet our second group of semifinalists for 5x5. In the 8th seed, from New Jersey, Carson Wijaya. In the 7th seed, from New York, Alexei Sinyavin. In the 6th seed, from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. In the 5th seed, from California, Paul Mavi. In the 4th seed, from Washington, Kevin Hayes. In the 3rd seed, from Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. In the 2nd seed, from Colorado, Jacob Noakes. And the #1 seed of this semifinal from California, Max Park. Good luck to all of our 5x5 semifinalists.
All right, getting things going now. Jacob Noakes on your big screen here. Got a chance to meet him at the Rocky Mountain Championship last week, and I only have one thing to say. Man, this guy is a big chiller. I had so much fun hanging out with him, chit-chatting, talking. He's just a great guy, carries a great energy about him, and he's sitting pretty, 3rd seed coming in to this 5x5 semifinal.
And then if we're going to talk about chill, another name I want to mention, Christopher Sun. From Pennsylvania, one of my top sleeper picks for this competition. Excellent 5x5 solver. A I'm really looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to pull off. Right now, on our psych sheet, he's projected 5th, so hopefully we'll be seeing him in the finals and an excellent showing from him today.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Chris Sun can pull out. He's kind of one of my sleeper picks in 3x3 as well. Ranked actually relatively low, but I think that there's a lot of potential there. Did quite well in 3x3 round 1 as well. Of course, we have the one and only Kevin Hayes. You've seen him a lot on this live stream. You're going to see him here as well. Still a very, very good competitor. Even though his big cube records of the past have been eviscerated by the young guns, I mean, still a fantastic competitor, an amazing resume, awesome hardware collection as well. He's coming in at the 10th seed with a 47.11 average.
Yeah, and you have to consider Kevin is, again, one of the most experienced competitors that are probably in that building right now when it comes to major championships. Kevin, again, former national champion, he really knows this stage. Maybe not this stage specifically, but he knows the competition stage quite well. He's familiar. He's seen faces come and go, but he has stuck around. So we're going to see if Kevin is able to pull back. Unfortunately, Kevin yesterday was one of the favorites to make it onto the 6x6 podium, but then ended up in 7th place that round. So we're going to see if Kevin is maybe able to pull back either with 5x5 or 7x7 later on today.
Certainly, you would expect him to get onto a 7x7 podium. Perhaps he can make a run at it with 5x5 as well. Here's Chris Sun. He's going to start things off for us in the second group of 5x5. We were talking about the bubble, so the bubble will be fully popped, I guess to say, by the end of this group. Only 8 competitors will advance. Taking a look at the projected rankings so far, you can kind of expect the time that should be similar to the number 4 seed, Max Xiao, is going to be the number. So sub 48 is what we're looking at in order to advance to the next round. It's going to be very exciting, a little bit of tension, I would say, for these Group 2 competitors, although they have no idea what times the previous group got. So there's also a little bit of intrigue, mystique, whatever you want to call it, mixed in everywhere.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's one of the key features about this competition is every competitor in the same round will get the same scrambles and won't know each other's time. So they aren't really able to safety or anything like that. They have to give it their all coming in. We did see in the bottom right for a moment, Christopher Sun starting off with a 46.49. That should be putting him inside the bubble as we go to Jacob Noakes overhead.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what Jacob can pull out here. No super notable results in terms of major championships for him so far, but I would just say that's just because he's getting started. He's the Rocky Mountain champion, crowned last week, also holds the state record for Colorado. Little bit of a sluggish solve here to start things off. He's going to end up with a 46.94. It just felt like the turning was not as smooth as it could have been, but he's donned the hood now, hoping to channel maybe some of that Palpatine energy to carry him into the next round.
And speaking of national champions, as we were talking about earlier, Stanley Chappell, your 5-blind national champion, as well as 4x4 blindfolded.
Yep, briefly on the stream. Actually, he's back on the stream there in your bottom right. But no competition with 5x5 is complete without Max Park. 2-time world champion. He's the current regional champion of the West, currently holds the national record and actually the continental record, single and average. 36 national records and 18 world records in this event alone. He is the defending national champion, and it is impossible to see anyone really wrest that away from him as he gets started with solve number 1.
I was going to say, it's going to take quite a lot to see Max not end up winning his national title again, barring some sort of twist of fate. No pun intended there. We do see Max flying through. Centers are done. Onto edge pairing now. Again, Max is one of, I think, might be the only Redux user in this semifinal. So instead of, as we mentioned earlier, with solving 2 centers and then 3 cross edges, Max just goes centers and then edges and then 3x3.
Yeah, a little bit of an old school method. It's kind of like what you would expect, but it doesn't matter. Old school can still play when you're Max Park 39.38, just demolishing the field. The only sub 40 we've seen so far, and I expect this trend to continue. Great work from Max as we switch over to Kevin Hayes. Unfortunately, struggling a little bit on this 5x5 solve, 58-second solve. It's only solve one, though, and you do get one to drop, so I'm hoping Kevin can bounce back a little bit.
I was going to say, not to correct you, this is the Max Parks 39 was the only sub 40 we've seen this group. Again, we did see Jack Pfeiffer's
correct.
38.68, still the best single in the round so far. I'm not sure if that's going to hold up, but we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Paul Mavi up now.
Yeah, sharing
Wrapping
some
up last layer.
similarities with Max actually by solving green cross. And Paul's actually green only, which is very, very interesting. You don't really see much of that these days, but he's a great big cube solver. Actually, Paul, no, for 5x5, he should be using Yao as well. 49-second solve for him.
If you go back to the overhead cam on Jacob Noakes here.
Yeah, Yowages were a little bit slow, but we're past that stage now, fully into the edge pairing part at about 27 seconds. Looking okay, but does need to kind of carry a little bit of momentum. Actually, he's looking pretty decent here from what I can tell. A little bit bursty. You'd want to see a little bit more fluidity. At least that's what you see from the all-time greats, Timon and Max, but he's rounding out his solve here. He's going to end up with, unfortunately, not a sub 50, a 50.47.
Yeah, we also see a 50.46 there for Christopher Sun, just 0.01 faster than Jacob Single. Again, 50-second solves are going to be looking quite outside of the bubble that we have going on right now to make finals, so competitors are going to be aiming well under that mark. Again, we're looking for around sub 48.
Yep, here's Stanley. He actually had a 50-second solve in his first round, but actually pretty incredible that he is even qualified. He is an all-star for this, one of the top competitors in the nation in this event, and of course across many, many other events. It's just a testament to just how good he is at speed cubing, that not only can he be the national champion in 2 events, he can get on a national podium in 2 more events, but also compete at the highest level across many other events. So great work overall to Stanley. Off screen, we see Alexei Sinyavin getting a 51. Again, that's going to be outside of the cut that we're looking at. Started off decently with a 46, but he has 3 more solves. Basically, going to do a mean of 3 now.
Going on to Max Park here, we did see Stanley wrap up with a 56.625. But unfortunately, that is still well outside the bubble. Quite odd seeing Stanley solve a 5x5 without a blindfold on. I'm not sure if I've really ever seen that before, but we're going into Max's solve here. Just flying through edge pairing.
Yeah, this is the real strength of Max Park right here. Like, his edges are just amazing. I think he has the best fluidity on edge pairing I've ever seen amongst any competitor ever. Immaculate 3x3 stage, and he gets a 32-second single here. Max Park on fire.
I was going to say that is now the fastest single we have seen so far in the round. 32.92 there from Max Park. Just about a second and a half slower than his current North American record single. So Max solving really well today despite being on this stage. Again, he's no stranger. He's quite familiar to the high pressure environment.
Yeah, you'll see Max get up in between solves while the rest of the competitors stay stationary. Most competitors actually prefer to stay seated. With Max, it's a little bit different. He prefers to get up, kind of move around, doesn't really like the stationary format as much. And, it clearly works for him, right? Like, who am I to argue with someone who literally gets faster times on a 5x5 than I do on a 4x4?
Yeah, I was gonna say I think just barely my 4x4 PR single is underneath his 5x5 PR single, so I'm fine with that. But yeah, I definitely like the idea of getting up, getting the blood flowing. Movement is super important, and being able to keep your mind active. Kevin Hayes ending with a 48.53, making a face at that one. I think he's trying to find a camera to look into it, but that is sitting right on the bubble. However, that time will at best count thanks to that 58 on his first solve.
Yeah, you can see as the solves come in, the projected rankings are all like moving around. Jacob Noakes, who's about to start solving, currently sitting at the 8th spot. The current times that's in the projected that you see are the average of his 2 times that are in so far. Once this third one comes in, it's going to change to rather reflect which of the times are the counting times. So there's sometimes there can be a lot of movement in between the second and third solves. But so if you see that, just wanted to point that out. Also wanted to point out that Jacob is looking a little bit better here, flipping at 25 instead of 27. It's a good sign. If he can keep up this type of pace and perhaps improve a little bit, he should be looking to do better, get something closer to 46 or 45. Kind of getting a little lost on edge pairing, needing to do the parity. A little bit of a fumble there as well. Unfortunately, I think this is going to end up closer to a 50 as he enters last layer. And yeah, 51 second solve for Jacob Noakes. He is unfortunately off the pace. It would be a huge loss, I think, to see him go out this early. So hoping for a bit of a comeback in the last 2 solves.
Yeah, that does count that 50.47. So he's going to have to really reel it back in on these last 2 solves to have any chance of being able to make it into top cut. We do see Christopher Sun off stream with a 47.37, which is counting right now for Christopher. That is underneath the current projected bubble of sub 48. So looking forward to maybe seeing more of Chris.
Yeah, counting that 47, I think, is going to go a good way for Chris Sun. He, depending on how he does in the 3x3 and the other events, he might be like the name of the comp, like the star of this competition. As Carson Wijaya of New Jersey, he's warming up there a little bit. Yeah, I think Chris Sun is one of the big names to watch. I think he just gone under the radar, hasn't competed that much. I think that actually just means that he has a lot of potential, and it just isn't reflected in all of his PRs.
We're going to see Alexei Senyavin here. Get ready to start inspection. New York's own. We did just see him be crowned the Megaminx national champion yesterday. Huge congratulations, Alexei. Let's see what he can pull off on this other big cube. Do we consider Megaminx a big cube?
Sort of. It's a little bit different, right? Because it's sort of like 3x3, but it's also, you have so many more dimensions, I guess, to access as 3x3, whereas the n by n's are more so like, how fast can you get to a 3x3 stage and then complete a 3x3? So, siblings, let's say?
Yeah, well, how about cousins? We'll go with cousins.
There we go. Alexei actually looked pretty good through the Yao stage, kind of flipping up at 24, excuse me. But unfortunately, it looks like getting a little bit lost on the edges, taking another 20 seconds for that. Now into the 3x3, and unfortunately, some locky F2L going into last layer. It looks like that's going to be some type of ZBLL. 52-second solve, not fantastic in the context of this round.
That is his worst time so far, so that is going to be counting a 51. Kind of in the same boat right now as Jacob, where he's going to have to reel it back in if he'd like to see, again, making it into that top 8 bubble.
Yeah, actually, these two are going to swap places. Alexei was at 8 and Jacob was at 9, but then after this third one coming in, Alexei counting the 51, he's actually going to swap back and forth. So that's actually a really nerve-wracking position for both of them to be in. Of course, in their head, they have some idea of what it would take to advance to the next round, and of course, like what is just a good average for them overall. So we'll have to see how that pressure is also going to play a factor. At the national championship, it's not just your random local comp. It's not like, oh, you just get another shot at this next week or anything like that.
Yeah, we do see right now only 3 people from this group are actually projected to make it in to the top 8. So we're seeing 5 right now from the first group. Christopher Sun off stream with a 49.61. That does not secure his spot yet. However, he does have a worst possible average of 49 seconds. So he's going to want to avoid that if he wants to make it in. We do see our first confirmed entrant into finals, being Madi Hiroto Inaba, now guaranteed a spot, though we all pretty much figured he'd be making it in.
Interesting here. So Max had a last layer that usually he does not do ZBLL. That was an L ZBLL, relatively easy to recognize as a big block in the back, and just a two swap of edges in the front. We'll watch the replay here. So that's what's going to lead to this slower than average solve. So actually, really surprising to see Max pull that out. I didn't really expect to see that because with the 32 on deck, he was on world record potential. But you see like a really big hesitation here, and then going into complete it, kind of pausing halfway through, and then just completing it all there. So very interesting from Max. I wonder if we're going to see that in some other events as well.
As I say, you maybe have to wonder that maybe Max is just doing that because he knows he has the wiggle room. Max, again, I think at this point he's guaranteed to make it into the next round, again, barring two DNFs from happening. So maybe he's using this time to maybe experiment and see what might flow better for him. Maybe it's not a good time to be trying new things when you're in a major championship semifinal. But who am I going to contest with reigning national champion?
Indeed, yeah. I mean, if anyone could do it, it would be Max Park. Here's Jacob now needing a good time to kind of come back. He is going to get a sub 50. That's going to help him claw back at least a little bit, but he is going to count both a 50 and a 49. So he's going to end up, well, so far he's on a 49 average and can only really improve that to a 48. So again, just really skirting that line, skirting that cut between out and top 8.
A 50 there for Carson Wijaya. That is his best solve so far this average, but unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough to have any hopes of making it into the next cut. Christopher Sun, this solve is going to be quite important into determining if he makes it into finals or not.
Yes, quite critical indeed. Worst possible average is 49. That would be outside what we are currently projecting to advance to the finals. He looks like he will be able to avoid that as he's into 3x3 stage. Ended up with a very nice 2 GLL case. Super simple. That is 44 seconds solve for him. That is looking pretty. That's going to be his best possible instead. 47.82. That's actually going to launch him really far up the rankings, and he should be confirmed to advance to the next round at this point.
Yeah, if we're seeing right now, Luke Garrett is guaranteed. We see a couple more names coming in that are guaranteed to make it into finals. Luke Garrett with a 47.94 and Max Xiao with a 47.96 are guaranteed to make it in. So Christopher Sun will be joining that list as your 5x5 finalists.
Yep, we can see that. It's entered into WCA Live right now. So anyone who gets a 47 is definitely in. And anyone who gets a 48, you're still waiting, / you're still competing, and you're looking to kind of improve on that a little bit. 47, 100% safe. 48 is where it starts to get dicey. One competitor who wanted to worry about that at all, Max Park, he's going to go ahead and do solve number 4. We were looking at a potential for a world record average, but now by counting the 39, that is basically eliminated. He would need to count, like a 29 or something like that, and we've never seen a sub 30 in competition.
I wouldn't count him out, though. If anyone's going to do it, I wouldn't be shocked if it would end up being Max Park.
Looking great through his edges as always. I mean, there's just never any complaints as far as I can tell with Max. He is doing a lot of Z2, so perhaps a little bit of a commentator's curse there. Now doing 3x3, switching to white cross instead. It's just what looked better to him at the moment. Another sub 40 solve for him. A 37, good hand clap. He's feeling good. We love it when the competitors are feeling it. And yeah, just fantastic stuff from him. He's guaranteed to advance.
Kevin Hayes, 56.84. That is counting. I think that all but seals his fate as not being one of our 5x5 finalists.
Yeah, that's tough. 51 best possible average. I don't think that's going to advance anymore.
Speaking of advancement, Jacob Noakes on his 5th and final solve. Right now, he is projected 8th. He has quite the chance to be able to pull out something good here, but it's also going to be dependent on Alexei Sinyavin. So we are going to see those two fighting for the final spot.
Yeah,
Let's see
these two
what
kind of
Jacob can do here.
conjoined at
Maybe,
the yeah, these two had conjoined at the hip a little bit, and it's a little bit of a shame. That means that one amazing solver is just going to be out just from the get-go. We're watching Jacob here. His best possible is 48.86. That would be good enough to advance. No other competitor can get anything like that time other than no one would be able to beat 48. He's rounding it out here. He's not going to get best possible, but he's going to get pretty close. And something that I think Philip or maybe Zach Miller had mentioned yesterday is during round one, you don't need to break your PR. You just need to solve good enough. Jacob Noakes might have solved good enough and gotten himself into this final. It will all depend on the final solve from Alexei Sinyavin. 49.92, that is actually solve number 4. That just hasn't been reset yet. So a big one coming up.
yeah, as soon as we get the time put into WCA Live, we will be able to let you know what Alexei needs to make it into that top cut. And it actually looks like it is guaranteed that Jacob Noakes makes it into the top cut. There's nothing Alexei is able to do to secure a spot. So we are going to see our top 8 for 5x5 finals. We're going to see Max Park, Maddie Hiroto Inaba, Jack Pfeiffer, Christopher Sun, Luke Garrett, Max Shao, Vishwa Sankar, and Jacob Noakes.
Yeah, if I'm Jacob, man, I got a bone thrown. Slash, I guess he controlled his own destiny to some extent. But wow, a very, very clutch 47-second solve for him to make it into this final round. Great stuff. You like to see that type of stuff. Unfortunately for Alexei, means that this solve just doesn't really matter. He just has no hope of making it into the final.
We're going to see Max Park warming up here for his last solve. Maybe not a victory lap, as this is only the semifinals, but Max is easily guaranteed to make it into the finals at this point. So maybe he's going to try and go all out for something. Maybe he's just going to play it safe. Time will tell.
Max just blasting through his first 2 centers, now finishing up all of his centers in just 10 seconds. His famed edge pairing looking as fluid as always. Little bit of pausing.
A ton of Z2s, though.
Yeah, the Z2s
That's
are not
one of the
fantastic.
downsides. Yeah, one of the downsides to the reduction method is many rotations. Yao seems to avoid those, but what you trade for in lack of rotations, you maybe regain with fluidity and steps.
No issue for Max Park, though. A 36-second solve to round out this 5x5 group and finish up the first round of 5x5 at the U.S. National Championship this year. We're watching just the replay here. Ooh, looks like he also made like a FF prime error there as well. So maybe just getting to the mute. But of course, he did have this round to just kind of settle in. We even saw him take a lot of time to do a ZBLL on solve number 3. So Max is going to be feeling good. And to be honest, there was just no way that anyone was going to catch up to him anyway.
Yeah, again, quite a nice semifinal to watch. Maybe now we have a good eye on who we're going to see. Who are the eyes to watch out for? The eyes to watch out for? The people to watch out for in our 5x5 finals coming up later on today.
So with that, I think we are going to wrap up the first actual event of the morning, or I guess the afternoon now in most places. Still the morning for me here in Los Angeles. We're going to go to a quick ad, then we're going to bring you some more action with the Pyramix Round 1 coming up soon. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases, like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse. and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the All-Star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back to Providence, Rhode Island as we get into the next event of Pyraminx. We actually have a special guest up here for you guys. We have Evan Brown, the national champion in 3x3 US moves. It was just finalized earlier today. The third attempt just concluded. And nearly every single person got a 22.67 mean. But Evan was the only person to get a 21 single, so he ends up taking home the national title. So first of all, Evan, congratulations on winning FMC. How are you feeling so far as we kind of get into the rest of the day?
Oh, thanks, Zach. Yeah, I didn't feel great about the about my results after attempt one, which was yesterday. But this morning, I did enough to win. Winning by single is always funny, but I did enough, so I guess that's what matters.
Yeah, so what did you think of the kind of format of today's FMC? So we had a split round yesterday, where we had an attempt yesterday. We had 2 attempts this morning. That's very frequently done at majors. Do you prefer those types of split rounds when you're doing FMC in these pressure situations, or do you prefer to do them like kind of back-to-back?
Oh, boy. You're giving me a platform to rant here. Now, I thought the format at this competition was actually quite good. Obviously, I think the ideal format for me and most other top-level FMCers is going to be like 3 attempts as back-to-back as possible. But in this case, 1 attempt Saturday and then the other 2 attempts pretty close together on Sunday. It's obviously there's a lot of scheduling constraints at this kind of competition, and they do what they can to accommodate us FMC divas. So I was perfectly fine with this format.
Yeah, as we talked to Evan also, by the way, for the stream, we're also going to be having some Pyraminx competitors solve. We're going to be doing the semifinal. You'll be seeing Trip Peters on the main stage here for this group, as well as Parker Traeger, the New Yorker, who is also great at Pyraminx in his own right, as well as some other competitors like Luke Garrett, Stephen Wintringham, Elliot Perkins, Marcus Kamen, and Aiden Vincher showing off their skills today. For this first group of semifinalists. But getting back to the FMC, I also, obviously FMC is a very scramble dependent event. What did you think of the scrambles that you received? I heard some murmurs that they were probably not the best, but I'm curious about what you think.
Yeah, they were not great. So the EO counts is a pretty abstract metric of how to judge the scrambles. The first one was particularly bad regarding that. So there was a lot of not much things to look at in terms of like starting your solution there. The other two were pretty okay. I didn't think they were anything super terrible, but overall, yeah, definitely below average. Although I think 2267 could definitely be improved upon.
Do you know like what ways you could have done? Like, did you do like any analysis of the scrambles afterwards and like notice anything you could have done better?
Yeah, well, I know on attempt one, I at least definitely missed some 22s. I got a 24 on attempt one. I definitely missed some 22s that I certainly could and probably should have found. Attempt two, I felt pretty good with, although there were maybe a 20 that I could have gotten there if I had really stretched. I got a 21 there, and then attempt three, there was definitely also 22s there that I probably could have found. I got a 23. But again, it's I wasn't particularly happy with the mean itself, but I did enough. So
So we watch Parker Traeger get a 219. Is that good? Oh, looks like they might need a... Okay, that is a +2 for Parker Traeger to start off. Obviously not the best way to start off, but that did look like a pretty tough first scramble with a 4-tip solution. I want to get back, though. But yeah, you can just see barely right there. Just over 45 degrees is the rule usually for other events. Pyraminx, it's 3 turns, so it's going to be 66 degrees. That's just a little over for Traeger, so he'll get a +2. Going back to scrambles, something that was noticed by a few competitors was that Scramble 3 was a bit weird. There was a bit of a symmetric EO, apparently. Did that throw you off at all when you were flipping over Scramble 3 for the first time and checking EOs?
So I think that might have been Scramble 2, actually.
Oh, okay.
But I know there was a pretty weird EO on that, where I was like, well, I don't know if anybody's gonna cares about what the actual EO was, but it definitely was pretty weird. But the weirder thing was there was also a 2-move EO on that scramble, which ended up being pretty bad. So it was definitely an interesting scramble in terms of you expect you have a short EO, it'll be good, but oftentimes that isn't the case.
And also with the format too, you had a 24 in your first attempt, and then you had the 2 attempts this morning. Obviously, it's a lot of time between 2 attempts, especially when you didn't maybe do your best, right? How'd you kind of mentally come back from that? Like, were you trying not to think about it? What was your kind of strategy going into the second and third attempts today?
Yeah, I mean, after the first attempt, I did some retrospective about what went wrong, and really the main thing that I thought went wrong for me in my attempts was that I just got away from my process and I got more concerned about how other people were doing and hoping to beat them rather than doing what I've been doing at home, the same process, keeping things consistent there, and doing what I know works. And I tried to follow that more on attempts 2 and 3, and worked out.
Yeah, and getting back to the Pyraminx a little bit, looks like the second solve is a little bit better for these competitors, seeing a lot more 1s than the 2s that people were getting. That first solution seemed a bit tough for those competitors. Looks like they're starting to find their footing here as we see Stephen Wintringham inspect his next solve. Looks like a miss 1 look there as he gets a 316. But yeah, Evan, really I always am impressed with FMC because it's probably one of the more mentally challenging events because you have to pretty much lock in for an hour, which if you don't have a great attention span like me, that's really difficult to do.
Yeah.
It's very easy to get sidetracked and knowing when you don't should go down a certain path of an EO or anything. Is that ever a trouble for you or anything? Where you have to kind of abort looking at a certain solution because it's just not really that great or anything? Or do you have any advice for anyone regarding that?
Just tuning out during attempts. I mean, it's definitely hard to start out. When if you're just starting out with FMC, it's certainly hard to just sit down for an hour and basically take a test. I think as you get more involved in the event, it does become a lot easier. And I don't know, for me, it's just a fun thing to do for an hour. I just sit down and do some FMC. So I guess just learning DR and HDR, I think improves it a lot for me. It makes it a lot. You have a very a very set process that you follow in every attempt. So it makes it pretty easy to just like sit down and do a solve or two.
Awesome. Well, Evan Brown, thank you so much for joining us up here today. Is there anything else you want to say? Any shout outs you want to make before we move back to the Pyraminx?
Yeah, I mean, definitely shout out to Brian, Krish, and Stanley for getting the exact same mean as me, 2267.
All right, awesome. Evan Brown, congratulations once again. Thank you so much for taking time to join us and talk about everything you did this morning.
Thanks, Zach.
Yep. All right, we're going to get back into the Pyraminx action now. And I think we'll be getting my other Zach back in here, Zach Reidel, very shortly.
Yes, this is Zach Reidel. Zach Miller, how are you doing?
Doing pretty good. I'm a bit tired, but I did get that hour of sleep back with daylight savings time. Pretty clutch there. Shout out daylight savings. So we get back into the Pyraminx action.
Speaking of clutch here, Parker Traeger with his second 171ness average. He did start with a 419, which is far from a good start there for Parker, but 2 171s back to back, and that is a gallon of water. Staying hydrated in between attempts. Parker, definitely a flair for the dramatics as we continue on with our Pyraminx first round.
I saw him with that this morning, and I thought that he just had that to have it. I didn't think that he was actually going to be using that throughout the day. He's looking like one of the football players I'd see around my college campus with that.
And whatever it takes. We do see Trip Peters get ready for his next attempt. He also started out with not a great time, similar to Parker. Trip starting out with a 7.01. A 5.01 plus 2 we saw by just one tip. But he was able to pull it back with a 2.04 in a second. So maybe he can keep that pace up and act like that 7 never even happened.
Yeah, you see Trip Peters warming up with those tips before he starts. If you remember, that first scramble had some pretty challenging tips. Might be trying to just make sure he's got that down before this third scramble. You never know what could happen, obviously. But so far, a lot of 3s on this from the people that have been entered in so far. As Aiden Dincher gets ready for his next attempt.
Yes, so far we've only seen 3 ones so far. And all but one person qualified for this round with a sub-2 average.
Yeah, Trip with all 3s on that third one. Definitely not happy with that one. He knows he can do better in that situation.
Parker inspecting now.
He's someone who's able to get incredibly good times at home. Sometimes the competition is tough for him too. Nearly +2 the tip, but recovers nicely 215. And Marcus Kamen matching. Oh, that looks like a +2 with the tip on the front left.
That will be a worst possible average for Marcus Kamen. That is a 307, not too far from his best possible average of 301, so I don't know if he's too upset with getting worst possible there, but maybe just with the average overall.
Nice TPS there from Stephen Wintringham as he puts down a 262 for his third solve.
That is counting along with his 316 that he has right now, but that 5 that he got on his first solve could be looming over.
Yeah, I think that's the story for a lot of these competitors here with these early starts, a lot of 3s and 5s to start early on the set. The third one tripping up a lot of competitors as well, no pun intended. But
I see what you did there. We do see averages starting to roll in. Elliot Perkins right now with a 2.40 second average, projected second in this group. One of the topics that I was discussing with Manu before Pyraminx and during 5x5 is the concept of this bubble that we have going on. So with these first rounds, only the top 8 are going to make it into the final round. And if we have 2 groups of competitors, we're on average only going to see 4 from each. So competitors are going to be looking to be in the top 4 of their group, hopefully above the top 4 to be able to secure a spot. But we've got to keep an eye on that bubble.
Yeah, usually winning or getting second in this group will pretty much guarantee you a final spot, given how these groups were created. But obviously, this is All-Stars, especially with this being a sprint event. You never know what could happen. Trip Peters looking to start his next solve and just locking up too much here. And this is going to count, unfortunately. So it looked like Trip will be out of this final after he counts the 701. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, it's going to take quite a lot, and I don't think that there's really room right now for Tripp to be able to make his way into the final round. Quite unfortunate, knowing he was seeded 4th into this competition, so one of the favorites to make the final round. But as you mentioned, with sprint events, it can go any way. All depends on the day.
Parker Traeger currently doing his 5th solve, as worst possible 268. He's in a very good position here. He does have 186 BPA, so looking to solidify a sub 2 average on this 5th solve. And just can't get it off.
Similar struggles to Trip there, but a 342 should be well enough for Parker. That will count. But that should be enough for him to make it into the next round, especially considering the next group are going to have to deal with these same scrambles that might not fare well for them.
Let's move to Steven Wintringham. He's going to be a competitor on the bubble, BPA 269. It'd be very helpful for him to get a sub 229 here to potentially get his chances better. And looks like he missed one looked again. 360 for Wintringham.
I was going to say, shaking that one off, that will be a counting time, so we're going to be looking at somewhere around a high 2, low 3 average there for Steven. You see Tripp going into his final solve here, but there's not really much more that Tripp is able to do to save this average.
He's, I think, just going to try to go for the best single he can here. Anything sub 2 will be nice for him. I think just like maybe a moral win. Unfortunately, his BPA is 413, which will pretty much keep him out of this final unless something significantly catastrophic happens in this next group.
I see Tripp shaking his head now. He sees just what everyone else didn't see on this scramble. 322, quite a lengthy solution, as all of our other competitors shared.
Yeah, early on, this set doesn't seem too great based on the times that some of these competitors are putting out, with the best average being a 240 in this first group. I'm not too sure how the second group of competitors is going to handle this, what seems to be a challenging set.
In the 35 attempts that we just saw, Zach, we only saw 3 sub 2s. And as I mentioned, it took a sub 2 average to qualify for this competition. So you really got to wonder what we're stacking up against here when it comes to these this scramble set.
Yeah, we have some very good pyramid solvers in their own right. We have Michael Nielsen, the current North American record holder for Pyraminx. We have really excellent solvers from all across different regions, like the Midwest Brian Johnson, Mid-Atlantic's Yuki Nagai, New England's Clement Tucker, and David Andrew Silva in this group. So definitely a lot to look forward to as we move to this second group. Is there anyone that you're particularly looking out for, Zach?
So I was originally looking out for Parker Traeger. I wasn't able to give him a proper shout out due to your interview with Evan Brown. Not that that's a bad thing. Congratulations again to our FMC US national champion. But I was looking to see a lot from Parker. One of the other eyes that I'm going to be keeping an eye on is Michael Nielsen, of course. One of the greats when it comes to Pyraminx, especially in the North America region. Just a fabulous solver. Truly has so much potential, especially on bad scrambles. I have more to share, but let's pass it back to Carter Thomas, where we're calling up our next set of competitors.
With our 8th seed, both groups have one-handed, sorry. Starting with our 8th seed for Pyraminx from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. Our 7th seed from Texas is Ryan Pilot. Our 6th seed from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Our 5th seed from New Jersey, Yuki Nagai. Our 4th seed from Connecticut, Clement D. Tucker. Our third seed from Massachusetts, David F. Andron Silva. From Wisconsin, our second seed, Simon Kellum. And our first seed from Virginia is Michael Nielsen. Good luck to all the competitors.
All right, as we return back. Came in at the exact same time there. We were a little too excited for this group.
Yeah, to go back into what I was saying, Michael Nielsen going to be one of the names to watch out for. Simon Kellum, of course, current world record single holder, experienced pyramid solver all around. Ton of great names to watch out for in this group. One of the ones that I did want to give a shout out to, Yuki Nagai, hailing from the Mid-Atlantic region, has been on the come up lately with Pyraminx, as I believe a lot of these competitors have been. Some new faces into the Pyraminx scene. So going to be a lot to look out for here, Zach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a delegate in New England, so I see a lot of David, Andron Silva, and Clement Tucker at my competitions. They're also going to be people that I will be personally looking out for. Both of them have done very well in local competitions that I've delegated, and I've seen them solve, and I know what they're capable of, so I know that they can potentially pull something out here in this stage. But also Michael Nielsen, too. He's very experienced. He has 4 major podiums, 2 of those being wins. He's very, very, very talented under pressure, and he's someone that has a very stout approach mentally to this event.
And not just to add to his list of accomplishments, but he's him. Truly, he takes the pressure and he powers through it. An amazing force to watch in these major championships. Next up, onto David Andron Silva. Zach, you said that you see him a lot at your competitions. Care to share any information?
Yeah, David is actually was a world's finalist in Pyraminx. He actually got 4th in that semi-final. If a lot of people at home may remember that extremely optimal Pyraminx set that was in World's semifinals. David managed to get 4th on that set, and he placed 10th in World's finals. He's been to these high-pressure environments before, and he's done well enough to place in the top half. So he's someone that will probably be looking to make this final. Here's Simon 275. We call him Mr. Solution. He finds the solutions. He finds optimal solutions that people usually don't on these scrambles. So I'm curious to see what he'll do on this set, but he starts off with a 2 on the challenging first.
Yeah, I was going to say the best time that we saw on this scramble was a 2.53 from Luke Garrett. So I guess that's going to be the benchmark to if this scramble is just really that difficult to deal with.
We haven't yet seen Michael Nielsen try this first solve, but we will pretty soon. Looks like we'll be able to see Clement Tucker, the current Connecticut state record holder in Pyraminx, take a stab at this first scramble.
Yeah, you gotta wonder, seeing your very first Pyraminx scramble of the national championship, and it is 4 tips, and there isn't really a lot going on. I don't know if I saw a single bar, but Clement not really worrying about that. A 186, that is the best time we've seen on this scramble so far. Great solution and great solving there from Clement.
Strongest start by far of this Pyraminx semifinal. He comes into today 24th in the world for Pyraminx. He was also someone that took advantage of that world semifinal set. He placed 7th in that round and came 19th in the final. He's still looking for his first ever championship podium. He thinks that today could be the day.
Michael Nielsen, 263. Maybe not finding the same solution as Clement, but it's going to be enough. Again, the bubble that we're seeing right now to make it into this final round is going to be pushing somewhere around the mid-2 mark. So being able to keep up there will definitely be enough.
Simon Kellum getting started on solve number 2. This one seemed a little bit more friendlier than that first scramble. And finds a 189, but not too happy with it.
We did see, now we're going to go to David Andron Silva, who off stream got a 185 on the first scramble, being the fastest solution this entire round has seen on that scramble. We're going to see if he's able to keep it up.
David Silva also still looking for that first ever national podium along with his fellow New Englander Clement. Well, he also is pretty confident going into today, but we'll see what happens as Brian Johnson takes a look at this one too.
Brian Johnson, your runner-up FMC national champion. Big pause, 269 though.
That's not going to be the solves that do it, especially on that second scramble.
David Andron Silva, though, with a 190. Back-to-back sub-2s, and we see Clement Tucker with a 154. I think that is the fastest time we have seen so far this round. So on great pace already.
Yeah, they're locked in. They this is what I see from them when at my competitions when I know they're locked in mentally. Like they're getting sub 2, they're in a routine. You can see Clement just like in the bottom half, he's just focused. Like he's just staring, he's in his zone. That's exactly what you want to see, especially when you're in these short events.
Yeah, speaking of the zone, Michael Nilsson getting into his, quite famous for taking his inspection time seriously, not his inspection time, his preparation time seriously, get as much as he can out. Michael Nilsson, 173, quite the short solution there.
See Stanley Chappell taking a look at this one as well. Stanley so far started off with a 403 and seems to struggle a little bit here. 388. Pyramid's not his specialty. As you know, he is one of the most prominent blind solvers in the world, but he is an all-rounder in his own right.
Stanley is also another runner-up national FMC champion, tying the same mean and single as Brian Johnson, as well as Krish Shah Nathwani, who we will not see in this round. Plus
yeah,
2
Krish
there for Yuki Nagai.
Krish is a very good pyramid solver. I actually think he was around 17th or 18th on the psych sheet, so he barely missed that top 16 cut. 463 for Simon. Oh, it looked like he struggled a little bit with that and wanted to fix the plus 2, so that will count his earlier 275.
We are far enough into this round so far where we see our first guaranteed Pyramix finalist, Elliot Perkins, qualifying for the finals with a 2.40 average.
That's pretty good so far because we have about 4 or 5 of these competitors that are projected to make this final so far based on times entered. So we might only see 3 or so finalists from that first group. But as we know, that 5th scramble is pretty challenging. So this still is very much in the air, Zach.
Yeah, Clement Tucker with a 773 saw quite locky and quite a long solution. You got to wonder, after starting off with a 1.8 and a 1.5, if that 7 is going to stop the momentum that Clement's built up so far. The time is going to tell. Next up is on to David Antron Silva, getting ready for his 3rd attempt, hoping to keep the 1 train moving.
Stanley with a much better 231 in the bottom left corner of your screen. Ready's up.
Saw
probably
a big
gonna take
block
his
there
time
on
here.
green.
Yeah, that's what I'm noticing too. I wonder if he's going to try to plan something here with that in mind.
It doesn't seem it. But a 231, definitely still on good pace, considering his first 2.
He's not happy with it, but he doesn't know that every other solver in this group, in the previous group, got an average above all of his times in the previous group, so he's on very good pace. If he gets anything like mid 2 or lower in this fourth solve, he is guaranteed into the final. He has nothing to worry about. Obviously, he doesn't know it given the situation.
Simon Kelm with the 258 and immediate facepalm, showing displeasure for that time. Simon approaching that bubble. He does have a 1.89, which allows him to count a potentially good time, but Simon getting uncomfortably close to maybe not making the next round.
Michael Nielsen. He is someone that likes to take his time, as Zach mentioned, as Ryan Pilot twists and turns into a 265. Clement Tucker as well.
On their fourth.
Oh, 435, and that's going to count.
The momentum of those first two wasn't able to keep up. Michael Nielsen with a 260, maybe just playing it safe, trying to lock in a spot into that final round. Speaking of the final round, we do have our next confirmed finalist being Parker Traeger with a 243 average, and just now Luke Garrett with a 2.8 average is confirmed to make it into the next round. So competitors are shooting for sub 2.8 to lock themselves a spot in our Pyraminx finals.
Yeah. Live was saying 428 was needed for Clement to clinch around being the bubble, but that was just above. So now Clement is going to be on the bubble. So this last solve might single-handedly determine if he is in this final or not. So this is going to be one to watch for sure.
Simon Kelm also quite close to the bubble. He has that 4 looming above his average, so hopefully he can pull something off here. .231, another facepalm, but I'm fairly sure that is going to put Simon very close. If not, that is definitely going to put him into the finals.
Yeah, I needed a 398 for the bubble, so I think he's for sure in this final because he did get mid-2, so I don't think he has anything to worry about here. David Silva looking for his fourth solve. He should be pretty comfortably in this final if he executes here, and he does. 243, that will for sure make.
Yeah, every solve so far, except that one, has been below the current first place average in the round, and even then, that time ties currently second place in a round for average. So David, definitely going into your finals as your number 1 seed. Maybe not definitely. We still have 2 more solves to see here for Michael, but almost certainly.
Yeah, Brian Johnson got up and left. Unfortunately, was not pacing well enough to make the final. He'll finish with a 323, and he'll be out. Yuki Nagai, unfortunately, couldn't hold it together either. 350, he will also be out. Stanley Chappell with a 401, he will also miss. Clement Tucker preparing to do his 5th, and he does. 235, needed a 301 to get right back onto the bubble of being 8th. He should possibly be the 8th seed going into this final with that.
Michael Nielsen inspecting now. This fourth solve could be make or break to determine if he is going to be able to lock his spot into finals, especially at which seed. 234 like it's
should
nothing.
Be totally fine. Totally fine. He'll make this final for sure with a 234. He's now probably going to have WPA of about, I'd say, 2.5, which is guaranteed make. So he should be fine. Clement Tucker, guaranteed into the final, just came in 285. That will be, right now, projected 7th.
And we are going to see our confirmed finalists. It does not matter what David or Michael get on these last 2 solves. They are guaranteed to make it into the final round, especially with David guaranteed to make it into first seed. So you're going to see your Pyraminx finalists of David Andron Silva, Elliot Perkins, Parker Traeger, Michael Nielsen, Simon Kelm, Luke Garrett, Clement Tucker, and Ryan Pilot. Let's see what these solvers are able to pull out.
A 303 average was the cut to make this final, which just shows how challenging this set of scrambles were for these solvers.
Yeah, we are going to see David's worst possible average is 0.01 faster than Michael's best possible average. So no matter what, we will see him in seed number 1. Now it's just going to be a question of Michael, where he is going to sit in the standings.
Seems to be shaking his head at this fifth scramble. As we know, it is challenging here for these competitors. A lot of solves were not the best here. And he's going to go to that soon case 233.
Yeah, we have yet to see a sub 2 on that fifth scramble, as well as the fourth scramble. So maybe we're going to see if Michael Nielsen can pull something out. If not, no worries. Both have locked their way into the final round. Let's see what Michael's able to do here.
Nielsen getting ready. He takes his time, as we know, but it doesn't matter what he does before. What matters is the solve on the display.
Here we go again. A 3-tip scramble, but not seeing a whole lot of... I see one paired edge, but I see a couple flipped ones. See what Michael's able to pull off here.
Nielsen sets. Gets the tip solved quickly, goes to that other case that many other solvers were doing in this group. Pulls out a 213, though. Compared to the other solvers in this group, that is more than enough that he needs to do in that scramble.
Yeah, again, his spot was sealed going into this fifth solve, so it doesn't even matter. Michael Nielsen is going to join the other 7 finalists. Michael's starting to laugh now, realizing, okay, the pressure's off. I can sort of relax.
All right, we're going to be sticking around here for the one-handed semifinal coming up next, which should also be pretty exciting. And then afterwards, we'll be starting to get into some other finals like 7x7 today, too. As we wait to go into one-handed, though, we're going to be taking some sponsored messages, so stay with us, and we'll be right back here on SpeedCubing TV.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Getting back into the action here in Providence, Rhode Island, as we move to our one-handed semifinal. This will be our next round to determine our final 8 seeds for this event here today. Just had an excellent Pyramix semifinal, and now we're going to get into some more action, doing 3x3 with a handicap. Let's go ahead and bring it down soon to Tim Reynolds and Carter Thomas, who will be naming our one-handed semifinalists for this group.
In the meantime, Zach, it seems we still have a couple seconds here until we get into our 3x3 one-handed semifinals. How are you doing? I understand that you're actually at the competition in Providence, Rhode Island. I'm unfortunately here in sunny Pennsylvania, so I haven't had a chance to really enjoy the championship atmosphere. I wasn't able to make it yesterday, as I was at a former Pyramix U.S. national champion's wedding. Daniel Goodman, if you are watching, congratulations again. But unfortunately, I'm not able to make it up there. How has the competition been feeling, Zach?
It's been an incredible atmosphere here in Providence. Everyone here has been so engaged with all the competitors here. I've been having a lot of fun getting to MC on the stage and talk to all the national champions here that we've been crowning this weekend. It's really been an incredible and unique experience to be a part of, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. So huge shout out as well to all the CubingUSA organizers and all the New England volunteers from here, as well as around the United States, for coming out here and putting on such an incredible competition here. Glad you can show everyone what we've got over here.
Yeah, definitely a non-traditional format for our national championships. This being we have had an all-stars competition before. I'm getting cut off here. We're going to go to Tim Reynolds.
Kanani. Our 7th seed from Wisconsin, Zeke McKay. Our 6th seed, also from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. Our 5th seed from New York, Parker Traeger. Our 4th seed from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Our 3rd seed from Ohio, Jack Pfeiffer. Our 2nd seed from California, Max Park. And our 1st seed from Indiana, Luke Garrett.
The crowd going wild there for Luke. I always love, my favorite part about these major championships is the crowd. I mean, of course, that's what makes it such a major championship, is being able to have the crowd react right there in person. I know, at least like within sports, there's the same thing. There's I think I hear it a lot with like Coop, like on I think on the Steelers. I'm a fake fan. I'm a fake Steelers fan. I should know better. But either way, the crowd certainly electric here in Rhode Island. Sorry, it's Muth. I am being told.
Yeah, Pat Fryermuth of the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're incredibly talented tight end. I am unfortunately not a fake Steelers fan. I am a Bengals fan. So unfortunately, Zach Rydell and I now have beef. But otherwise, we are getting Luke Garrett with the engagement with the crowd here. That's also another element that we've been seeing this weekend. But Tim Reynolds as well with the excellent fill job for Carter Thomas, who isn't able to MC this round as he's preparing to compete in the 7x7 final. So some of us also getting into the action I'm unfortunately too slow, so I'm not in any of these rounds.
Yeah, I was gonna say while
I'm just
we're talking beef, let's go band for band with times here, Zach. But let's get past that. There's something far more interesting going on right now. 3x3 one-handed first round, ton of big names here. We see Luke Garrett, your current world record holder, Jack Pfeiffer, who has been doing excellent all weekend. We also see the incredible Matty Hiroto Inaba, finally not having to travel so far to make it to a competition now that he is in school on the East Coast. Jack Pfeiffer here with a 997 PR average and 810 single. One of the names to look out for here in this first round.
Yeah, should be a very incredible semifinal here to watch, too. Jack Pfeiffer, I actually was at the competition where Jack got his seeded performance for this, the sub-10 one-handed average. It was a weekday competition in Plymouth, Michigan that he got off of work of, drove up there, ended up getting a sub-10 one-handed average, and then left. It was really funny. And I also, it's just very interesting that I happen to be at every comp where Jack Pfeiffer seems to pop off in one-handed.
1084 for Matty Hiroto Inaba. It's a good start. I'm projecting that the bubble for this to be able to make it into the next round is going to be somewhere around the 11, mid-11 average range, maybe on the lower end of that. Will be enough to secure a spot in the final round. Jack Pfeiffer not solving as ideal as you would like to. We're going to see a 20-21 from Jack. He's taking it in stride, though.
He's someone that's
how
more...
could I also... Sorry, how could I also forget the name Max Park in this round? One of the names to really watch out for. Also equally dominant in the 3x3 one-handed field.
Max has been popping off recently. Just recently got sub-8 in one-handed. He's someone that's going to be going in as a heavy favorite for this event.
833 for
with
Max
the
Park.
There. Little bit of bad PLO luck there for Max Park, but still a very solid time nonetheless as we move to Luke Garrett, his main competitor on the other station.
While Luke is inspecting down below, you can see Zane Kanani with a 22 and Parker Traeger with a 14 before he reset the timer. Quite unfortunate. Back up to Luke. PLL at 8 seconds there, but it's going to be real lucky. 11.75 for Luke Garrett.
Looking at the psych sheet and everything, I think anything sub 12 seconds should be an easy lock for this final here today. So as long as Luke is able to just put down some of his usual global, which is around low 9, I think he should be in good position here.
We also see Carter Kukala here using the Rue method. I believe potentially one of the only people in this group to be using that. We did have the big debate whether Rue or CFOP was better for 3x3 one-handed, which I think has started to come to a close after the 2025 World Championship, where we can start to acknowledge that Rue is the better method. But we are starting to see competitors switch to that method, though some maybe stuck in their ways still on CFOP.
I believe that Carter actually might be the only competitor in this group to use Rue. I believe everyone else uses CFOP. Still, a lot of American speedkeepers still prefer the CFOP method. Zeke with a 10.03, very solid start for him. But Carter Kukala actually switched to the Rue method for his one-handed solving. So he's someone that usually uses CFOP but uses Rue exclusively for one-handed. So very, very interesting. It seems to have worked out. He did get an upset win at Wisconsin Championships over his fellow Wisconsinite Brian Johnson by recording a 945 average, which moved him up to 6th on the psych sheet. So they are definitely a very talented one-handed solver.
Jack Pfeiffer down in your bottom right with a 12.07. Being able to pull back from that 21, flipping the numbers around. Also seeing Zane Kanani down there in the bottom. Mostly known for 2x2 and Scube. Zane, your runner-up 2x2 national champion. Behind Sujin Feist with a sub-1 average. I didn't get a chance to talk about that or watch that final again as I was busy yesterday, but seeing a sub 1 average on the biggest stage for this country is quite nice to see from Sujin.
Saw a question in the chat. Someone was wondering why Luke looks spaced out. I don't think he is, Zach. I think he's in the zone. I think we were talking about this earlier with Pyramix, with Clement and David. I think he's just in a zone. I think he's mentally stout, as I've been saying all day. These cubers do a lot to get into the mind space that they are, especially Luke at the world-class level that he's at.
Yeah, and as Luke goes through his solve here, I do have something to say about that specifically. 949 with the... Is that an S move ZBLL? We'll get back to that maybe, but Luke Garrett, understandably could be maybe a little zoned out when it comes to competing here. Luke Garrett, being such the good all-rounder he is competing in every cited event this weekend except for 2 of them. That is so much pressure to hold. You really have to consider that maybe he's drawn out between these events and isn't able to focus on the ones he truly cares about.
Yeah, I think we're getting a nice top-down view of Max here. He puts down a 931, pretty much matching Luke's performance on that last solve.
See, we get a replay of that here. So moving smoothly again through that green cross and then right into OLL, into that U-perm. Big pause before the U-perm. I think maybe just adjusting one of the faces to avoid a lockup. Matty Hirota Inaba rounding out.
That's not usually what he gets. 1308. That's not going to be a solve he's particularly happy with, but he's more worried about the 3x3 action later today, so I think he's just going to take that, throw it away, and move on.
1134 there for Jack Pfeiffer. That is going to be... That's not going to be counting, sorry. The 12 that he got earlier will be counting, but again, that 21 that he got on his first solve means that anything he gets from here on out could affect his average.
Also, another factor I want to mention, this is Matty's first time competing in one-handed since he came to the mainland US for college. He hasn't competed in one-handed since Hawaii this summer and Worlds, so definitely a bit of a D-rust competitively for him in this event.
Zain Kanani with a 1644. OH, maybe not a priority of his, but still having fun. Again, his events are mostly over, being Scube and 2x2, so Zane's looking to just chill out the weekend, as along with Hassan Kanani, with Square One. I think the entire Kanani family is ready to take a little bit of a break.
They'll get to take a nice break when we watch the 3x3 final later this afternoon, which should be really, really fun. Luke with the 970. So he's getting about what he usually would global in competition, but obviously not that happy with that. But if he gets sub 10, he's guaranteed in the final. So he should have nothing to worry about. I think he's just trying to solidify a solid average here.
Yeah, again, these competitors maybe not worried about showing off too much. It's just the first round. There's still one more round later on today. Max Park, though, going up for his third solve. See what he can pull off. 789.
789.
Fastest solve we have seen in this first round so far.
We're going to get a look at this one, Zach. You can see just how smoothly he turns. He's using that table very well. It's kind of like his second hand in this event, which is why he's so strong
moving
with the CFOT method.
Moving straight into that U-perm during OLL. Super clean turning there for Max Park. Got me tongue-tied as well.
Camera. Carter Kukala off camera did get a 2173, so not their best solve, but they do have an 888 as well. So they're looking at an 1121 BPA. Parker Traeger will be the first to finish up his average, though. 1112 in the last, it'll put him at a 1218.
903 for Matty Hirota Inaba, looking super calm about it. I think nearly frame perfect after stopping the timer and going onto his phone to check something. Jack Pfeiffer getting ready. Jack's 4th attempt. $13.35. That will
Jack.
be counting.
Take a look at Maddie's last solve again here. Very, very smooth into the last layer there. And as you mentioned, frame perfect with turning the cube with his left and just scrolling the phone with his right hand. Here's CubingUSA's last solve. Number 5 for them. Looking to make sure they don't do anything with that 21.
Yeah, getting close to the bubble, but it's going to be a 997. That is going to be a good average for Carter. Should be putting them very close into making the next round. Again, times are starting to flow in. We are going to see around that maybe high 11 mark, or maybe mid to low 11 mark is going to be able to secure people into the final round.
Yeah, that'll go down as an 11.57 average, so a little below what they hover around in competition. So that's a pretty good average for them, and that should get them into this final. 10.23 for Luke, and that will count. But he has nothing to worry about. He will for sure be a featured competitor in this one-handed final.
Yeah, we're going to get a replay of that here. Luke Garrett. Taking his time in inspection. And then, yeah, here you see him flowing through that solve. Green cross. I think I saw a cross edge out of place if I'm not mistaken. But 10.23 there for Luke. Not bad at all.
Max Park getting ready for his fourth solve, 833, 931, 789. Looking for a solid fourth solve to continue his good pace. Looks to be a bit more of a non-traditional F2L, and he will put down a 4-digit time there. Not very common for him nowadays, 1193.
Yeah, you could hear the cube keep hitting the table every time he'd pick it up and set it back down to keep turning. That is time wasted.
Yeah, Max usually is able to keep turning as he tables, but this time just seemed to be a little bit not as efficient with those transitions as you were talking about, Zach. And as you mentioned, time wasted for Max, but that's not going to put him in a terrible position. He should basically be a lock for this final, even if he counts the 1193.
We did see Jack Pfeiffer with I'm not sure what time it was. It was a 12 of some variety, which I think puts him outside the bubble.
Yeah, Jack is probably going to be about a 13 or 14 average here, so this is probably going to be putting him at some point into this, into that bubble range as you were talking about, and I think he's going to be just outside of that. Here's Luke Garrett, though. Last solve for him. His BPA is 981, looking to get either high 9 or low 10, depending on the result of this final solve. This could determine seeding. Looks to be pretty smooth. I think he canceled into that PLL there, but very smooth overall. Seems pretty happy with that. 9-5. That should solidify him with about very high 9, low 10.
Yeah, again, super smooth turning. Luke, maybe not too worried about it, knowing that his spot in the final round is definitely secured. Maybe just looking to go into it with a little more confidence. As we see just one more solve remaining, I believe, in this final. Yeah,
yes.
We still have one more solve, not final, the semifinal. Still have one more solve to see from Max Park, which he is coming up for now. So we'll send it back to him, and this will round out the first group of 3x3 one-handed.
Yes, Max Park, BPA here, 851, so not on record watch here right now, but this could still be a very solid average if he counts that 789. But this is guaranteed going to be a sub-10, so this will determine if he goes in this group as the 1 or 2 seed finishing in this group.
While we are here, and inspecting, and we have a moment, Zeke Mackey with a 1083 PR average, just the 5th PR of this competition.
Yeah, not a lot of those, but this is going to come with that environment. Max moving quickly here on PLO at 6. We'll put down an 8, and that should solidify him as the 1 seed of this group. Crowd showing their appreciation.
Yeah, 836 there for Max Park. It's going to be well and away first place in this round. We are seeing our top 4 right now with a sub-11 average, so that could be a little worrisome for those looking to make it in through the bubble. But again, that mid-11 range would put someone right now in 5th place, where Carter Kukala is with an 1157 average. So still much more 3x3 one-handed solving to be done before we can truly see where we're at.
Yeah, Zach, as I was saying before this, I think that the sub-12 range is going to be the barrier for this final. So I think that's going to be the ultimate goal for these next 8 competitors coming in. As you can see here, we have our results from that last one pending. Max's last time, he will be in the 1 slot for this group. But Luke Garrett in 2nd, Zeke in 3rd with that 1083 PR average. He's only the 5th person in this comp to get a PR. That just shows how competitive this competition has been and how tense this environment has been for all these competitors. Matty Hiroto Inaba with a very solid 1093, considering he has not competed in one-handed in a few months. And Carter Kukala with that 1157 one-handed average, the only solver in that group to use Rue. Parker Traeger rounding it out with 1218, Jack with the 1279, Zane Kanani with the 1526.
Yeah, almost a 7-second gap there, around 6.5 in between Max and Zane's averages, 8.67. Quite a fast average there for Max Park. As we start to transition, what's so funny, Zach? What's so funny?
I'm reading the chat a little bit, and they noticed something with Max's first average, so I was giggling a little bit.
I don't even have the chat open. But truly some amazing 3x3 one-handed solving we saw there now. We're going to start rolling into our second group. Some names to look out for. Brian Johnson, again, as mentioned, runner-up FMC national champion, as well as an experienced one-handed solver all around. We also see Eli Parker, an amazing one-handed solver. You may know him as Woji, or with just the Gengar hat, but another talented solver coming in. Sending it down to Tim Reynolds now.
It's now time for Group 2 of one-handed. Please welcome our 8 competitors. Our number 8 seed from Connecticut, Daniel Gutierrez. Our 7th seed from Florida, Tommy Cherry. Our 6th seed from Texas, Tyler Gee. Our 5th seed from California, Micah Yo. Our 4th seed from Texas, Ryan Pilot. Our 3rd seed from North Carolina, Andreas Flambropoulos. Our 2nd seed from Tennessee, Eli Parker. And the number 1 seed from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Good luck to our competitors.
All right, breaking back into this one-handed semifinal here. As mentioned, Brian Johnson and Woji, also known as Eli Parker. You can see him this time sporting a Kirby beanie as he takes the 2nd station.
Yeah, again, we got some names to look out for. Brian Johnson, top competitor. Eli Parker, top competitor. These competitors right now, if only 4 are able to make it into this next group, that is not Jack Pfeiffer, that is Brian Johnson. But there are only 4 competitors on average from this group are going to make it into the final round. So we are going to be aiming for sub-11 averages here to be able to lock in a spot to the final round.
Now, Brian and Eli are pretty close to each other. I think that they will likely be contending for that 3rd place position pending results of this OH semifinal, Zach. Do you know anything that potentially differentiates these two solvers from each other that could be their keys today?
I believe that they are both CFOP solvers. I wish I could see some warm up so I'd be able to get a better idea, but I believe that they are both quite equally matched. Comparing their current times on the psych sheet, their PR averages are within 0.09 seconds of each other. So it is going to be a very close race in between the both of them.
I think it's just going to come down, honestly, to how they handle themselves in the environment. Brian is someone that does not tend to do well in some final environments. He was second to last in Worlds Finals. Eli was also 13th in that final. So both of them have been on the biggest stage before, maybe got a little bit of those nerves out over the summer, now ready to show the world what they've got now. So we pivot over to another name I want to watch for this final. This is an underdog, Andreas Landropoulos from North Carolina. He's been someone that's been making some very consistent improvement in the Southeast. Actually beat Eli at a local competition earlier this year.
Speaking of Eli, Eli's solving now.
8 seconds.
Nice start for Eli, 794. You can see the fast turning. That is his specialty, and he will be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, very good start to the average there for Eli. Eli, a CFOP user, unlike Max Park or other CFOP solvers that we've seen like Luke Garrett, trying to avoid touching the table. I think I only saw one bounce off the table there. So great start for Eli. On to Andreas.
Andreas seeming to struggle a little bit with this last layer. He will put down a 1429 as he takes off the head cam in frustration. We'll pivot over to Tyler Gee, the Texan in this group. His other Texan compatriot, Ryan Pilot, also in this one-handed group. Tyler Gee, the current Southern Texas State record holder for this event.
Ooh, we do see another Rue solver here in Tyler Gee, 1089. So it looks like we will get to at least watch some Rue solves. 1089 seems to be close to that bubble marker.
Yeah, I actually didn't do a lot of watching of Tyler before this, so good to see that there's another Rue solver in this group. That brings us up to 2 today out of the 16. Brian struggling with that Soon case a little bit, but still puts down a 925, which he's pretty happy with.
I believe we saw Eli and Brian both use Blue Cross on that solve, so maybe they saw something there. Competitors typically opting to use White Cross. So yeah, we see here Blue Cross from both of them. Maybe there was something really lucky. 6-move OLL, but I think avoided to go into a 1-look last layer case for Eli Parker. Amazing solving there.
Yeah, I think I saw some of those F2L pairs form pretty quickly. That's pretty indicative of an X cross there, so I'm pretty sure that Eli did something regarding one of those, so wouldn't be surprised if he formed a pretty easy X cross there, which is why he was able to get that 7.
See Eli trying to keep his hands warm. This has got to be one of the hardest things about competing officially. It's not just the solve itself, it's the time you have in between solves and how you handle that time to think. Eli going straight into it.
Yeah, usually that's a good strategy to do if you know you get yourself in your head a little bit too much. But look at him go. Very smooth turning here. A little bit struggling on the recognition, I think, of the COL, but puts down 1167.
Very big pause. 1167 for Eli Parker. Again, with such a hot start like a 794, you have to wonder if that momentum will carry. Eli motioning with his hands to someone in the crowd. Seems to be at least like okay with that solve. Maybe not what he's shooting for, but still very well positioned going into his next few solves.
Yeah. Andreas Landropoulos going into his second solve now. He begins. Uses a lot of table, but is still a very strong turner, is also a righty one-handed solver. As you can see, as he stops with a 1048.
Yeah, that is a lot faster. Having that 14 to start off with, Andreas is maybe worried about counting that time or any time from here on out counting. So being able to hold in the nerves like that, pull out a 10, is quite good solving. Brian Johnson next up.
Brian started off with a 925, looking to keep that pace going here as he goes into that second solve. Eli did get an 11 here after some trying to figure out if he did know the ZBLL or not. Shout out Luke Greiser. Brian doing some Rue type solution there, 1056, but still works out of the end.
I was going to Yeah, not too sure on what happened there, but we are going to move quickly into Eli's next solve. Green cross again. Got to ZBLL very quick. Big pause for recognition. 866 for Eli. Thumbs up. Seems quite pleased.
Yeah, you could tell he's got a routine. When he sees the cube, he's going straight into it. That's usually a mental routine, as I mentioned, that people usually take when they know they psych themselves out if they get more time. So usually they just go straight into the solve so they don't overthink anything or try to get into their head too much. So Eli is coming into this. He knows what he's doing. He's got a routine. He's locked in.
Say, great turning so far. We did see a 15 there from Tyler Gee. Eli Parker, yeah, just look at this turning. Only about a second and a half pause there. Very fast execution of that ZBLL algorithm.
A little shout out in the bottom right corner. Micah Yo from California with the 887. Not coming into this with any state records, obviously, because of the person that was sitting in the 1 seed station earlier, the one and only Max Park, but still a very good one-handed solver in his own right.
See, Eli Parker opting to do some warm-up turning to keep things warm and fluid going into his next solve, as we hopefully see some competitors get ready for their next attempt as well.
Peeking down at the wings, I just saw Daniel Gutierrez, the Connecticut native, get a 955. He's doing pretty well in this final so far, too. A lot of really, really solid solving in this first group, in the second group, excuse me. That's going to put a lot of pressure on that first group's results.
We will also see Tommy Cherry here, going up for his third solve. A name best known for blindfolded solving and clock. Now on to Ryan Pilot.
Both of those solvers, some of the best all-rounders in the world, all of them competing in multiple events this weekend. So Ryan will put down an 1160. Tommy Cherry will try to match.
Tommy Cherry, also a right-handed solver for a one-handed. Ooh, cube drop there. 15. It is solved, but maybe
Let's
not.
pivot pretty quickly to
he
Eli
liked.
Parker. Eli Parker starting his fourth solve. Look at how fast he goes into that transition into F2L. He's going for a yellow cross this time. Looks to still have a pair unsolved. This one will go down as a 1235. So he will count that earlier 1167, but he does have that counting 8 still on his side. So I think he's still in pretty good shape, even with a counting 11 or even the 12 counting 2.
We are going to see Brian Johnson get ready to start his solve as well as Tyler Gee at the same time. Brian now up top, Tyler in the middle. Brian Johnson as ZBLL opts not to do it. 1085.
I think he's a
As well
little
as
frustrated that he may have known that ZBLL and just decided to not do it, and that may have been a mistake. A little bit of hesitation. I think that just shows that he's just a little bit not warm for this, or not into it. He's been doing a lot today. He just got out of the FMC room. He's probably a bit exhausted. I don't blame him.
Yeah. We have gone far enough into this group where we do have our first confirmed finalist for 3x3 one-handed. It is Max Park. Not that that was really news to anyone, but we have gotten enough information to where we are going to start seeing names confirm their way into the final round. We'll keep you updated with information as we get it.
Yeah, I think the rapture would have had to happen for Max Park to not make this one-handed final, honestly. So not a shock that he's in. Let's go ahead and take a look at Daniel Gutierrez solving on the wing. He already has a 955 to his name in this group, but does have a counting 13. Solving pretty quick, a lot of table, but he'll get to, I think, a Z-perm, puts down a 13.
Yeah, 13 flat there for Daniel.
Will probably keep him out of this final. That will probably put him below this bubble.
Yeah, the bubble is starting to form at 11:57. Again, Carter Kukala's average from the last group. Let's see if anyone can pop that bubble. Eli Parker up for his 5th and final solve.
BPA here, 942. I believe that would be very close to his PR if he's able to get it. And he won't, but he will show off his PLL here and gets an 1156. He's a bit disappointed, but he will for sure be in this final. That's all he needed to make sure to do, was just put down something that would get him around middle of the pack.
2 more finalists confirmed. Eli's judge, Zeke Mackey, is also confirmed to make it into the final round, along with Luke Garrett and Maddie Hiroto Inaba. So it seems that that 11.5 bubble is going to stand true for these competitors. Eli Parker also sealing himself a spot in the final round.
I believe, unless something cataclysmic happens, no other competitors that are currently outside of this bubble, including Ryan Pilot, Daniel Gutierrez, Tommy Cherry, and Micah, will be able to surpass anything that will get them past Carter Kukala's average. So I think that sub 11.6 will likely be the mark to make this final, Zach.
All right, on to Brian Johnson now for his 4th solve, it appears. Smooth turning, transition between OLL and PLL, 1051. There's a head shake there, but it should be enough. That definitely locks in a final spot for Brian Johnson. Do see at the bottom of your screen, Tyler Gee.
Carter Kukala just locked in that final spot, 1157.
So yeah, that will be the bubble for competitors to make. Tyler Gee with a 14. That might make it hard, if not impossible, to be able to get into the bubble. See Ryan Pilot up for his 5th and final solve.
A lot of table here for the righty OH solver Pilot. He's going to struggle a little bit on this last layer, and that will probably keep him out of this final. Looks like our next confirmed finalist, barring that will be probably his worst possible there. So I'll put him around a 13 average. That'll likely slot Parker Traeger as the last seed going into this final.
There is still some hope. Tyler Gee does have potential at an 1175 average, which might just be enough to sneak his way into that 8th and final spot.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to this. Andreas Landropoulos also has a chance. His BPA is 12 flat. So still a lot of question marks regarding this final spot for one-handed finals. Brian Johnson essentially guaranteed to make it. Even if he gets WPA, it'll be 1064, which will be just above Eli and below Zeke, so he'll be in.
Right now, we are looking for an 1140 from Tyler or a 1099 from Andreas to be able to take the 8th and final spot away from Parker Traeger. So again, Andreas, we're looking for 1099 or below. Tyler Gee for 1140.
These are the moments we live for. Andreas Landropoulos needing that sub 11 to make it into this final. Does he have the clutch factor? Getting into his last layer here, looks to have an L case. J Perm It's not going to be enough. 12:56, and I think that's not going to be able to do it. It's up to Tyler Gee now. He's needs to get, I believe, an 11:40 on this last solve to have a chance to make it into this final. Will it be Gee or Traeger for that 8th spot?
That door's open.
Low. Oh no, he messed
It's
up.
not enough.
11:54. It's going to be Parker Traeger that'll make it in. Oh wow, down to the wire.
2 back-to-back solves. We do see Brian Johnson right now on his 5th. This solve does not matter for Brian. He's already secured his spot into the final round. But let's see if he's able to pull out anything neat. A 1068. He's laughing. He knows he's got his spot anyways. But an electric finale to that second group of 3x3 one-handed. Parker Traeger being able to sneak his spot into the final round, along with Carter Kukala, Matty Hiroto Inaba, Zeke Mackey, Eli Parker, Brian Johnson, Luke Garrett, and of course, Max Park. Here we see a replay of Tyler's solve, just 0.14 away from being into the final round. Quite unfortunate here. Here we see into L6E. Just some shaky turning, 11:54. Unfortunate for Tyler. All right, we are going to transition into an ad break as we get ready for our next event, 7x7 Finals.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy.
Yo!
And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
It's time for the 7x7 U.S. National Championship. From Dan Cohen's 430 in 2009 to Max Park's stunning 141 15 years later, the event has transformed from an endurance test to a sprint of precision and power. Max Park, the defending champion, 17-time world record holder, and national winner every year since 2018, His averages hover around 143, nearly 20 seconds clear of the field. But behind him, the race is wide open. Jack Pfeiffer and Kevin Hayes are neck and neck for silver, both with the potential to break 2 minutes. Kevin's unmatched championship experience could make the difference when the lights are the brightest. And keep an eye on Jeffrey Lee, young, fast, and fearless, with a sub-2 PR mean but limited experience under pressure. With Max chasing perfection and the podium fight heating up, this year's 7x7 final could deliver one of the most dramatic finishes yet. This is 7x7.
And this is the 2025 U.S. National Championship, sponsored by Rubik's and TheCubicle. Manu Singhal alongside Zach Rydell to commentate the first final of the day, 7x7. And Michael Rosenkrantz in the intro summed it up quite well. It is Max Park's game, Zach, and there is simply nothing that anyone else can do other than sabotage his cube to have even a chance at gold.
Who is ready to begin the next final and to crown our next national champion with 7x7? Let us meet our 8 contenders for the 7x7 national champion title. Your 8th seed is a current state record holder from Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 7th seed, placed 4th at the Great Lakes Championships 2025, from Illinois, Carter Thomas.
What is the pressure do? Yeah.
Your 6th seed is the current Southeast champion in 6x6, from Georgia, Vishwa Sankar. Your 5th seed is the current Rocky Mountain champion in 7x7, from Colorado, Jacob Noakes. Your 4th seed is the current New England champion in 7x7, from Massachusetts, Jeffrey Lee. Your 3rd seed is a 31-time national record and 6-time world record holder in 7x7. They are a 2-time world champion and were a national champion in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. And are the current runner-up national champion in 7x7. From Washington, Kevin Hayes. Your 2nd seed is a current state record holder and placed 9th at the World Championships this summer. From Ohio, Jack Pfeiffer.
Yeah, first.
And your 1st seed is a 17-time national record and a world record holder, including the current world record single and average. They are the Western champion in 7x7 and also a 3-time world champion in 7x7. They were a former national champion in 2018, 19, 2023, and are the current defending national champion in 7x7. From California, Max Park. Good luck to all of our 7x7 finalists.
All right, indeed, best of luck to all. Thanks to all of you who are listening, watching throughout this weekend, putting up with a little bit of technical difficulty there. Just need to power cycle, refresh all the cameras so we can get nice, crisp audio, video coming from Providence, Rhode Island to all around the world. Sitting in Providence right now, Jack Pfeiffer with a 154.45 second average across 3 solves, because 7x7 is a mean of 3 event, is sitting in the 2nd seed, looking pretty good so far. 9th place at the World Championship in 2025. Gonna make a run for the silver medal, but that's not if the rest of the field has anything to say about that. Kevin Hayes in particular is the other contender for that silver place, and actually I think has a little bit of an edge. 8th place at the World Championship and consistently quite close to sub 2. It's going to come down, Zach Rydell, to who is going to perform at best under these bright, bright lights.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a lot. We did see 6x6. I guess the most similar event that we have to 7x7. I mean, 6 is pretty close to 7. We did see Kevin Hayes kind of falter. One of the favorites, originally a favorite to be 2nd place on the 6x6 podium, ended up coming 7th, falling behind 2nd and 3rd place Jack Pfeiffer and Luke Garrett. We may see a similar outcome here with Jack Pfeiffer making his way back onto the podium, and Kevin trying to keep a hold of his podium spot that he has built up. Kevin, again, has a lot of focus drifted from this competition. Of course, caring a lot about 6x6 and 7x7, but also having to deal with organizing this competition and making sure that the stream is functioning well. Kevin's got a lot on his mind, and you have to wonder how much of that is still about cubing.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, surely a lot of it is cubing, but it might not be into the speed cubing, more so kind of enabling this platform for all of us and all the other top competitors to show their best. So fantastic job from Kevin so far in this competition, and hopefully, the good karma will go into his solves, making sure he can get some slick times. We just saw Jeffrey Lee panning away from him just briefly. He is also in contention to get onto the podium spot. He recently got a sub 2 actually in his very last round and has PR'd in the last 2 rounds that he's competed in, which is quite incredible stuff, peaking at just the right time as we get started with the round. Jacob Noakes is going to kick things off for us. We are going to see a little bit of a mix between the Redux and the Yao. So you'll see some competitors using Yao. They're going to be holding that left-hand side of their cube very stable as they build the rest of their centers. You might see once they build the first 2 centers, it'll be a time where nothing is really happening. That's actually building the first 3 edges, as we mentioned earlier in the program, similar to 5x5. And then from there, the 2 methods kind of converge. You continue to build the rest of the centers and then build the edges from there.
Do see coming up now, Jack Pfeiffer getting ready to start his solve, taking a similar approach to Parker Traeger and Pyraminx and staying hydrated with the big gallon of water. Gotta wonder if that's maybe preparation for going into this event. I haven't seen him with it earlier, so maybe it's just for 7x7.
It does make a little bit of sense. Like 7x7 is the biggest end-by-end, the biggest puzzle that we have. It does take the longest amongst the sided events that we have here. So maybe it makes sense. You want to be hydrated throughout the solve, and because of that requires maybe a big gallon of water. Let's see if it will translate over to his results. Kind of seeing a lot of rotations coming out of Jack right now, and he's looking to build the second center, the yellow center.
Flowing quite smooth, though. We do see off-stream Luke Garrett around the 115 mark right now. Kevin Hayes also inspecting his puzzle.
Yep, there's Luke in your top corner here. You can see now that Jack has gone into making some edges, that he's holding that left-hand side very stable. So this is the hallmark of a Yao user. You're not going to see any white or yellow on most of the puzzle for quite some time until he flips it over. That flip will be the indication that he's moved on to the next step, which is building the final edge and then building the remaining edges. Yeah, last two centers here. Once this is wrapped up, you'll see the flip, and that flip is the number that we're going to start to pay attention to. 120 for Jack. It's just a split. It gives you an idea of how much time has elapsed through the solve, of course, and also what kind of pace they're on relative to their PRs and other attempts that they do. So a 120 flip for Jack.
215 for Luke Garrett in the top right corner. He's laughing it off. He seems a little maybe frustrated with that time. I'm not sure if frustrated is the right word. Confused might be more approachable, but he's taking it in good humor. Jack finishing up last 2 edges now. Ooh, big lockup.
No. Looks like he fixed it relatively quickly at least, but that is exactly what you don't want to see. Relatively fast 3x3 stage and 206 time for him. Good recovery from that lockup, but you have to think he could have gotten a couple seconds back by just turning a little bit cleaner.
One of the things, this is a mean of 3 event. There is no counting times. They're all counting times. So 2067 for Jack Pfeiffer is going to calculate into his final mean. Going to move now to Kevin, who should be wrapping up his solve in just a moment here.
Yeah, it looks like he should have no much more than maybe 15 seconds left in his solve. Probably a lot less than that from the looks of it. 3x3 stage. Turning is looking quite good here. Avoiding major lockups. And that's how you get to consistent solving. But, looks like he might have made some mistake on the PLL 205 to kick things off. That's the fastest time that we've seen so far in this round. Also interested to see what Jeffrey is pacing or what he's going to get, but perhaps he doesn't have the puzzle yet.
As I say, here, I think this is a replay. Here's that big lockup from Jack Pfeiffer. Count it, 1, 2, 3, nearly 4 seconds of a lockup wasted. You got to wonder if that also maybe threw off his turning. Could have seen maybe a sub 2 there from Jack Pfeiffer if it weren't for that lockup and the lost focus.
Yeah, indeed. It's not just about the time you lose in just the pure fixing the lockup, but also the fact that the lockup happens at all is such a mental killer, especially when you get to big cubes. They're so long that the mental really plays an important factor throughout the solve, not only before and after, and in the interim as you're waiting for solves, but even throughout the solve, the way that your mental changes can really affect the way the top solvers solve. So we watch Vishwa. It looks like he's starting to wrap up. Max is sat down at his seat. Carter Thomas wrapped up at the bottom right, 2:18 time for him. As we move on to Max Park, the world record holder, recently refreshed his world record with some incredible solving in October. The 4-time consecutive national champion going back to 2018. The world champion as well. Just an amazing, amazing solver.
We do see off-stream Vishwa Sankar right now locked up, it seems, during 3x3 stage and caused a pop. This almost certainly knocks Vishwa out of any conversation for a potential podium.
Yeah, very tragic to see. He's basically having to completely reassemble the puzzle. If it were any other event, like 5x5, you could just DNF it right now, take your time to fix the puzzle. But unfortunately, he's leaving the timer running because it's a mean of 3 events. If you DNF, then you're just instantly out of anything. Unfortunately, it seems like the time is just going to be so high that it's going to end up being to something similar effect anyway. He's going to really, really need to come back on the next couple solves to have any type of chance. And in the time that he's used to fix that, Max has finished up with his centers now, roughly around 54 seconds. We're moving into his famed edge pairing step. Just flows almost seamlessly. You're going to see Z2, Z2 from him. That's him trying to find the remaining pieces. Each edge of a 7x7 consists of 5 pieces. So a lot of pieces to look around the cube to try and find, wrangle together, make sure they're not twisted, etc. And in my blabbering, he's almost done with that too, onto last 4 now.
So say, while we're waiting, we did get more times in. Jacob Noakes with a 2:11 and Jeffrey Lee with a 2:17. So Kevin and Jack still are favorites for second and third, of course, as Max Park is finishing up the last 2 edges now.
Yeah, it's actually a bit slower than I would have expected. 141 to finish last 2 edges is quite behind. 148, I mean, you can see right there. There's a 20-second difference between him and everyone else, and that was a bad solve for Max. So there's just no way that anyone is going to get close to him whatsoever. The race is really for second.
We see a top-down view of Jack Pfeiffer right now, but we also see off-stream Jacob Noakes hitting the 2-minute mark on his solve. Kevin also potentially starting to get ready for his next attempt. Eyes are right now on Jack, Jacob, and Kevin aiming for a podium position.
Yeah, I mean, looking at Jacob's solve in the upper right, you saw that around the 2-minute mark, he was still doing edge pairing, and it looks like there was still quite a number of edges to make as he wraps up the 3x3 stage. Now, 223 is really, really, really tough. He's going to need to hope for some chaos in some of the other stations, and if he wants to get back into it. 118 flip for Jack here on his second solve. On the first one, with a 120 flip, he ended up with a 206, of course, as Zach pointed out earlier, but roughly 4 seconds lost to a pop near the end of the solve. So hopefully his cube can stay a little bit more stable, and he should be on track for a sub 2 if he can keep it all together.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to take quite a lot from Jacob to be able to catch up to our current second and third, being Kevin and Jack. And it's also going to require them to mess up a little themselves. Jack right now on edge parity at like 153. Smooth 3x3 stage. It's going to be a 201 from Jack. Head shake, but he doesn't realize in how good of a position he is.
Yeah, that is an extremely competitive time right now. With Kevin getting 205 and the second solve on deck right now, 201 is quite competitive. His average of his first two solves, which are 206 and 201, that ends up being like 204-ish. So that's below what Kevin has right now. So Kevin needs to turn on the gas a little bit, maybe clean up some execution or whatever it needs to be in order to get into a little bit of a higher gear if he wants to chase Jack. But I think Kevin is looking quite good to make it on to the national podium once again. Kevin being on the podium for 7x7 every single year since, if you can believe it, 2010. I think that might be before some viewers of the stream were born.
Not to cut you off, Manu, I think it's worth maybe cutting to Luke Garrett with an exploded 7x7.
Oh, no.
I saw a huge lockup from him, similar to Vishwa, and in an attempt to fix it, seemed to have made the problem all that much worse. Unfortunately, that means that Luke and Vishwa are guaranteed out of contention now, unable to pull a mean with a single DNF.
Wow, that is Timon earlier on a podcast with Caden Lee was talking about exploding cubes. I don't think he was talking about 7x7. That is dramatic, to say the least, and a little bit heartbreaking for Speedcubing's favorite all-rounder, Luke Garrett. Let's switch gears back to Kevin Hayes. He's rounding out his solve now. This is looking to be quite good if he can finish the 3x3 stage. Oh, wow. Looks like he had an all-edges unoriented case. That's really nasty, but it's still a pretty good solve. 203 is in the books for Kevin, and Jack and Kevin are looking neck and neck. 203.94 for Jack is mean across his first two solves, and Kevin is going to end up with something similar to that, and the race is on for silver.
Max starting his next attempt here, 13 seconds deep. We'll keep an eye on things. Jeffrey Lee also potentially rounding out his second attempt. We're starting to see the cube come up from his lap at the 2-minute mark. And there we go, a 204 from Jeffrey Lee, potentially a +2. It is, that is a 206 for Jeffrey Lee. That will bring his mean down, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to contest with Jack or Kevin.
No, 206. I mean, if we average that with 217, running the analysis in my brain. Actually, wow, my brain is running really slowly. I don't even know. I think that's like 211 or something like that. Which is, I mean, that's going to pull him into fourth place right now, projected. But 211 means that he's like 14 seconds behind or something compared to Kevin and Jack. So I think the podium is largely set. The only matter is placement.
And very quick edge pairing for Max here. It seems Luke is maybe just not even reassembling his 7x7. Him and Vishwa both at the same table, so maybe a cursed station.
Yikes.
Max wrapping up L2E
oh,
at the
wait,
128 mark.
Wait, Zach, this is... Okay, this was on pace for something... This is on pace for something insane. 135 from Max Park. An incredible solve there. Wow, that's sub the WR average. Amazing stuff. You were absolutely right when you were talking about the edge pairing. It just completely flew by. I missed when Max actually finished doing his centers. It was around 59 when I watched over, and he was like well into it. But a great 3x3 stage from Max to close things out here. time to start thinking. Are we on the world record watch? Oh, wait, no. He had 148 in the first one, so never mind. I got a little too excited.
Jacob Noakes back again. Unfortunately, seems to be quite out of the podium conversation now, especially with edges left to pair at the 155 mark. I think this wraps up Jacob's podium potential here.
Yeah, it just looks like there's just a little too much pausing there during his edge pairing. His previous steps must have been immaculate because he still ended up with a 210, a very, very good solve overall. Unfortunately, in the context of this final, it's not going to be good enough to bring him into the conversation of podium placement. And I think that will also round out his competition as well here at the U.S. National Championship. Kevin Hayes on deck, stealing himself just a little bit, taking an extra beat. He is in very, very solid contention and has almost wrapped up the podium placement. Of course, he wants silver. He wants nothing less than that. So he's going to need to
Kevin is currently taking Jack and Kevin's current means. Kevin is 0.7 or around 0.7 behind Jack right now. So we're going to need to see something great from Kevin to make sure that Jack isn't able to just safety his way in to the silver position.
Yeah, 0.7 behind across two solves. That means that we're looking at about a 1.5 second difference. So it really does come down, you know what? It might even come down to lockups or simple pausing, stuff like that. Across such a long event, 2 minutes, you need to like hold your attention for. You can't just drone off. It's not. You can argue that FMC you also need to be locked in for an hour, but in FMC you can kind of trail away for 10 seconds, and realistically you're not going to miss an EO or something like that. But in 7x7, you're constantly turning and you're constantly doing stuff. And at the top level, just the amount of concentration that goes into this, I think, is very, very, very impressive as Kevin wraps up his last two centers here. Looking like he's on a quite decent pace so far. That's actually not too different from what Max got during his first attempt, 101-ish on centers for Kevin.
We're also going to see off-stream Jeffrey Lee start his third and final solve. Again, maybe a little out of the silver race, but potentially if Jack or if Kevin gets a time worse enough to where Jeffrey is able to sneak into third, it's something to watch out for. We're going to put him in the top right for you all to see.
Yeah, definitely. He's waiting in the wings, just kind of scrounging, seeing if he can just cash in on anyone making a major mistake. We're most of the way through Kevin's solve now in the main part of your screen. Looks like he's still doing edges on last four, it seems now. I feel like he's going to need to pick up the pace just a smidge and really get into 3x3 stage. Yeah, okay, here we go. 3x3 stage now. We're looking good. Just need to lock in, avoid major mistakes, and I think Kevin will put himself in a very good spot and can expect to contend very seriously for a silver medal. He's just seeing the times that the other competitors have on the big screen. 205, 203, 201 from Kevin Hayes. That will give him a 203 mean, which means that Jack Pfeiffer, the Buckeye, is going to need something like 203 if he is to secure silver at the 2025 National Championship.
Now, in the time that we had there, I saw Jack look over. Jack knows Kevin pulled out something incredible. You gotta wonder, does he have the nerves? Is he able to handle the nerves to be able to make it through and pull off a good enough solve? Imagine the nerves on Jack right now. He was already able to take one podium away from Kevin Hayes. Is he going to be able to make it two, or are they going to be dead even?
The best results he has so far in this event is 9th place at the World Championship. Of course, even making the World's Finals is quite the achievement in and of itself, but nothing tastes better than a medal. That too, sharing a podium with two all-time Big Cube greats, Max Park and Kevin Hayes. Can he get silver? Just wrap things up. Needs to right now working on the last of his first two centers. Once that's done, then we're going to start to go into the Yao edges. This can be a very tricky step sometimes there's a ton of pieces that you need to look at. One of the reasons why people use Yao is because it gets a bunch of edges out of the way early, especially your cross edges. Those are the edges that you're kind of more tuned into, so to speak. It's a lot easier to find those edges compared to other colors. So Jack just wrapping that up now, and now solidly into making his centers.
So I did some calculation in the time that I had. Jack Pfeiffer needs a 202.86 to be able to lock in a silver medal. And also, Jeffrey Lee with a 203 on his last solve means Jack is going to need a 219 at least to stay on the podium.
We got to give him a degree or something like that. Professorship. Professor Rydell coming in there with the numbers. That's great stuff. So 202 is the time that we're looking for as we put Jack Pfeiffer in the main screen. Max Park has started his solve off, but in the context of the national championship, this is probably, this is one of the most important solves Jack has done in his speed cubing career. Can he get it done here? Still working on edges, almost done. Needs to wrap this up quickly.
Oh, it's gonna come down to the wire, Manu.
Oh, it's really, really close. He has like 10 seconds on his 3x3 stage. Can he get it done? UU Prime fumbling a little bit.
Big lockups.
Right there at the end. Oh my goodness, he's got it by point.
It's enough to do.
Wait, so I think on average, that means he's won it by 0.01. The difference between him and Kevin being 0.03 if you sum across the three. Either something like that or he's won it by a very, very small margin. Jack Pfeiffer looking like he has managed to get silver, snatch it out of the hands of Kevin Hayes, who had a great solve 201 on his third. We're just going to wait for the times to cycle in.
Jack looking pumped that he was able to keep composure for that long. I saw him locking up during 3x3 stage, Manu. I was getting extremely nervous on his behalf, and I'm 500 miles away from the venue. Yeah, Jack Pfeiffer with a 203.48 mean, 0.11 seconds faster than Kevin Hayes' mean. Incredible work to Jack, as well as congratulations to Kevin on another national podium.
Indeed. Some great solving. The solving is so good, the cameras are on the fritz. Like, we are in the presence of greatness here. Max is just going to round out this solve. A subpar mean for him, but it doesn't matter. He's locked himself into yet another gold. A 5-peat for Max Park as the 7x7 national champion. And wow, Zach, what a round. You mentioned you're 500 miles away and you can feel the pressure. I'm on the other side of the country. I'm in 3 time zones away, and it's crazy. The room is getting warm here. It's amazing stuff coming out of Providence, Rhode Island. What a 7x7 final.
Yeah, truly exciting. Of course, Max Park, the dominant 7x7 force that we have all known to love. But really, my favorite part about this final, seeing Jack Pfeiffer claim his second national championship. He went into this competition never even having had a chance at thinking about a national championship, and here we are today. I think we're going to pass it off now to Zachary Miller interviewing Kevin Hayes.
We are here with the third place finisher in 7x7, Kevin Hayes. It's a pretty special accomplishment for you. This is your 14th 7x7 national podium in a row. How are you feeling after that?
I'm pretty relieved. This competition means a lot to me. Being like one of the main organizers for it, and then this is the example of this is something I always wanted when I was kind of the top cuber, and just being on the other side and being in an administrative role and being able to provide something like this for everyone is so special. And then also doing it for myself is honestly pretty nice. And it's just so great. And I know everyone really is telling me how much they appreciate this competition, this style, and it feels very validating to have such a stage to be on, and it's something I'm very happy to provide. And I effing did it.
14 in a row after today. That's definitely a huge number. I don't believe anyone comes close in any other event in U.S. speed cubing in terms of dominance. How does it feel to kind of still be on the top in this event, even after all of these years?
Oh, I don't know if we're on the top. I got third, but I'm happy to be here. Great competition from Jack too. I know Jack is well, like obviously Max. Max has been dominating for so long. It's almost like a footnote. It's hilarious that he wins. Like he comes in and he just wins automatically no matter what. But great job to Max, obviously. Jack too. Great competition for Jack. I know he has like not too much experience so far on the major stage, and he's been doing really well this summer. Had a pretty solid Worlds. Obviously, great competition here. I'm kind of thinking he's going to do well in 5x5 final later, and it's just nice. Like I don't know how long I'll still be able to compete for top 3, but it's nice to be able to execute while I can.
Any other messages or shouts you want to get to the crowd or at home?
I know my parents are watching. Thank you. I mean, started like 16 years ago. They're the ones taking me out competitions and supporting me. That feels great. If my sister's watching, thanks for making all the screen graphics. She's a hero helping me out there. And I know I have some other people watching online too, so that means a lot of everyone supporting me.
Awesome. Kevin Hayes, everyone, your 3rd place finisher in 7x7. Congratulations. And a huge congratulations to our 7x7 national champion, Max Park. We'll be transitioning shortly into the 3x3 semifinals, so stay tuned for that.
Yes, indeed. We will be transitioning to the 3x3 semifinals soon. I'm joined now by the man down under, Keaton Ellis. Welcome back to the stream, Keaton. It's like 4 a.m. for you or something like that?
No, I'm so thankful for daylight savings time. It's almost 7 o'clock here.
Okay, there we go.
So, yeah, I got that extra hour of sleep in. But I heard you and Zach talking about being 500 miles or 3 time zones away. I think I'm 9 time zones or 15 time zones away right now. So we're out here. We're excited, and we're ready for 3x3 semifinals coming up.
Oh boy, the 3x3 semifinal. It is always the 3x3 semifinal I find to be one of the most exciting to commentate. You and I, we did it at the World Championship as well. And the reason is the pressure to get into the finals is so real. It's an accomplishment to make it into a major championship finals, whether it's the World Championship or a competitive national championship like we have here in the US. And very special, this year, only 8 competitors are going to make it into the finals, whereas usually we have up to 16. What is going through the competitor's mind, you think, Keaton? And do you have any words of advice for the 16 guys who are about to come up here and try and do their best?
I mean, when it comes to a mindset perspective, I think it's the same whether or not you have 16 people, 20 people, or 8 people. It is you have some cutoff that you have predetermined for yourself, and you really, really want to make sure that you stay below that time.
Indeed. That's what the 8 solvers here are going to be aiming to do. We've already started the introductions, so let's send it down back to Providence.
Our 5th seed from Virginia is Michael Nielsen. Our 4th seed from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Our 3rd seed from Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Our 2nd seed from Georgia is Caleb Chen. And our 1st seed from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Good luck to all of our semifinalists.
Oh boy, what an amazing group. So much talent is gathered right there on this stage right now in McVinney Auditorium. Some fantastic solvers we're going to see there as introduced by Carter Thomas, headlining this group. Maddie Hiroto Inaba, the 1st seed. Caleb Chen, the 2nd seed. Some good solving coming out from both of them in the previous round. The first round, Maddie with a 5.26 average, good for 2nd in the round. And Caleb Chen seeded number 5 coming into this competition, a 6.04, kind of clutched it up on his last 2 solves to end up in 5th place.
Yeah, one person I want you to not sleep on as well, Christopher Sun here. He came in 6th in the first round with a 6.09 average. Chris doesn't compete as much as some of the other competitors, which means that, you know, if you're looking at just the fastest times, you may not be on the psych sheet as fast as the other competitors, but he's one of the people that is expected to make this final round just based on the solves that we have from competitions that they have been to. So you should be looking out for some good solving from him.
Yes, certainly. Christopher Sun, 609 average in the first round. 609 is so competitive. It's number 6 coming into this semifinal. And honestly, I kind of expected it to be a little bit higher if it were not for some fantastic solving coming out from the likes of Max Park, Luke, Dylan Miller, and as we're going to see, Madihiro Inaba. Chris Sun, as we were just talking about, the first to receive his puzzle. He's going to kick things off now. A big set of 5 solves awaits him. Can he make the most of it and put himself into the national final now? Yellow cross is the cross of choice, looking pretty smooth through F2L, pausing a little bit there on the last pair. Strange shape for the OLL, and then very smooth PLL, 7.43. Have to think it's a little bit behind where he wants to be.
Yeah, the cutoff that you're going to look for this final round, coming out of round 1, that cutoff was about 6.4. I think that's a little fast. My simulations were I was playing around with put us at about a 6.7 or a 6.8. So anything below that you should think of as good for the competitors. Anything above that is risking potentially not making this top 8 cutoff for finals.
There we go. That's the analysis by Dr. Keaton Ellis, that is. Caleb Chen now very famously leans quite a lot over the cube. He's a full ZB user, but a critical error he's made in this first solve is 7.3. That's not going to be good enough. Let's switch over to Madihiro Inaba very quickly. Color neutral solver using green cross. Absolutely fluid, turning a 4.61. I didn't even have time to breathe during that solve.
So clean. And it really showcases Maddie's sort of classic style of just turning and never stopping during the entirety of the solve. Maybe not, frankly, still fancy solving compared to your average competitor, but, you know, he leans very hard on the good look ahead and good turning speed in order to perform well.
My, oh my, Mr. Matty, the hero from Hawaii, the Cubing Jedi, goes by many names. A great solve from Brian to start things off for him, 5.15, recently getting his 5.27 PR, which is a little bit surprising for him. At least compared to the remainder of his results. Michael Nielsen now, he's actually already on solve number 2. 704 already in the books for him. You can see that on the projected ranking on the the left-hand side of your screen, excuse me.
Yeah, Brian Johnson, it's a great time to get F double through rough F prime into a PLL skip during national semifinals. So getting a little bit lucky with that one, but you know, getting lucky is not a crime.
Absolutely not. So all the competitors will be chasing their own strain of luck here in the semifinal. Michael Nielsen looking a little pausey on F2L number 3, but otherwise a fluid solve, 6.76, bringing himself back into the conversation a little bit, but is going to need to follow that up with some more fluid solving. You can see Carter Kukala in the bottom left of your screen, now in the center. Some rapid turning here. This is the CFOP method. Carter being able to switch between CFOB and Ru across events. Christopher Sun in the bottom right now. Keaton, we don't even get a moment to breathe, pause, or analyze at all. The competitors are just one after another throwing darts.
This is going to be a fast round, both in terms of times as well as turnaround. 3x3, obviously one of the fastest events. And all these competitors are going to be sometimes spending more time inspecting the cube than they are going to be doing the solutions.
Indeed. Caleb Chen now, he really needs to come back. Unfortunately, hasn't had some fantastic results in major competitions, missing out on world semifinals. There's a ZBLL, that's much more like it. That is the Caleb Chen we want to see more of. 5.22, really bringing himself back in. A mean of 3 left for him.
These guys are getting really nice PR, really nice last layers. Caleb Chen right there, that was a 9-move alg for a ZBLL, one of the ones that sort of you learn right off the bat. So that helps keep the times down here.
Maddie now, he has a color neutral solver, so he has a lot more colors available to him, a lot more solutions available to him, actually taking quite a bit of time and inspection as he picks blue cross. Turning, pausing a little bit on F2L number 3, but his transitions are absolutely fluid. That's another sub 5 from Maddie, 4.92. He's on pace for a sub 5 average.
Normally, Matty does not use as much inspection as the other competitors. Here, he took quite a bit of it and took advantage of it here. That looked like a full step solve with an R perm at the end, so nothing particularly lucky, at least with the last layer. just able to execute it extremely well.
Yeah, and Brian Johnson also showing that there are good solutions out there. They are there to find. The competitors in the second group are going to get the same scrambles, so they're going to have the same opportunities to try and find these good solutions. A 5.7 from him is quite fantastic. He's on pace for another sub-6 average of his own if he can keep it up. Carter Kukala in the main portion of your screen now, doing a couple warm-up solves, keeping those hands loose. We also saw Brian using one of those pre-fire hand warmers, by the way, from the ads that everyone in the chat seems to love.
Yeah, notably Brian as well, one of the other color neutral solvers out there, I believe. So you want to take a look at that for Max Park in the second group.
Unfortunately, Carter is a little bit locky there. They're going to end up with another 7-second solve. Have to feel like that's putting themselves outside the bubble. Unfortunately, right now, the top four, Maddie, Brian, Caleb, Stanley, 6.49, the average across two solves for Stanley to put him in the fourth place currently projected. Caleb Chen is looking to improve his ranking right now. This time will likely count, and he's hoping that it starts with a 5. There's a very, very nice ZBLS into a quick ZBLL. Took a little bit of time to recognize, but 5.31, great execution. Caleb Chen is back in the game, Keaton.
Yeah, all you need to do is make it to the next round at this point. You're not looking to win the national championship at this point. You can only lose it if you don't make it. So here, competitors are potentially not looking to take super high risks, but that was a very clean ZBLS into the ZBLL right there for Caleb. That 5-3 counting means that the 7-3 is a little bit nullified.
Short inspection again from Maddie, but his transitions are so fluid. Holy moly, Keaton, we are officially on NAR watch as Maddie gets a 4.5 completely, like, look at his inspection, or his, oh my gosh, I'm getting flustered too. If you look at his expression, he's completely unflustered. Oh, wow. We have some great scrambles out here. Maddie living up to the moment, counting 4.6.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, I was thinking about, Maddie might be able to get a sub-5 average, and he's had this curse for a while. Lots of 5.0s, but, right now he's got a counting 4.61, which is a full quarter of a second below the NAR average right now, set back in 2022. Oh my goodness. Electric solving.
Yo, if you're tabbed out right now, you got to tune back in. Like, Maddie has 2 more solves left, and he's looking really, really good to break the NAR. Certainly has that potential as Michael Nielsen gets a 7.11. I think this just takes over kind of the entire story of the round. We're talking about, you don't need to PR, you don't need to break any records, don't need to win the national championship. Maddie right now knows he has a golden opportunity coming in with 3 4s in his first 3 solves. This scramble that we're going to see Caleb Chen execute first is going to give us a lot of information potentially on how good at least the white-yellow side might be. Of course, Caleb is going to be inspecting quite a lot more. He's actually picked his orientation quite quickly. Looks like it's going to be yellow cross, the cross of choice, keeps it in front of him, does a nice rotation. Going into his ZBLS, unfortunately no edges oriented, but he's still got a 5.08. Fantastic ZBLL from Caleb Chen.
Oh, yeah, that looked like a good F2L right there, and he had to do his ZBLS kind of awkwardly in order to get out of that dot case that he had at the end. And a little bit lucky on that ZBLL. Otherwise, I mean, Caleb Chen's also tracking for a nice average right now.
Big solve from Maddie right here. If he can get a sub 5-second solve right now, he's locked himself into PR. 5.01, his current personal record average. Yellow cross is the choice for him as well. Great turning at Keaton. I think he's got it. He's got it. 4.64. Sub 5 average for Maddie Hiroto Inaba. And on amazing pace, we need to see when the BPA, WPA locks in. He is looking fantastic to break the North American record average and take it away from Max Park.
Oh my goodness. Oh, he's absolutely crushed NAR at this point. We're counting 4.92. He's got 2 4.6s counting. That's a top 6 result in the world right now for Maddie Hiroto Inaba, and he still has 1 more solve to go. Could count a 4.5 as well. Maddie been chasing sub 5 for so long, and he just absolutely crushes it.
Wow, amazing stuff. You could hear the crowd erupt. The crowd knows exactly what pace Maddie was on just phenomenal solving. He's looked so good at home in his practices. He gets end perm and still gets a 3-second solve. The story is all about Maddie, and we still have 8 solvers to go, including the guy whose NAR he is about to steal. Actually, he's guaranteed to have taken the NAR now. 4.72 is the worst possible average he can get. Congratulations, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. His best possible is 4.60. That would put him 4th in the world, ahead of fellow color neutral solver Timon Kolasinski. Oh my goodness, take a bow after this. One more solve though. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Yeah, Maddie, that was a very clean solve. Also does yellow on that scramble, just like what Caleb Chen did. And it looked like a sledge in the U-perm as the last slot, last layer, which a little bit lucky, but definitely not something to scoff at. You have to execute it perfectly in order to get 4.64.
If you manufacture your own luck, there's a skill that goes into that as well. Oh my, Maddie has earned every bit of this average. A solved cube from Caleb Chen means that we're going to go send it back to the scramble. That's going to probably affect his head a little bit. His best possible average is 5.62. He's actually locked himself into a sub 6 average of his own. So fantastic solving from Caleb Chen. I'm really excited to see what the second group of solvers is going to bring out, because there are actually so many names that are not even on this stage right now. Max Park, of course, the current national champion. Luke Garrett, another color neutral solver. Dylan Miller, another favorite to sneak into this podium. But all that doesn't matter. Here we go. Solve number 5 for Maddie Hiroto Inaba. What can he put together here? Quick inspection once again. This is for top 5 in the world. And a 6-second solve to round this one out. What could have been, what couldn't have been, it does not matter. Ladies and gentlemen, all of our friends beyond the binary, we have a new North American record average set right here at Rubik's and TheCubicle. CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. Take a bow, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Take it all in 4.72 seconds. Just amazing, mind-blowing stuff.
Gotta wait till the end of the day for that one to lock in, though. And the 2 other top color neutral solvers in the US are going to be competing on those same scrambles in just a second.
Oh my goodness. Keaton, I don't think I have enough water sitting in this room to prep me for what's going to be a crazy group number 2. Caleb Chen will certainly have something to say about this as well. White-yellow solver himself, full ZB user, locked into a sub 6 average, now fighting for placement. Sub 6 should be looking good to make the national final here.
And PR potential here for Caleb. Best average is 5.2, which is below his current PR.
Needs to turn well, doing so far. Kind of getting locked up. Again, not a great ZBLS case, it looks like. Tons of unsolved edges. DNF didn't do the last couple turns there. It doesn't really matter. Sub 6 average. I think he's got to feel pretty good about that. Look, he's competing in the same round and on the same average as Maddie got NAR. Of course, there's going to be nerves, flustered. He's one of the youngest competitors in this field. Some call him the future of North American speed solving. I mean, right now, the present is that guy right there. The hero from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Wow. .62 solve from Brian Johnson. He looks like that solve number 4 for him was just behind the pace a little bit, it seems. 515, 570. So he has some good counting solves as well. 2 sub 6 counting solves. Or perhaps maybe he's wrapped up here? No, I think he's still sitting at the station. We can see in one of our cameras. So we'll go back to Brian shortly, but I'm speechless. We knew that the NAR average was at risk coming into this competition. 5 solvers who we thought had a chance, but as we mentioned at the jump, this was probably the most stressful round of 3x3 this year, aside from the World Championship semifinals. And the man is mental, to say the least. He's been reading lots of books about how to channel that energy, keep himself in the zone, and just amazing.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff, especially after being on that sort of cusp for so long. Matty has multiple 5.0x averages and has been sort of tracking his PR down from 509 down to 501. And so being able to finally break that is pretty impressive. It looks like a nice set of scrambles overall. You see this divide in the round, by the way. You have 3 solvers who are sub 6. Brian Johnson, even on this last solve, he's guaranteed a 592 WPA. So worst case scenario, he's going to be sitting quite pretty. No one seems to be doing that well on this final solve, though. Best time is Christopher Sun's 651.
Yeah, here's Brian now. He's going to look to beat that. I mean, certainly on good pace, but kind of looks like he got lost in the sauce during F2L. There's the ZBLL. It's just a practice solve at this point, 7.81. Oh, Keaton, I don't know if I can take another group of this insanity. This is just quality solving coming out from the all-stars here from all across the country.
Yeah, it's really incredible stuff. There's only one average that was in the 6-second range. Christopher Sun over here with the 659. That is the person that I would be, that I think is probably most nervous in this type of situation. You essentially are hoping that only 4 people beat you in a group that has Dylan Miller, Luke Garrett, Luke Reiser, Max Shao, Max Park. Quite a few names that I could drop here.
It's going to be tough. Enough of hearing us bozos. We are going to send you all down to the new NAR holder, Matty Hiroto Inaba and Zachary Miller.
All right, everyone. I'm here with Matty Hiroto Inaba, who just broke the North American record for 3x3 average. Matty, this is your first ever record. You've unlocked a new tab on your profile. Just first tell us what's kind of going through your mind right now.
I mean, it's just undescribable how many times I've failed out of this record and how many years I've been capable of getting it. So just to get it here it feels pretty amazing.
You've been trying for this for nearly 5 years now, since 2021 at Idaho Summer B, and now here in the biggest stage at CubingUSA All-Stars, you finally managed to get it after 4 solves. Tell us how it felt. What was that 4th solve like where you clutched that up?
I mean, during warm-up, I was averaging sub 5, so coming into here, I knew I was bound to do something good, whether it was a record or not. But yeah, I mean, that was just I've been just waiting so long to have an average like that, so it feels really, really good.
What's the next goal now that mental barrier's gone?
Probably sub 4.5 is my next goal. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Matty Hiroto Inaba, everyone. Congratulations once again. Back to you guys upstairs.
You know, I'm sitting here in Los Angeles, relatively close to the island of Hawaii. You know, Keaton is sitting on the other side of the world, down under. Right between us are the 5 islands of Hawaii, the 5, 6, 7 main islands of Hawaii. Matty has done the state incredibly proud. One of the original, main guys from the speedcubing community there, traveling all across the West Coast, all across the country to compete. And what an incredible honor for the Hawaii speedcubing community. I was just in Hawaii earlier this month. If you all have a chance to go, if you're in the U.S., you have to visit Hawaii. Amazing people in Hawaii, and some amazing speed solving clearly is living out there. What a talented young man is Matty Hiroto Inaba. You almost saw it coming. I have nothing else. Keaton, can you clean up this part of the commentary for me, please?
Yeah. Let's talk about the fact that Matty not only is a continental record holder, as a guy, plays baseball, oil paintings. He goes to Columbia. It's a sort of an all-rounder in life, not just in cubing. But these are some incredible solves. It is something that I think we've seen as a potential for a very long time. Matty has always been very close, always been the bridesmaid, but never the bride when it comes to some of these records. Has won major championships with North American championships before, but that was never able to close in on that record. Of course, 3x3 in the U.S. is really hard, but we've got some competitors coming up for the rest of the group.
Indeed. Let's transition over.
From Kentucky, R60, Luke Reiser. Wisconsin, Zeke Mackey. From Indiana, our third seed, Luke Garrett. Our second seed, from Louisiana, Dylan Miller. And last, our first seed, from California, Max Park. Good luck to all our competitors.
We've got a second here to debrief before we get straight into this 3x3 round 2, group 2 here at US Nationals. Taking a look here, some practice solves coming out from Dylan Miller. Dylan, one of the fastest turning solvers in this group. Really leans on that, does know some ZB, but primarily focuses on high turn speed, high quality F2L, preaches that in both some YouTube videos and I believe his own sort of personal coaching. He's dyed his hair purple for this competition. Hopefully that brings him some good luck.
Yes, indeed. I mean, it's brought him good luck so far in the previous round. 5.45 average for him. Another man who has faced some good luck recently, Luke Garrett. We saw Maddie's NAR average was color neutral. There were some times where he picked colors other than white and yellow. So Luke actually has an opportunity to see similar solutions. A fantastic turner in his own right, the Great Lakes champion. Although I'll note that he did lose the overall title to Dylan Miller in that competition. So many competitors in this group in particular who are looking to make it into the finals. You mentioned it earlier, Keaton. If I'm Christopher Sun, I'm watching this extremely closely, and maybe it's a little bit BM, but you have to be kind of hoping that someone locks up or something because you do not control your own destiny at this moment if everything goes by the chalk. Dylan Miller, the first one to start us off here. 5.45 average, third seed overall, second seed in this group. Very important for him to get off to a good start. Although he did come back from a 6.99 start, so he's going to feel pretty good about his odds overall.
8 seconds.
We're going to go to the overhead now. He's a white-yellow solver, as Keaton mentioned. There's a little bit of ZB knowledge, but he's not going to do much. He's not going to do any ZBLS. Pretty simple WKs. Didn't look like he finished cross, though. That's a critical error and not one you want to make on the first solve of an average like this. 7.52 to start off for Dylan.
Messing up cross like that with the U-perm on the bottom layer, starting things off is really tough. It's one thing, though, to have it. It's another to at least execute the rest of the solve and then go back into the U-perm at the end. For all things considered, that was a nice recovery.
And remember, you do get one solve to just throw. So it's not all over for the Bayou Boy just yet. Here's Zeke Mackey now. Also a fantastic all-rounder. Was pretty close to a Megaminx podium. 7.02 to start off for him. Probably wants to get something a little bit better than that, considering others in the field have started posting times. Max Xiao off to the side a little bit. 6.09. And Aaron Jake Wong from New York got second in the clock event. 6.19 for him. As we are waiting for Luke Garrett to begin his average.
Yeah, Zeke Mackey getting the Colin Burns OLL right there. Helped Colin get a world record way back in the day, but it is a very long algorithm. At least it was able to turn into a J-perm. But 7.02, I would call it a cusp solve. You're really going to want something a little bit faster than that. Luke looking like might have been a solved cube.
Yeah, not entirely sure. A little bit of a mishap, unfortunately. I mean, Luke Garrett is such a great guy at competitions. He's always smiling, always talking to people, really carries himself well. Hopefully he doesn't get to his mental too much. Here's Aaron Jake Wong now in the main part of your screen, 619 as I mentioned earlier to start off. If he can keep that pace up, he is going to be in a good position to knock off Chris Sun at least and get his name into the final of this national championship. Very fumbly at the end, 8.53.
Aaron with the 626 PR average, so I would call a 619 slightly better than average.
All right, this is quite the duo here. Dylan Miller in the center and Luke Greiser in the bottom center. There's F2L now. A bit sloppy on the turning, unfortunately. Needs to finish up on this last layer. 8.17. He's going to count 7.52. That is a very, very rough start for Dylan. Max Park to try and answer. He might have his NAR stolen if he can't get it back by the end of the day. 6.03 to start off for him. And now we switch over to Luke Greiser. Again, it's one after another. Fantastic solver after fantastic solver.
And Dylan Miller slowed down right there at the end of that solve. Probably would have been a 7-2, 7-3 without the sort of frustrating cube drop. That means that 7.52 that he got on the first solve is counting. So, you can't quit until the round's over.
Indeed. Here's Greiser on perhaps ZBL knowledge. 6.54. During the Worlds Finals, he did try and turn it off to some extent, but of course, very hard to do that when you spend so much time in recognition and execution. 6.5, it's kind of a middling solve. 6.8 is what he got earlier. He's going to need to pick up the pace just a touch, especially as Max Xiao posts 6.02 now.
Yes, that solve by Luke looked decent until that last layer right there. The ZB execution there was a little bit scuffed. One thing to note, though, 6.54 as a time is just underneath 6.59 for Christopher Sun.
Looks like we missed Luke Garrett's first solve, a 5.86, very solid. That's going to give him a little bit of confidence starting his average. Max Xiao in the center part of your screen. He's the only one of the four that we're currently looking at who have a cube in front of them. Evan Brown, the judge, winning FMC earlier today, becoming the national champion. As Max takes just an extra second to make sure all is good on his end, we switch over to Aaron Jake Wong, who's currently solving. Bit pausey on that last bit of F2L. 7.74, not fantastic for him. He's going to drop a bit down on the projected rankings.
Yeah, that 619 starting was good, but he had an 835 hanging over his head. Max on solve 3 here. Orienting all edges in order to get a ZBL out. 694, he's shaking his head, but he's tracking well right now.
Yeah, not too bad for Max. Yeah, both Maxes look like they are in contention to make it into the final. Dylan, after starting with 7.5, 7.8, needs something quite good to come back. He's going to need to count probably 2 low 5s or something, not something that he is a stranger to. But to execute on the biggest stage is certainly difficult. His turning is coming in now, 6.38. Not too bad. That will probably be counting. At least he'll want that time to be a counting time. That should bump him up just a little bit, but 7.52 counting is quite tough.
Yeah, he'll need it to be counting. He doesn't really have a choice if he wants to try to make it to that final round.
Max Park, another solid solve coming out from him. 5.84. So it looks like he is not going to be able to chase Maddie's NAR average in this round at least. 5 more scrambles will be coming up for him in the finals. Luke Greiser. There's some more ZBLL, a bit of a tougher set, 6.31. Or actually, no, I think that was a 2GLL set. So that's actually one of the easier sets, showing off a bit of
good execution on it as well.
Sometimes it can be hard to execute 2GLLs just because there are like a bunch of RUs back-to-back. Sometimes a combination of R and U's don't make the most sense either. But good work from him. 8 flat for Zeke Mackey. That's unfortunately going to count a 7.02 for him. So that'll bump him down just a touch.
Right now, I think we are looking at Christopher Sun slotted into 8th place based on projected rankings at the moment. So 6.59 cutoff is what these competitors need to beat.
Interesting.
This is
Orange
Solve
Cross.
2.
Yeah, Orange Cross 2. That's different than any competitor. I don't think anyone has picked that so far. 5.37. Very solid average for Luke Garrett. He is pacing for a sub-6 average of his own. Only 3 competitors in the last group got sub-6. Right now, Max Park is looking at sub-6. And, of course, Luke Garrett with 2 5s in that conversation as well. Trying to manifest a little bit of luck for Dylan Miller. If it's any consolation, some of Maddie's solves were also white-yellow. In particular, I believe this 4th one was white-yellow as well.
Yeah, solve number 4, the clutching solve for Maddie was on yellow cross. Same with Caleb Chen's 508. See Max Xiao in the bottom right, 607, I believe. That's pretty consistent for him. Counting 6-0, 6-0, 6-9. Comfortably making it in at this point. The 6-3 average is going to be better than Christopher Sun for certain. Dylan Miller needs a good time here. He's got a different orientation than Caleb and Maddie had at the start of the solve.
Looking a little bit shaky through his turning. He's going to end up with another 6.5 plus 2, 8.58. Those couple of degrees are going to prove critical as Dylan is going to count an 8-second solve. One of the favorites to make it onto the national podium looks like is going to get knocked out in the second round, unfortunately, in quite tragic fashion.
That's a really unfortunate +2 right there. And as the saying goes, you cannot win nationals in the second round, but you can lose it. And unfortunately, Dylan Miller, I think he knows. He has to know that counting 7-5 and 8-1 are not going to be able to make it.
Yeah, as we see Luke Greiser get a 5.56. Not a great average in the first round for him, but he's putting together a solid set of solves here. In fact, he was number 9. He was the man on the bubble as we watch Max Park get a 4.72. Apologies for missing that. But yeah, we're starting to see the picture kind of come into shape a little bit more. Maddie, Brian, and Caleb guaranteed to advance into the finals. And a couple of other great solvers have already put some good times down. Max Xiao also looks like he'll advance. Actually, Chris Sun is guaranteed to advance as well at this point. 6.16 from Luke Garrett. That means that Max Xiao is also guaranteed to advance, and considering Luke Greiser just put down a 5.56, well, yeah, 6.57. So Greiser is also guaranteed to advance. Garrett and Max. So I think we have our. Do we have our top 8? We do. I think we do. The top 8 is
almost
set now.
Pending Luke Garrett and Max Park not double DNFing or something catastrophic happening.
You're right.
But yeah, we're very likely to have them in. But we'll wait for the mathematical guarantee. Anything can happen here at Nationals.
Indeed. We've seen wilder things happen before at cubing competitions. Max Xiao now, last solve, a little bit of a formality. His cube can explode like Luke Greiser's or Luke Garrett's during 7x7, and it will make no difference to whether or not he advances to the final round. We want to get something good for himself, though. Quite a bit of a pause there on F2 number 2. It looked like the +2 for him as well. 637 average. He's locked in. No worries there.
Yeah, he will be fine. That is only going to affect his seeding, which I think is more or less going to be slotted in as the 6th seed here, unless there's a pretty crazy solve out of Luke Greiser. By the way, the cutoff for this round looking like a 6.59. In a worst case scenario, 6.59. The cutoff to make semifinals, to make finals last year, which was a top 16, 7.21. That average would not have even put you into the second round here at Nationals this year. So
wow.
This is an incredibly fast field.
Wow. Definitely buoyed by the three solvers that you have on your screen right now. Max Park, Luke Garrett, Luke Greiser, all looking good to make it into the final round. And Max with an amazingly fluid solve. He almost got a 4-second solve himself if it were not for a little bit of hesitation. 5:23. Luke Garrett now yellow cross is the cross of choice. This is just basically a practice solve. Needs to kind of lock in on his turning a little bit. 6.56. He is extremely upset because he thinks that he's on the bubble. He doesn't realize that he's actually already in and confirmed. His worst possible average would have beaten Chris Sun, who had already advanced at this point.
Yeah, he'll be fine. He will be fine. Luke right now on this fourth solve that clutch Maddie's. Oh, this is a nice solve for Luke here.
Indeed, 4.77. Best solve of the average so far. Pretty close to Maddie's 4.64 second solve. I like the crowd work that that Garrett is doing a little bit. So with that, even if Max and Luke DNF their final solves, we've avoided the dreaded double DNF scenario. And the top 8 is fully set. Depending on what the best possible, worst possible average is, we will end up with the rankings that you see on the left-hand side of the screen right now. Madi Hiroto Inaba with the NAR 4.72 will end up in number 1 in the ranking. One of Max Park or Luke Garrett is going to end up in the 2-3 slot. It just matters which order they will be in depending on the results of this final solve. Brian Johnson, slower than both of them, is guaranteed 5.92. Caleb Chen, the final sub-6 solver, coming in at 5th place. Max Yao, Luke Greiser, Christopher Sun to round out the finals, or the finalists, rather, at the U.S. National Championship. Final solve coming out for Max Park. Theoretically, there is a world record single to be had here. I don't really expect that to be on the cards for either competitor remaining, but a 3 would certainly be electrifying. Give us a little bit of boost going into the late afternoon here in Rhode Island. 555 from Max to close things out. Great solve from him. He's turning well. I mean, if he ends up with something similar to what he got in this round, I mean, that could win the national championship, barring some insane heroics from the Cubing Jedi.
Well, you're going to also need a little bit of luck here in order to make it onto that Nats podium, let alone a Nats win. These guys are very close to each other. In terms of simulations, Max, Maddie, and Luke are sort of some of the favorites to win here. So you're going to need a little bit. And they're all color neutral. So yeah, you're not able to rely on better cross colors in your opponent.
Green cross the choice for Luke Garrett. A very solid solve to clean things up here in the semifinal round of the U.S. National Championship. I think he's going to take the edge over Max Park potentially. We'll have to wait for the decimals and everything to sort itself out. The top 8 is fully seated and ready to go. Keaton, your overall impressions, thoughts of that round of 3x3, a fantastic round as far as I'm concerned.
They look like good scrambles, especially for color neutral solvers. You see our 3 color our top.
Perhaps the down under internet acting up a little bit as I think we've lost Keaton. He was about to say the top 3 solvers were all color neutral as well. Some amazing stuff, and of course highlighted by Maddie's 4.72 new North American record average. Incredible stuff. One of the great things about streaming on YouTube is you can actually go watch that still live. You can scroll down below as we head to the ad break, and we're going to start off with Pyramix Finals. It's been a fantastic U.S. Championship so far, and we'll see you all very shortly.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
It's time for the Pyraminx U.S. National Championship. Few events change hands as rarely as Pyraminx. From Felix Lee's early streaks, to Drew Brad's mid-2010s dominance, to Michael Nielsen's near-perfect run over the past 3 seasons, this event has long been ruled by just a few names. Michael Nielsen enters as the heavy favorite, 2-time national champion, 4-time major podium finisher, and the face of North American Pyraminx since NAC 2022. After back-to-back runner-up finishes at NAC 2024 and Worlds 2025, the door is open for someone new. Parker Traeger has already proven he can do it, beating Michael head-to-head in round 2 of Worlds to take top seed into finals. Still chasing his first major podium, this could be his moment. Don't overlook the wild cards. Simon Kellum, the world record single holder, remains a danger despite recent inconsistency. Trip Peters has been surging, and Clement Tucker's recent finals appearance shows he's ready to break through. Experience meets momentum, and Pyraminx could finally see a shakeup. This is Pyraminx.
We are now ready to move into crowning our next national champion in Pyraminx. Let's go ahead and meet our 8 contenders for the Pyraminx national champion title. Your 8th seed is the current runner-up national champion in Pyraminx from Texas, Marcus Kamen. Your 7th seed is a current state record holder and world finalist in Pyraminx from Connecticut, Clement D. Tucker. Your 6th seed is a current state record holder in Pyraminx from Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 5th seed is a 2-time world record holder in Pyraminx, including the current world record single. From Wisconsin, Simon Kellum. Your 4th seed is a current reigning state champion in Pyraminx. From New York, Parker Traeger. Your third seed is the current Great Lakes champion in Pyraminx from, apologies, from New York, Elliot Perkins. Your second seed is a 3-time national record and 1-time world record holder in Pyraminx. They currently hold the national and North American record for Pyraminx average. They were the former national champion in 2023 and are the current defending national champion in Pyraminx. From Virginia, Michael Nielsen. And your first seed is a state and region record holder in Pyraminx and placed 4th in the World Semifinals this summer. From Massachusetts, David F. Andron Silva. Good luck to all of our Pyraminx finalists.
Welcome everyone to the Pyraminx final here at Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We're coming off a heater of a 3x3 semifinal and are set for another fantastic final here in Pyraminx. Manu Singhal, Zach Rydell on the call here. Zach, you were commentating Pyraminx earlier today. What can we expect to see from the top 8 from that first round?
So Pyraminx round 1 saw quite a shakeup. Not a single average obtained in round 1 would have qualified any of the solvers to make it into this competition. So right now, it's anyone's game. The fastest average that we saw in the first round was a 218 from David Andron Silva, which is easily beatable by any of the solvers that we have right now in these 8 seats. Names to look out for, again, David Andron Silva, Michael Nielsen, current reigning national champion, Parker Traeger, and Elliot Perkins. Truly, it is going to be a historic final to watch. Manu, I'm so excited. How are you doing?
To be honest, I'm still recovering from Maddie syndrome. Oh my goodness, that was just absurd. So we're going to have to give it all we got here as we watch some of the best of the best. I actually think that this New York call is a little bit incorrect from Elliot. He is from the Midwest. Of course, he's the Great Lakes champion. I think he's from Indiana.
I believe he has moved. He is representing New York as of now.
Oh, I see. Okay.
But we got a lot to watch out for. I was watching the live stream, even though I was on my break. I didn't have to commentate. I was really nervous. Wanted to see Christopher Sun make it into the finals, which he did. So we're good. Simon Kellum coming up here. Let's get back to Pyraminx.
Yeah, he's going to kick things off here. 1.74, so a very, very solid start for Simon. Looks like he actually kind of lost his way a little bit. 275, 463, and 258 in round 1. Those are really off times, but as you were saying, it's kind of an off round for everyone. As we watch Elliot Perkins now, quite frustrated with himself. Pyraminx his main event, even though he is an all-rounder, a 4.57 with the +2. Not what you want to see.
Marcus came in with a 154. We did see a huge lockup from Simon. I believe this is a very low move count solution here, so we could see quite a lot come. If anything happens, and if these solves or if these scrambles are like twice as good as what we saw in round 1, then we're going to see something really special here, Manu. Michael Nielsen
perhaps half as bad is the correct phrasing there. Yeah, Michael's going to take some time to warm up. He's notorious for taking quite a long time. The competitors have up to a minute to warm up, and that's actually being timed by all of the judges as well. A couple other solvers you can see
in the bottom right.
Their puzzles too.
Clement Tucker about to start in the bottom right. Let's see.
Yeah, there you go. That's a low move
with
count.
All the lockups.
Yeah, and then here's Luke Garrett. Missing out on the Great Lakes podium. There's a nice, good-looking block there, and that tip is also oriented. Looks like it's a two tips total. 1.99 for Luke Garrett to start off his Pyraminx round.
150 for Michael Nielsen. That will put him in first right now in our projected rankings, even though we are just one solve in.
I mean, even this first solve can kind of make or break averages sometimes. Not necessarily the hard numbers of the mechanics, but just like kind of the mental, especially for something like Pyraminx, where a singular muscle twitch accidentally turns a tip or something like that, causes a lockup, it just spells disaster for such a short event where the competitors are getting less than 2 seconds per solve. David F. Andron Silva, 1.73 of his own. That puts him in the same range as Simon Kellum.
Here we see Parker Traeger. Known for his high TPS, it's going to be really nice to see what he can pull off on his potentially a low move count solution. Simon Kellum up first.
Yeah, he's already got his cube, finished his inspection. 1.51, excellent time from him, even though you can see him kind of slapping his head a little bit. Looks like this is the first scramble as well for Parker. Again, same orientation as Luke Garrett was holding it in. 1.58 from him, a little bit better execution on whatever that solution was. Not a bad start. Elliot now needs to come back from his 4.
157 for Elliot Perkins. He is back in it. I think we have something really special about to go on, Manu. These first 2 solves are going to set up these solvers for the rest of their average, of course. Of course, we take away the best and worst time in the average. So as soon as you can get out 2 good times, the better. Clement Tucker with a 173 in the bottom right of your screen.
He's dressed for a very, very chilly winter, it seems. As you know, the competition is in Providence, Rhode Island, and it is November, so it is certainly that time of year. So just for the occasion, you can say. Michael Nielsen has his cube in front of him, finished up his warm-up solving. We're going to quickly switch to Luke Garrett. Can see from the scramble only 1 tip. That is what the competitors want to see. 1.49, sub 1.5. Fantastic solution from him. Same scramble now for Michael Nielsen. Coming in with 1.50. Same orientation as well, putting it in the back and solving that tip immediately. 1.74, just not quite as clean as Luke did, but 1.74 is still quite solid. He looks like he is solidly in the lead.
Yeah, I think we've got 2 heaters for these first 2 scrambles, Manu. This is really where it's going to matter to be able to turn under pressure, especially at a high speed. With Pyramix being such a low move count event, it's really important that you go through big bursts of speed. Of course, one-looking your solve, putting out all your moves while you can. Marcus Kamen starting inspection right now. Runner-up national champion.
Yeah, amazing Pyramix solver. He's going to go ahead for number 3. I think this is the first of scramble number 3 that we're going to see. Opting to solve that 1 tip in the back at the very end, 1.8. He got a 2.6 on the last one, so good comeback from him. David now. That's solve number 2 for David, I believe, so 1.54. Yeah, he's putting himself in the same conversation as Michael Nielsen. Parker Traeger has yet to do that scramble. As we see Simon Kellum get 1.86, so some good. Looks like scramble number 3 also has some juice as Parker gets started.
139 for Parker Traeger.
It's
odd. We went from round 1 only had 3 sub 2s, and now we only have 2 solves right now above the 2-second barrier.
Such is the life of a Pyramix main. So much depends on the scrambles, but the competitors are really living up to it. When the lights are brightest, like the pressure is highest, these guys are producing diamonds. Clement D. Tucker from Connecticut now, 2.17s to start off the round. A bit of a longer solution, 2.12. The other competitors found something shorter. Here's Luke, 3 edges left. Unfortunately, locked up quite a bit. That solve is not going to count at the end. It's a 5.
Clement immediately looking out into the crowd for potential validation from some friends, trying to see where he's at pace-wise. Michael Nielsen now warming up.
Of course, the competitors have some sort of internal clock, you can call it. They have some sense of what they think it can win and what is going to be good for them. I mean, as you mentioned at the jump, all of these guys are thinking sub 2 is possible for every other guy who's sitting up here. So that's not going to be good enough. They want something a lot lower, and Parker is pacing quite well. Marcus Kamen and Michael Nielsen are going to be inspecting at the exact same time right now. Their times are also going to come in at roughly the same time. Marcus first, 1.86. Now it's quickly going back to Michael. 2.04, a bit of a longer solution, unfortunately. Didn't look like there were any major blocks already built for him there, and he's trending in the wrong direction. You want to be going down as the solve count increases. He is going up instead, counting 1.74 at this time.
Marcus was our first hint at the 4th scramble there. That scramble that we just saw. It is a 3-tip scramble. so still not unlucky. Could obviously be one tip worse. We're going to see David and Parker both inspecting or getting ready to inspect. Simon Kellum starting his inspection now.
Simon in the bottom right, he has the cube in his hand, so he's a bit ahead of both David and Parker. Parker actually behind the count. Actually, Parker and David are both on the same scramble now. Scramble number 3, in which we saw some pretty decent results, but also we saw a bit of separation. 287.
287. Super locky turning from Simon Kellum. Does not look thrilled. We are going to see both David and Parker start. David, 236, late tip fix at the end there. Parker Traeger with a DNF.
Wow.
Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, fortunately, Parker does not have a bad solve that is counting because of that DNF now. At worst, that 158 is a counting time, which is a good time for Parker anyways. So we still have a lot of potential here.
Yeah, I'll give a note to the audience. The projected ranking is a little bit behind. Still hasn't put in Michael Nielsen's third time just as of yet, so keep that in mind as you're listening at home. Here's Clement now, 2.41, feeling like that's a little bit of a misstep, following up 2 with another 2. Not fantastic. Michael got his cube now, is going to do a couple final turns.
Yeah, we are going to see, even with that DNF, Parker is still projected first right now in the round.
Yeah, I mean, he has the best counting time so far, 1.58. Michael getting a 2 on that last solve, which means that he's counting 1.74. So Parker is like a quarter of a second ahead of Michael right now. Also, he's actually a good amount ahead of David as well. David having 1.73.
It seems we are having technical difficulties here. Our cameras have frozen up. We will keep you posted with the information as soon as we can get it.
Yeah, perhaps related to why WCA Live is also behind a little bit. I wonder if some internet issues in the venue are causing some problems. But Zach, so far we've seen 2 incredibly good solves. We saw all the competitors get some good results on them. Solve number 3, we're starting to see a little bit of separation between the competitors. Who do you have on your top 3 right now?
My top 3, I am absolutely pulling all of my Mid-Atlantic pride here. I got the Mid-Atlantic Championship banner behind me. I really think that we're going to see the top 2 be Michael Nielsen and Parker Traeger. I definitely think that there's potential for David Andron Silva to stay on the podium. I think a mix of those 3, sorry for hitting my microphone, a mix of all of those 3 will probably be what we see on the podium here. We do have our camera feeds back, I believe. So we are going to return now.
Awesome.
We will fill you in as soon as more times populate in a WCA Live. Parker Traeger with a 202. That will be counting, unfortunately. Oh, it's a +2. Parker Traeger with a 402, which is now counting. That might put him out of any sort of podium contention. Our cameras freezing up again due to technical difficulties. This is stressful, Manu. This is stressful.
Stressful for the competitors, stressful for us, stressful for probably not the spectators. I think the spectators are eating it up. But that 202, Zach, that one is going to end up being really, really critical. We were just talking about how Parker has the best counting solve, 1.58. And now all that has kind of been erased a little bit. And now if you average those 2, you're in the same realm as what Michael Nielsen has, 1.74, and what David F. Andron Silva has in 1.73 counting.
I'm not sure if you saw it, Manu. The 202 was a +2 by 1 tip. So it is now a counting 402 for Parker.
Wait,
Parker is out of the podium.
He's out. He's out.
This is a good opportunity for anyone else to sneak in. We did get word that currently the venue is resetting the Wi-Fi. Marcus Kamen has finished his average, a 202 average. That is the average to beat right now. Cameras are back up. Simon Kellum finishing with a 216 average. Currently, Marcus still projected first. Or projected in front of Simon, sorry.
Yeah, Luke Garrett also wrapping up his average, 2.21 for him. So that currently is your podium. Well, forget that because Clement got 1.47 on the final solve. That is a great solve, one of the best we've seen. 1.88 is his average in the clubhouse. We'll have to see what other solves are remaining. It's a little bit hard to tell, like how much WCA Live is behind as well.
Sorry, David Andron Silva has a 158 on his timer display, which I believe he got on his fourth solve. Parker Trigger with a 139, but David with a 158, which is counting 158 and 173. David is currently your front runner for first place.
Oh yeah, no, he's looking good. He's looking quite good. Elliot's got his cube in hand now. After starting with 4.57, a 2.45 on solve number 3. We're not sure if this one is scramble number 4, scramble number 5. We might be able to tell once the cover is lifted up. He is in the hunt a little bit, but he's really going to need to get like 1.515 to close things out, I think, to have a chance.
Well, Elliot still has, right now is counting a 2.45. So I think things are kind of shut out right now for Elliot, unless he gets 2 very low ones.
Well, that's step number 1.
Okay, I believe that's his 5th. Michael Nielsen, 149. I'm
wow,
unsure
great
which
solve.
solve number this is. We only have 2 put in for him right now.
We know that he got a 202, but a fist bump from him. Oh, he's hyped. He might have just won the national championship.
I think, yeah, we need to see from the average, because only 2 times have been put into WCA Live so far, but given his approval from the crowd and the holding up of a number 1, I think that's it for Michael. It might depend on what David gets here, though.
Right. Yeah, I definitely can't count out David. Elliot is getting up, so he is wrapped up with his average. So unless he got 1.515, he is probably out of it. Michael Nielsen finishing up with a 1.65 average, which means that David F. Andron Silva from Massachusetts, for first place, he needs to get a 1.62. That is it. He needs to get 1.62 to get first. Oh, yes. 1.62 to get first.
Clement Tucker guaranteed on the podium as well. Can David take first? David cannot take the first from Michael Nielsen. We will see back-to-back national championships for Michael Nielsen, as well as 2 New England Cubers, David F. Andron Silva and Clement D. Tucker, hometown heroes, making their way onto the Pyraminx podium as well.
Wow, what? It's just drama. Drama back and forth. The last round with 3x3 semifinals, of course there's drama. There's so many names in there. And the Pyraminx final, the Wi-Fi goes out. There's DNFs all over the place, +2s. It's just so volatile. We had good scrambles as well. The competitors really came out. But at the end of the day, it's the guy who's been at the top 2 years in a row, and now he's making it year number 3, getting the triple. Michael Nielsen. Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, easily cemented himself. Cemented as one of the greats when it comes to modern Pyraminx solving. I mean, truly a legacy that is now, I think, 6. This is his 6th national championship, 5 if you only count Pyraminx. He does also have a 2x2 national championship, which is an insane statistic to have. Insane congratulations to Michael Nielsen.
Just amazing stuff, and good for the competitors kind of to hold it in. I'm not sure if they understood what was going on with all this Wi-Fi stuff, if it like delayed like their cubes coming out or whatnot, but you could see a lot of stress built up in McVinney Auditorium for that Pyraminx final. I'm glad that we got a good one. Good to always see the hometown crowd also take some of the medals, but it is the Mid-Atlantic, the Virginian Michael Nielsen, who stands now with Zachary Miller.
Redefending national champion Michael Nielsen. So this is now your 3rd time winning Pyraminx in a row. Tell me what's kind of going through your mind right now, especially on this big stage.
This is definitely the most nervous I've been for one. I practiced about a month coming into this, which is a lot less than I usually do. And I have, a streak to defend now, and so it was, really hard. I don't know, not stressing too much, and I'm glad it's over and it went the way I wanted.
Were there any solves during that? That seemed like a pretty decent scramble set by all things considered from back here. Were there any solves that kind of stood out to you during that average?
I'm in love with solve 5 because it was an Alex set that only a handful of people know. So I was really thrilled to see that, and I think it was like a big luck clutch for me.
Any specific shout-outs or messages you want to send out to the crowd while you're up here?
Shout-outs to my mom. She's here. She's been here for like all my championship wins and all my records. It's pretty cool. And then, I don't know, like my family watching, my dad, he's probably watching the stream, but then the Wi-Fi went out, so didn't get to watch this one, but that's okay.
All right, everyone. Great job, Michael Nielsen. Congratulations once again on your third consecutive Pyraminx national title. Great work today.
Thank you very much.
All right, everyone. Back to you guys upstairs.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
It's time for the 3x3 one-handed U.S. National Championship. From Chris Hardrick's 25.95 second win in 2004 to Max Park's 10.38 second win 2 decades later, this event has evolved from novelty to headline act, and the United States features some of the fastest one-handed solvers in history. This year, it's shaping up as a heavyweight duel between 2 world record holders, Max Park and Luke Garrett. Max is the defending champion, 5-time national winner, and 2-time world champion. But Luke, the current world record holder with a 7.72 average, has proven he can rise to the moment. Behind them, the battle for third is wide open. Brian Johnson brings unmatched consistency, while Eli Parker has the raw speed to surprise if he finds his form. Championship nerves, lightning solves, decades of evolution in one event. This is one-handed.
Oh, shoot. Oh, okay. I'm back. Welcome back. Welcome back to Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All-Stars Nationals 2025. I'm Kevin Hayes. I'm joined by my co-caster, former national champion in one-handed himself, Keaton Ellis.
Kevin, we've got a very exciting final coming up right here.
Yeah, it's been rapid fire all afternoon. I think Max, obviously the favorite, second place at World Champs. Kind of like when we were talking about Worlds and casting that, it was very like, okay, Max is the gatekeeper. He's going to put down his quality average every single time. He does not have the top end speed that some of these other guys have, but if he gets like some good cases, some good execution, it is there, but his standard deviation is very low. We're expecting quality average, and then it's up to Luke Garrett to really perform and beat him.
Absolutely, I 100% agree with that. Both these guys with CFOX solving, using the table. Max, very consistent. Luke, I think is the highest upside. Obviously, he has the world record right now for average, but when it comes to consistency, it's really hard to beat Max Park in that one.
Yeah, we're going to throw it down now to Zachary Miller on field for the walkouts.
Your 7th seed is a current reigning state champion in one-handed from Wisconsin, Carter Kukala. Your 6th seed is a current state record holder in one-handed from Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Your 5th seed was a world semifinalist in one-handed from Wisconsin, Zeke Mackey. Your 4th seed is a one-time national record holder in one-handed and currently holds their state's record in one-handed from Tennessee, Eli Parker. Your 3rd seed is a world's finalist in 3x3 one-handed from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. Your 2nd seed is a one-time national record holder and one-time world record holder, including the current world record average in 3x3 one-handed. They are also the Great Lakes Regional Champion in one-handed. From Indiana, Luke Garrett. And your 1st seed is a 13-time national record and 10-time world record holder, including the current national record single. They also are the current reigning Western champion in one-handed. They are a 2-time world champion and a winner in 2017, 18, 19, 23, and current national champion in one-handed. From California, Max Park. Good luck to all of our one-handed finalists.
All right, we get to see the competitors sweat a little bit out. Dropping up their cubes. Luckily for one-handed, the wait's not quite so long. It doesn't take too long to scramble the cubes. Doing the drop-off at the table for some of those big cubes, the weight kind of gets to you a little bit.
Nice thing about doing some 3x3, even though it takes a little bit longer than with two hands, scrambling backstage, they at least are able to use two instead of one hand here.
I think the big storyline right now is Luke is looking for some redemption from Worlds. Came into Worlds the world record holder. I don't think he was the favorite necessarily, though. People were kind of, I think he'd probably say himself that, yeah, it was a relatively high-performing performance when he got that world record, but finished off the podium, which was definitely disappointing. And can he bounce back and win a national title today?
Yeah, there's a decent gap between him and the third placer at Worlds. Hoping to close that here. I think he's pretty comfortable on the podium here. Maybe I shouldn't commentators curse him, but there's almost a full second ahead of Brian Johnson, who got third place in this first round of one-handed. And in general, I think Luke is more or less expecting sub-10 averages here, or at least low 10 at the absolute worst.
Oh, definitely. Also, it's kind of funny we missed it a couple seconds ago. His towel over his head. He looked a little more nervous than his other events. Garrett is in the most events of this entire competition. I think it's 10. 10 events entrance, crazy schedule, but I think if you asked him, this is the one he's definitely has the best chance to win, and probably the one he cares about the most, being the world record holder.
Yeah. Oh man, he looks tired. It's the end of a long weekend here.
Not even. He's got 3x3 finals later, and 5x5 finals in another 20 minutes. His competitors are already in the green room for 5x5 finals. I mean, I respect the 10 event schedule. I just question whether or not it's you're sacrificing a little bit of your results in your favorite event. And we're gonna get things started with Brian Johnson here on Solve 1. Notably, all of the Rue solvers which have taken the world by storm are internationals. We have the top U.S. competitors all use CFOB.
Yeah, Brian Johnson right there. Not a great start. Doing some ZBLL right there. Luke, you're going to watch him more or less using the table just like a Rue solver as his extra hand here. He's going to be placing the cube down and doing these sort of micro drops for each turn, which helps him reposition his hand and reposition the cube in a more comfortable way.
Yeah, wow. He's already used the table 8 times in the first 3 seconds. 2G last player?
ZBLL here.
Oh. Great execution on that ZBLL. Didn't look to be too tough of one, but it was an RUD alg, and I mean, definitely one of the easier ones to execute, but not as easy as a 2GLL, and very nice. Puts him in a good spot, 9.7. The only person who's able to really beat that consistently at an average is Max.
All right, 100% agree. Are you 2GLL algorithms the best possible subset here? Eli Parker going, one of the fastest turners, has had a former national record way back in the day in 2018. Always wearing a nice hat, but 11:24, again, just like Brian, a little bit slower than you're going to want in order to make it onto this podium.
Yeah, we got Max for his first solve. His results have been, I mean, he's Max, and even when he's on his off days, he competes very well, and he wins 4 through 7, but his results have been a little up and down. His 7x7 round, while he won by a huge margin and was slow by his standards, off to a decent start, but he is half a second behind Luke.
I think it was a dot case for his Olo right there. Absolutely the worst during one-handed relative to two-handed. Able to make the best use of it. 10.25, just pacing behind Luke.
Yeah, brutal dot case, but also, I mean, with even the most basic of tricks, you can avoid dot cases in 100% of the case. Like, you should, any quality 3x3 solver, you should not be getting dots ever. Partial edge control is one of those things you learn at an early stage. Even as someone who averages 10 on two-handed is getting dots fairly rarely. All right. Brian Johnson up with solve 2 now. He's going to need definitely a little faster. He is technically capable of counting that first solve and making a podium spot, but it's not very likely, and he's going to need 4 quality ones. This one's off to a good start. Oh, never mind.
Awkward fourth pair and CBLS right there.
Ooh, really, really fast last layer with that UZBLL case, but that F2L is brutal, which even with a good last layer, only 11.6. Garrett. Looking a little slower turning than normal, but still on. Oh, whoa! A nice PLL skip to save the day.
I believe that was Niklas. Nice 8-move last layer right there, saving the day, making that 9.71 count.
Hey, you still have to have skill to use the Niklas. I mean, we saw in throwback to 2015 Worlds Finals where Felix did soon J-Perm instead of the Niklas. You gotta recognize it, and Luke did. A little lucky, but he did, technically earn his PLL skip there. One of the easiest ZBL cases to recognize and execute. 11-0. That's always a fun one, though. Like, Luke starts with a 9-7. His next solve is going okay, not too hot, and then you just get bailed out and you get a great solve instead. Kind of a fun one. It's like, oh man, nice luck. Now I have only need 2 more good solves to get a nice sub 10 average.
Luke, despite having the world record, has never podiumed in one-handed at a national championship, has only gotten 3rd place once at the World Championship in 2023.
Max Park off on his second solve. This will tell us a good amount. Looking on OLL, and then rough OLL.
Gave himself
That last
diag
layer-
as well, if I believe.
That last layer execution was really difficult. Maybe we can get a replay on that because that OLL didn't look to be one of the tough ones. It was just a brutal execution. And then 11-0-9. Luke Garrett's off to a commanding start. His worst solve is 9-7, and Max's best is 10-2.
He essentially has a full sort of 1.3 seconds worth of counting time on top of him. Let's take a look at the scramble here. It doesn't look too bad for blue. You can get that pair right off the bat. And then decent solution up until OLL. That frankly is not one of the best OLLs. And then the Y perm right there. One of the better diag PLLs, but frankly for a last layer, there are alternative algorithms that you can possibly do, which I think are slightly nicer for one-handed, and then additionally will give you EP, CP, corners permuted, which will give you one of the nicer cases that you can always solve with just R and U moves.
That's one of those things, though, about Max. He's famous for being a very simple CFOP solver. He does not know those COLL or the corner permuting subsets of OLL. As Luke Garrett starts in his third solve, hitting last layer at mid-6, he's going to get another 9.09 with the head shake.
Nice U-perm on that one. Looked like decent F2L right here. That's not a good OLL
F2L
case, but it is followed up with a nice execution of a U-perm.
I mean, he hit 5-second F2L, and he had soon for a U-perm. And, yeah, he's a good turner and executed 9, but I think the head shake is because with smooth turning at home, it's usually a low 8 instead of a 9 flat.
Well, he may not know how Max has been cracking.
Oh, definitely not. When you're Luke right now, you assume Max is going to get 8-8, 9-1. Like, you're in a good spot, but he's like, wow, if I just had executed those a little bit better, I'd be in a commanding lead and on the way to an amazing average. But he does not quite know that he's in solidly in the lead, and as we start Max's third solve, he might end up being in a massive lead. Really slow turning on those 4 turns by Max Park. Last layer 6. Oh, E-perm. Oh, no.
Oh. Max with multiple diags right here for his PLL cases. Diags take an enormous amount of moves and always require at least 3 sides to turn, which is much, much worse for one-handed than it is for two-handed. E-perm, in my opinion, is one of the worst PLLs for one-handed, and Max is going to go with the very long move count alg, which you can do fairly nicely, but no matter what, the best E-perm is much worse than the worst U-perm.
Yeah, we talk about Max being so consistent, but we're also seeing the fact that his simple CFOP solutions are biting him a bit right now, because with some more fancy, different OLO knowledge, he wouldn't have gotten diag cases on both of his 11s.
Yeah, also right now, Max is tracking outside of the podium. Parker Traeger and Eli Parker currently tracking ahead of Max as we see Luke going into solve 4.
Yeah, this is uncharacteristically slow final. I don't think Luke is probably still thinking he's got to get one more good solve to beat Max, but he's way out in front. He's got to stay ahead of Parker at 10-4, who's comfortably in second.
Ooh.
Luke could lock up the win here at the good solve. Use EBLL, even a 10 flat would probably do it. Oh, Luke.
Shaking his head on that one. I think he's got low 10. So right now, I think he's got worst possible average tracking ahead of Parker Traeger. But we have Eli Parker and Maddie has got a 10.02, I believe, that hasn't been put in WCA Live yet. I think Luke's sitting pretty right here.
I think need a top 3 finish. Maddie's best possible is slower. Luke has guaranteed beaten Parker and Maddie. Eli and Max both have 2 solves left, so it's a little open there, but Eli's unlikely to get 2 8s that he needs. Max, though, could definitely, although he's coming at 11 and a 10. Max needs 2 8s. It's very doable for him, and Luke needs his worst possible. But with Luke might not even need any more help to win. He might have already got it, but obviously you want to get that one more average. A nice low 9 to win Nationals feels a little bit better than a 10, but I think he's going to be happy either way. Max needs to clutch up right now if he wants to win.
Taking a look at Parker Traeger right here and the big shot. Looking like a low 10 for the last solve. A little bit awkward on that PLL. Switching over to Max here. This needs to be a good solve. And it looks like it will not be bad.
It's good enough, but it's definitely going to put him behind. And all of a sudden, Luke Garrett in 4 solves with even with the counting 11-5, he is your U.S. national champion in 4. BPA, the worst possible 10-1. Everyone else is slower. Luke Garrett, I think someone in the crowd just told him because he's smiling and shrugging a little bit that even with his 11-5 he's set. But congratulations to Luke Garrett. First national podium, and it's the win that he's been looking after for so long.
Victory lap on this last solve for him as we take a look at Matty Hiroto Inaba, who has a chance to make it onto this podium. He has a 10-0 and 11-5 counting. He's got a 12 and a 9.
10:45 for third.
Oh, and he's not going to get it.
I've never seen someone look so calm. And Luke Garrett's victory lap is up. Can he get a sub-10 average? It would put an exclamation point on this victory. He only needs a low 11 to do so.
And he's got a G-perm for the end.
10.7 for Luke Garrett to round out the average. 9.86 sub-10 for the U.S. national title. Congratulations to Luke Garrett. Parker Traeger currently in second, but Max Park needs an 11.22 for third, and Eli Parker needs a 10.31. We still have the third place race going on, and we are going to get our last 2 solves. Brian Johnson has one more solve left as well, but unfortunately he cannot make it onto the podium. And Eli Parker right now for third, 10.31 to overtake Max. It's unclear what he actually needs for third because Max still has to go, and we have our last 2 competitors going. Oh, diag swap.
Ooh, 10-10. That is going to be good enough for Eli to slot in right now into that podium pending Max's solve. He's going to be behind Parker Traeger by 0.02. Parker's got his first national podium in one-handed. Eli waiting for the GOAT Max Park to possibly kick him off. Max needs a 10.44 here, something that's very doable.
10.44 for third. That means 10.38 or 10.37 for second. Very doable for him on a normal day, but Max is
oh, this is good.
And I think he's going to do it. Congratulations to Max Park. Second place in OH behind Luke Garrett. Our podium will be Luke Garrett, 986, Max Park, 1034, and Parker Traeger, 1058. After a rough start from Max, he comes back clutch like we know he is. Not able to overtake Luke, but congratulations to all 3 of our podium finishers.
Yeah, a couple of people making it onto the one-hand podium for the very first time here. Luke Garrett, by the way, I want to highlight, he's podiumed multiple times before at Nationals and at Worlds. This is his very first win. We'll bring it down to Zach Miller to interview.
Luke, for those that don't know in this audience, this is your first ever national title. How does it feel to finally do it?
It feels really good.
You hold the world record in one-handed. You finally got a national title. What's going to be next for you in this event?
I don't know. I don't really practice one-handed. I don't know. I don't know.
What was kind of going through your mind on those third and fourth solves? Did you think you were pacing? Did you think you had a chance during it mentally? Did you not find out till 5? What was kind of going through your mind?
I figured I had a chance after 3 because it was a pretty good pace. And yeah, after the 4th, I was like, okay, I guess I've guaranteed I don't know, decent, but I was not expecting much off of that. And then I started to get a sense between my 4th and 5th solves that I was doing pretty good. And yeah, I guess that was it.
Were there any notable solves for you during that average, or?
Yeah, I felt like I solved terribly that whole average. I'm gonna be honest. The first solve I got bailed out by a ZBLO. The second solve I got Niklas PLL skip. The third solve was good OLO into U-perm, and everything else was bad. I don't really know. It feels really weird that I won right now.
So this is your first time ever winning, so I want to give you some space to do some shout-outs or anything. Do you want to have any messages to send to the crowd or the people at home?
Yeah, shout out to all my friends.
All right, awesome. Luke Garrett, everyone, your national champion in one-handed. Back to you guys.
It's time to crown another 5x5 U.S. national champion. From Chris Hardwick's 2-minute 53-second win back in 2004 to Max Park's blistering 37.76 seconds in 2024, 5x5 has evolved into one of the fastest and most technical events in cubing history. And heading into 2025, there's no question who stands at the top. Max Park, two-time 5x5 world champion, undefeated at nationals since 2017, remains the overwhelming favorite. But just behind him, Matti Hiroto Inaba continues to close the gap. He's practically locked for silver, capable of going sub 40 on the right day. Then comes the real battle, the race for third. Jacob Noakes and Luke Garrett both have what it takes to sneak onto the podium if they can deliver under the pressure. This is the event where dominance meets depth. This is 5x5.
Unmuted now. Welcome back, everyone. We're going to go straight to Zachary Miller to do the introductions for the 5x5 final.
If you are a competitor and you have finished solving and you would like your name tag that we've been putting up on the stands, we will be leaving them all in the cafeteria if you can come pick them up. If you have friends who have already left and they would like theirs, you can take them for them. They will all be in the cafeteria once you have finished all yourselves.
Competitors aren't ready.
Okay.
Back to us briefly, as I think Zachary is just getting stuff ready. Manu Singhal and Kevin Hayes on the mic. Kevin, this is going to be a very, very exciting 5x5 final. First place, we don't really care. I mean, that's locked away. But the second and third place spots going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Max is consistently under 40. He was pretty disappointed with his first round average, and he got a 37, which is probably might be better than Matty's best average at 5 at home ever. So I think Matty would be, I mean, if Matty gets second with a 39, he'd be thrilled. So we're looking very likely Max Matty. It is possible for Matty to get knocked off second place, but the real story, I think, is going to be in that race for that third spot. We got a lot of people kind of dicing around. Jack Piper is definitely the main contender. PR'd in his last 2 rounds, 44.5 in the first round for this PR. 38-second single double PR. He's had a great competition so far, placing second and 7, second and 6, and can he get the third place in 5x5? I mean, maybe he even. We're looking at this. I'm looking at his average right now: 48, 49, 38, 41, 43. That's indicative of someone. He got a PR with a counting 48.7. That's you might have some more gas left in the tank.
Yeah, unlike Max and Matty, who have been going back to back to back on all of these, Jack actually gotten a bit of a break. Just for Sun, you can see there in that fourth spot, also essentially in the mix. Luke Garrett, I mean, we saw him just win the OH National Championship. He needs to get back up on stage right now to let's the advantage that Jack has. Maybe that extra bit of rest and a bit of confidence after the first step 40 will propel him into third place. That would be an amazing triple. 3 medals in the 3 biggest events. That would be fantastic. I think for the Buckeye.
Yeah, I think it's gonna the stress of competing so many times might take a toll a little bit. I think, definitively Luke is. I mean, I think it's pretty funny. He's like, I don't really practice one-handed. I'm like, okay, maybe not like super recently. I don't like. I can understand you had this crazy unbeatable world record average. Worlds might not have gone as well, but I think he grinded one-handed for many months and hours before that point. Might have just been not his focus recently as he switches to focus a little bit on more of those all-rounder events. Definitely been impressive stuff in his MINs. He's had a solid competition overall, capped with a obvious win one-handed. I think this 5x5 round, typically when you get people that are just coming off of a super high, you can get a lot of variance where like maybe they hit in that weird Zen mode and lock in, or it's just like, it goes off and you're like, let's just have a good time. But it's fun to see everyone like Luke take the pressure and just go back to back to back.
Yeah, using that to produce diamonds, that is something Luke Garrett is quite good at. Let's go back now to Zachary Miller for real this time to introduce our 5x5 finalists.
We have 8 contenders for this national title. Let's go ahead and meet them now. Your 8th seed is the current Rocky Mountain champion in 5x5 and is a current state record holder. From Colorado, Jacob Noakes. Your 7th seed is the current Southeast champion in 5x5. From Georgia, Vishwa Sankar. Your 6th seed is the current Washington state record holder in 5x5. From Washington, Max Shao. Your 5th seed is the current state record holder in 5x5. From Indiana, Luke Garrett. Your 4th seed is currently 3rd on the 2024 National Championship podium. From Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Your 3rd seed is a current state record holder in 5x5. From Ohio, Jack Pfeiffer. Your 2nd seed is the current runner-up national champion in 5x5. From Hawaii, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Your 1st seed is a 36-time national record and 18-time world record holder. They currently hold the NR single and average for 5x5 and are the current Western Regional Champion. They are a 2-time world champion and are a national champion in 2017, 18, 19, and 23, and are the current defending national champion. From California, Max Park. Good luck to all of our 5x5 finalists.
And here we go. We are off here with the 5x5 final at Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. It's been a great competition so far. We've seen a ton of fireworks come out in the middle of November from lots of different competitors, including this guy getting the North American record average in 3x3. And now here to defend his 2nd place title from last year's NEC in the 5x5 event. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Maddie coming into this. 42-second average in round 1. The closest anyone else got was Jack Pfeiffer, sitting just a couple stations over. He'll be sitting next to Max Park, a PR average of 44.53 in the first round and 38-second single. He's looking pretty to get on to the 3rd place, to just sneak in on the podium spot.
Yeah, I was looking at Maddie's recent results, and yes, he is very consistently getting 42, 43-second averages, but on a bad day, he is jumping up over that 45 range. Jack has been – it's interesting because Jack is in that 45 to 50 range usually, but this PR was the last round before this comp, 45 flat. Today, 44-4 with a counting 48. There's something in the water for Jack. He's having a great comp. If Maddie falters a little bit and Jack is just – proves that those last 3 solves, the 41, 48, and 43, were actually his normal, we actually have a race for 2nd.
That could be very, very, very exciting. No parity or other sort of randomness nonsense, at least part of the scrambles, at least, that we need to worry about, that any of the competitors will need to worry about. So it's a little bit of a level playing field. We should see whatever their true skill level is reflected up to at least a couple second mark. The other big story going on with 5x5, it's been this case for quite some time now. Yao has completely overrun Redux out of the top 100. Something like 90 out of the top 100 averages are now done with Yao. There's one person at the very top who, well, I guess 2nd from the top now, who refuses to budge, Max Park. He'll easily win this without too much issue. The rest of the competitors, I believe, will be using the Yao method.
Yeah, it's actually wild. Yao is completely taking over 5x5. Now that Taman has won one world record, single and average, and just the number of people, it's pretty clear how Yao is the preferred method. You even have super long time veteran Felix Zemdek switching. Yao on the bigger cubes is still kind of an up in the air question, especially on 7x7. But for 5x5, it's a Yao dominated event, and Max is the only one who can really seem to make it work so well on Redux, and definitely enough for this national title. It'll be very interesting to see kind of what shape he's in. It was interesting to see him disappointed with a 37. I don't know if he has that world record of Taman in his sights. 34-3 set at the World Championships, everyone remembers, over the summer. That'd be exciting if we start seeing some low 30s from Max. Maybe we do have something special brewing.
Yeah, always on the cards, but we will have to see. Of course, you're absolutely right, Timon, with just an unbelievable performance on the second day of the World Championship. That's all in the past now. What matters is the present. This guy is the man of the moment, Madihiro Inaba. He'll get things kicked off in this 5x5 final. Very, very classic short inspection as he goes to build his first two centers.
Really short inspection. Like, I always advocate you should never take less than 8 seconds, because you should at least maybe just see what you're going to guess what's going on next, but it does make it work pretty well. In terms of splits, we're looking for a flip at about 18 on pace for 18 flip for a high 30 solve. This one's a little behind, but man, he's got that great 3x3 stage at the end that will pick up a little bit of time there.
Yes, certainly. You saw it during the 3x3 event. It translates to some extent. A couple of different alogs on big cubes as well. There you go. Looks like he's going to put himself in pretty prime position with a 40.93. Good solve to get things started for him as we go over to Jack Pfeiffer.
Oh, very great start from Maddie. Even with Jack's, what we're kind of anticipating he might be capable of, that's even faster than that. So we'll see what Jack starts with, but Maddie's in command and control of second place for sure.
Yeah, it looks like he should be moving on to 3x3 stage very, very shortly. Jack is, and yep, there's the 3x3 going into last layer now. Very simple last layer case. Not too much of an issue, and a 44-second solve for him. Not horrible, but probably will need to pick up the pace if he is to catch Maddie Christopher's son in your main screen now.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about Jack like he's expected to race Maddie for second, but it's actually coming into this competition, it was definitely more of a question about the top three. And Jack with that 44 shows that he's on form for third. I think while some of the other competitors do have that 44-second PR, it's unlikely for them to do it right now in this moment. And I think it is realistic for Jack to get another 44.
Yeah, Jack has looked pretty good in this competition in terms of the big cubes. I'm also interested to get some times in from Jacob Noakes. Actually, we do have one time in as we're watching Max now just destroy his 5x5. Edge pairing, probably, in my opinion, one of his strongest suits, at least compared to the rest of the field, although some weird lock up there as he enters his 3x3 stage.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, wow is like the only thing you can say, right? Like,
wow,
he makes mistakes and he still ends up with a 33.
That was just an extremely high quality solve. 10-second centers, great edges. I mean, you're saying Max's edge pairing is the thing that separated himself, and I think it's true. But when you're talking, it's a little different now because no one uses Redux anymore on 5x5, but given how difficult, like, no inspection 3x3 building is with cross on Redux for 3x3 stage, it's insane how fast Max is at his 3x3 stage, consistently getting 6-second solves with no inspection on a 5x5. You see non-big cube specialists like Maddie, who's an amazing 3x3 solver. You see him on 4x4 and 5x5. His 3x3 executions, he makes a decent number of mistakes because he's just not quite as practiced. He's doing that same turning style he burns through his 3x3 with and gets so much success, but those cubes are a little different, while Max is just like bread and butter, perfect turning on big cubes all the time.
Yeah, it's just quite a sight to see. Here's Luke Garrett. His first solve already in with a 47.81. Didn't really think that Luke was going to be too competitive in this category, but of course he did make the national final, which is just quite impressive for a guy of his caliber across all events. Some think that he's the best speed solver in the moment right now, just across every single event. And quite a marathon of a competition for him. You can see Jacob Noakes also kind of in the upper part of the screen. That is dangerous.
That is
could
really
be a
dangerous. I don't think
DNF.
it's gonna be a DNF. It might be a +2. Garrett with a 52. Not off to a hot start, but no, because this is a big misalignment right here. You got to be careful on those M slices at the end. Let's see what the call is.
Yeah, great work by the PTZ operator to try and give us as best of an angle as possible. Looks like it was something quite short written down on the scorecard. Hopefully for him, that means that the time will count as a 46. 48 was his first solve. You saw him also solving off to the side. The lighting looks like a little bit perhaps uneven in the far corner, perhaps.
It's interesting because we actually, I mean, we are working with the stage here, but we have put a lot of effort into. We have backlights brought in externally. We put a lot of effort into helping improve the conditions on 7 and 8. Some competitors have different UV cubes, MAC cubes, all behave a little differently in some different lighting. And so I respect the competitors. You do what you can to make sure that you are feeling the best to get your best times.
Yeah, certainly. At least for
really curious to
events
see,
like
though.
this.
Really curious to see when this time goes in from Noakes. Okay, it was fine. 46.77, not even a +2, and no penalty from Noakes. Noakes is one of those people capable of a 44-second average, but it's looking tight as, wow, Chris Sun started with a 42.6, and Vishwa also started 44. Jack we were talking about safe for third with 44.9, but Jack is the 5th best first solve.
Odd cube drop from Maddie to start things off. It looks like he's back into the groove. Always a little weird to kind of get like a bit of a mistake like that at the beginning of the solve. If you have a mental of steel, you can hopefully come back from it. But if not, some people end up crumbling. There's his flip. I think I missed it a little bit, probably close to the 20-second mark.
Yeah, he had a misexecution. It was on pace for 18, and then it was on pace for 19, and he cost himself a second with the lockup. Oh.
Relatively fluid 3x3 stage, and kind of commentator cursed it a little bit. 42-second solve for him as Max starts on his solve.
It certainly wasn't bad. And to your point about, well, let's see what Max gets here. Slower start for this one, but Max's last solve was 33.
Yeah, I mean, almost all solves compared to that are pedestrian, one might say. Looks like he had a ton. He was able to make a ton of edges without doing too much Z2, so that's a bit of a plus there for Max. White cross to go off, just what he saw. Relatively short OLL, relatively short PLL, 36.74 in the tank.
That's the thing with Max. It's so impressive that he just gets that 6-second through right or 5x5 or 6-second through right through stage on reduction, 30-second reduction with 36. Max Shao with a 50. That's going to go along with his 51. Counting a 50 for Max is that's just going to do it. He's not going to be in contention for a podium. Max is not as much focused on the big cubes anymore, but was able to get a good average in the first round to make the final.
Yeah, very quietly. Looks like Jack Pfeiffer, 43.16 second solve on his second. So he is look like turning on the Jets a little bit. Needing to catch Christopher Sun, who, as you mentioned, 42.67 solve already recorded on solve number 1.
Oh, yeah. So Chris Sun, Vishwa, second solve is 57.0. So definitely a pretty high variance there. Might have gotten a little excited on his first solve. Jack, though, 44.43. That's what we're kind of expecting from him now. And he's on pace for another PR. And unless Chris Sun's going to pull out a miracle, a national podium.
Always interesting when it becomes a little bit more of a fight, at least for the commentators. You know, we're sitting pretty, sitting cushy. I'm not on the national stage, so a little bit different. We like to see just a little bit of drama here and there.
Oh yeah, when you're up on stage, you can't think about it. You have to just be in your own solve. Every solve is the same thing. You can't be thinking about strategy or like, oh, what this and maybe they got this time and then I need exactly this time. It's just do your smooth solves. Maybe I know I'm nervous, so I'm not going to go for some fancy tricks or some fancy finger tricks. I'm just going to do my smooth solves. When the round is fully over, I'll turn around, look at the results, and react to see if I won or not. And Jack seems to be doing pretty good at that this weekend. He talked about his 6x6 second place, where on his last solve, he thought he did quite poorly and got a 117, which was his best one by far. So it's pretty clear that like when you get into this like high pressure scenario, your instincts do tend to take over when you get really nervous. And what have you been practicing? Are you consistent? Do you have to think a lot? Are you doing new stuff? Are you really locked in? And Jack is certainly locked in. showing it in 6 and 7, and let's see if he can really keep the pace up on this solve here.
The best of the best can take that nervous energy and just kind of channel it into fluid solving or just ridiculous look ahead, almost as if they can see the future. Jack might need to channel a little bit of that as Christopher Sun is also getting started with his second solve in the bottom left of your screen.
Yeah, it's a big solve for Chris here with 42.6 is all we know. Jack on good pace here, flipping at sub 20, flipping at 18. He's on great pace.
Yeah, so now the race is on now. As I'm also watching Chris off to the side. Looks like he's also going to wrap up his last two centers very briefly. He's going to flip at 20. So Jack has a 2-second lead on him just on the split right there. Needs to see that through here on the 3x3 stage. Looked like a very long F2L there. But there's the last layer. 43-second solve for him in the bank. He is on pace for another PR average. Very, very exciting to see as Chris Sun wraps up his solve on the 3x3 stage.
Yeah, Chris's is not going quite as well. Jack's was a bit interesting because Jack had a great start and pretty solid edges, and his last four were really shaky. And he had a medium 3x3 stage, but that's getting a 43 on a solve that was objectively pretty shaky on the back half really indicates that, yeah, he's got a lot. His capabilities are very high. He's competing relatively well, and he's looking in a great spot for that third place. But yeah, Maddie's not infallible in this event. We'll see what happens here.
Maddie with a 40 and 42 out ahead to quite a lead. On this third solve, we're going to get an understanding of which of these two is going to be the counting time. Whichever it ends up being will put quite a bit of a lead ahead of the rest of the pack, unless Chris Sun can pull out another sub 42 second solve. Maddie choosing to start with Yellow Yao, making an execution error there, trying to recover, now finishing up his last centers, flipping at 22, so that definitely affected him.
Yeah, if you're a Jack fan, that's looking decent. He was a little shaky on the center building for sure, but Maddie is capable of burning through the back half.
Yeah, a little bit pausey on some of these edges, but then here is that famed 3x3 stage, just going through it without too much issue. A 42-second solve, even with quite a bit of a mishap relatively early.
Yeah, it's the tough part about this against those 3x3 solvers. Like, as you're a big cube specialist, I mean, I know I always felt like this was tough when I was racing against Felix. Like, he's just going to burn you on 3x3 stage by like 1 or 2 seconds. And Jack is a quite good 3x3 solver. He competed in round 1 at this competition, but Maddie did just set North American record, the 4-second average. Maddie's going to burn you by probably a second and a half on your 3x3 stage. Jack needs to be coming in. He needs such a big advantage just to match.
We now have Max seated in his seat. Looks like he's doing some type of practice solve. The other competitors we have our eyes on, Maddie, Chris, and Garrett, without puzzles at the moment.
Yeah, curious to see what Noakes' third solve is going to come in at. He's definitely capable of getting some quality stuff. Counting 46.7 means he's definitely still in it. Jack in a great spot, though. With another 43 mid, he's going to lock up a 44 flat. PR for the third time in a row.
Yeah, I think one of the most important solves is also going to be Christopher Sun's third solve. It'll be really interesting to see what is going to end up counting. 42, 45, or something in between. And if it's something in between, that could really make the difference. Max kind of just tore through his centers there and once again blasting through his edges. As always, the excellence we've come to expect from Max Park.
Number of rotations like left and right are crazy in this solve, but he had... Whoa, free last four edge case. Very easy.
Actually, a bit of a bit of a longer 3x3 stage than actually I would have expected. 34-second solve for Max.
Yeah, check out this last 4 edge case. Let's see what it is, but it took half a second. And insert. Is that a 1 alg last 4 edge case? Did you do some? I'm assuming he did some manipulation because he might have skipped 2 edges. Either way, very lucky. You do need some of those luck if you're going to get down to that low 30-second range. But all of a sudden, Max is looking like he could be making a run at Timon's world record.
As we see Christopher Sun flipping over the cube after finishing his centers and Yao ductions apart. least the Yao part of the Redux solve. Finishing up his edges now. He's going to need to turn on the jets a little bit. Already 36 seconds past through the solve. He's fixing up his edge parity that he has there. For the 3x3 Chris Sun to take over, what is he going to post? A 45. So the 45 is going to be the counting solve, which means that Jack Pfeiffer is going to be 2 seconds, maybe a second and a half ahead of Chris Sun. We're starting to see that separation as Jacob Noakes posted a 41-second solve on his number 3, which means that his round is not quite over yet either.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's interesting because if you told me before this competition 45 flat, I'd be like, that's almost certainly going to get third place. But Jack Pfeiffer in a great spot, looking like he's going to take third. But there is a lot of pressure from Chris and Jacob. They are very capable. Jacob gets another 41, and all of a sudden he's right in it. Chris counting 45, but he's got that 42 as well. As we mentioned before, not a very luck-dependent event. Very, very low. Even you do get parity on your edges. But even then, those parity cases are very, very fast and not that much slower than your non-cases. But sometimes it is possible to get those last 4 edge cases that are really bad or really good. They're very rare. We just saw Chris get a bad one, and we also just saw Max get a really good one.
As we watch Luke Garrett wrap up his solve here, do want to comment a little bit on where Maddie stands relative to Jack. Right now, Maddie has 42-42. And you have to think that, at the worst case, that those 2 times are going to be counting. Jack has 43-43, so that puts Maddie at least a second ahead of Jack in the worst possible case. So it does seem to me that Maddie is rounding it out. Of course, with 2 solves left, if he gets 2 bad solves, then the conversation for Jack taking second opens up a little bit.
Yeah, given Jack's lack of a sub-40 solve or a 40 flat solve, it's pretty unlikely he's going to catch Maddie. There's 2 solves each left, so obviously anything can happen, but I think Maddie and Max are going to be pretty comfortably in 1-2. And then, surprisingly, we thought Jack would have third locked up if he did well, but he's doing well, and it's most certainly not locked up.
Still a couple open questions for the remaining competitors, but of course they need to perform well as well. Up to the quality that Jack Pfeiffer has put up through his first 3 solves of his 5x5 average. Flipping over at 19 as both Maddie and Max are sat down ready to begin their solves. This one is a pretty consequential solve for the U.S. national podium. We'll put that to the side as Maddie is going to start solving of his own.
Oh, wait, where's Jack is legit. Like, just going straight 3 20-second flips in a row. 40.6. He's super pumped. I mean, wow. I think he's locked up a third-place finish. Crazily enough, he is not locked up third. He's locked up an amazing average, a PR by his third PR round in a row, but it is still possible. Chris Sun's on good pace, and Noakes could play spoiler if he gets 2 crazy solves at the end. Max, though, is in our corner, and Max is... Where are we at with Max? This is Maddie's solve. Maddie's finishing... Let's switch to Max.
Maddie's going to wrap up another 40.
Crazy, impressive. Okay, Maddie's got second place going, and Max is on...
3x3 now, so he's going to end up with a 36. Okay, so in order to...
I know Timon is watching at home.
Oh, Timon is certainly watching. 34.3.
Oh, he just messaged me. Timon just messaged me. I know he's watching at home. He's safe. Congratulations. another round saved from Max Park. Dominance. Max, I mean, you got to be happy with this one. His worst possible right now is sitting at 35 high, 36 low. Takes the win. Maddie Hiroto Inaba takes second place guaranteed as well. Jack Pfeiffer most likely to be third, but we're going to see 4 solves in. We're going to look at that 4-3 data point on WCA Live because if Chris Sun or Jacob Noakes get a crazy solve here, we do have chances. Let's maybe our PTZ operators can switch between Jack and Noakes. I think they're both pretty far apart, but they're solving at different times. You might be able to grab it.
Yeah, we'll have
Chris Sun, though, with a very consequential solve.
Yeah, unfortunately, Jacob Noakes posting a 51 that I see on WCA Live right now. So there's no way that he can catch Jack Pfeiffer. 45, 55 would be his best. So it all kind of comes down to this solve. If Chris can post a sub 45, then he's locked himself into, at worst, a 45 average. And that will spell the end for Jacob Noakes as well. So this is a very, very important solve in the context of deciding the U.S. national champion. A big solve for Jack Pfeiffer, Christopher Sun, and Jacob Noakes.
Yeah, we might have a rare instance where all 3 podium spots are decided 4 solves in. If Chris Sun is certainly capable of beating Jack's worst possible 43.98, but he is going to need a low 40 to make that a reality. And it's like he's on pace for it's going to be tight.
Oh, really needs to lock in on the 3x3 stage. Can he get it to go? Looks like, just a little bit of hesitation there right at the end. A 44-second solve. That's going to count. So he's currently counting a 45 and a 44. But Jack has a 43 already locked up. This is looking pretty over, but Chris could still count the 42 and be in it?
I don't think so. Oh, Jack flipped well, but his edges were pretty slow because he didn't hit last 4 until 30 seconds. This is going to likely be the worst case. Oh, wow. Flew through F2L there in a 6-move OLL.
In a 43-second solve for Jack Pfeiffer. Another 43 average, completely locked up. Fantastic solving from him as he has one hand on the bronze here at the National Championship.
I think that might have locked up bronze. We're going to get Chris Sun's his 4 solve in. I think it's unlikely with Jack. With that mid 43 average from Jack, it's probably unlikely that Chris is going to be able to catch him no matter what. But we will wait and see for the final results. Jacob Noakes on his final solve, jockeying for position amongst the lower places.
Yeah, he's onto 3x3 now. There's the F2L finished. All edges oriented. He's going to end up with a 46-second solve. That will wrap up his national championship. A good effort. Good job representing the Rockies region. Not that many competitors were able to make it out to Rhode Island in the middle of the school year. So he's represented his state and his region quite well.
All right, this solve for Maddie is inconsequential to the final rankings, and also he has PR potential. 41.3 best, 41.9 worst. Very very consistent average from him. But a 22-second flip is not looking amazing. But Maddie is a back half solver for sure. And we also have Max, who is guaranteed the win, and a 35 or a 34-second average.
So Max in your main screen and Maddie in the top. Gonna follow what Max does here on the tail end of his edge pairing. Just wrapping that up. Last 4 now. Should be going into 3x3 stage.
Whoa.
Maddie with a 48-second solve. Again, yeah, inconsequential.
No, Max has a 24-second redux.
Whoa, wait a second. 32.47 from Max Park. A 34-second, a 34-second average for him. 34.85. He's going to miss Timon's world record by half a second.
Wow, amazing solve from Max. That was just a blistering redux. His last 4 edge case was pretty normal. I mean, you can't play like super greedy. If he got his super lucky last 4 edge case from the first good solve and you put it on that one, he gets world record single with a 29. But also, if you just add up your best splits ever, that happens too. Amazing solving from Max. Extremely good average. 34.8, just off his PR, which is the former world record. And that rounds out your podium. Max Park, Matty Hiroto Inaba, and Jack Pfeiffer. Max Shaw finishing up the round with a 49. He will finish with what looks like a 50-second average.
And here we were, Kevin, we were thinking that a 45-second average would be competitive for third place. 45 ended up being pretty far off as Jack Pfeiffer with 2 PRs in this competition in the 5x5 average, 43.60. He's completely locked it up. The best Chris Sun can do is a 44-second average as he claims that with a 44-second solve here right at the very end, rounding out a great 5x5 finals.
Yeah, this was very impressive. It's very hard to compete at the U.S. Nationals, especially we've seen it a lot this weekend. People are very nervous. The stakes feel very high. The crowd, the energy, the style of competition, but people showed up in this final. The PR flags don't necessarily indicate it, but people are right on it. Max Park just off his PR, which is former world record. Matty Hiroto Inaba just off his PR, 41.9. Jack Pfeiffer, the huge PR, coming in with a 45 flat all the way down to 43.6. And Chris Sun with a 44.6 PR average. If you told me that before the round, I'd say definitely third place, but he lost by a full second to third. That a very impressive 5x5 final. We love to see a good results when everyone's really firing, and that's what we got today.
Indeed. Great stuff all around. Jack Pfeiffer really just said, I'm going to pull up to this national championship with 0 podiums and walk out with 3 of them. in all three of the big cubes. That's incredible stuff. Great work to him. I think we're going to actually end up transitioning into our next event, which is going to be 3 blind finals. I think we're going to be hitting the hype video for that very shortly. So we'll see you all on the other side.
It's time for the 3x3 blindfolded U.S. National Championship. From Chris Hardwick's 6-minute solve in 2004 to Tommy Cherry's 14.48-second world record win 2 decades later, blindfolded cubing has transformed from curiosity to one of the sport's most intense mental challenges. Tommy Cherry enters as the reigning world champion and 2-time defending national champion. But in blindfolded, nothing is guaranteed. One wrong move, one bad memorization can change everything. Noah Swore comes in with strong momentum, getting a string of recent PR memes, while Stanley Chappell, a legend in big blind events, continues to prove his precision across every cube size. And Liam Chen, calm and consistent under pressure, could easily capitalize if others falter. In this event, success demands perfection, and even the favorites aren't safe. This is 3x3 blindfolded.
We are here with Jack Pfeiffer, who placed third in 5x5 during that previous round. Jack, you walked into this competition with 0 national podiums, and you're now exiting with 3. How does that feel for you going out of this competition this weekend?
That feels really cool and amazing, and it's more than I expected. And yeah.
You also managed to PR in both rounds. What was kind of different from that final round compared to the first round?
Honestly, I think it was more like a confidence thing because, like, I don't know, I have some trouble with 5x5 officially sometimes, but getting the 44 average in round 1, it put me in a really good headspace for finals. And I think, yeah, that was a pretty big reason.
Some of us backstage were wondering about the jug of water. Does that carry any significance for you?
Yeah, it reminds me of my friends Luke Garrett and Zeke Mackey. And it keeps me hydrated.
Awesome. Jack, do you have anything else you want to say to the streamer? Anyone back home?
Shout out Jim Feist.
All right, awesome. Jack Pfeiffer, everyone. Congratulations again on your national podium.
Thank you.
And also, congratulations to Max Park on his 5x5 national champion title.
Welcome back, everyone. Also, I want to congratulate Jim Feist for getting the 4th shout out at this national championship. I think that must be WR amongst major championships. Anyway, we're about to get started with the 3x3 blindfolded final, as was introduced by Michael Rosenkrantz just earlier. Manu Singhal, Zach Bridle, some familiar faces on the mic here. This is just going to be really exciting. I love watching blindfolded solving. At first, it seems like this should just not be possible, like they're cheating or something. It's a magic trick, and then you understand how it works, and then you're really, really impressed with what these competitors can do. I think, unfortunately, Zach muted, perhaps. You look so excited. You look so excited. Take two. You got this. You got this.
Take two. I'm super excited for Blindfolded. It's always so hype, and we're both remote commentating, so we're gonna get to be as loud as we want. I am so stoked for it. Of course I'm muted. I read through that whole spiel.
Hey, no, it's blindfolded. It's blindfolded. It's part of the whole thing. Please be quiet, and you know all that. You're feeding into it. Anyway,
dude, my DMs are flooded with messages that I'm muted now. Ooh, fumble of the century right there.
Oh man, on the biggest stage. Hey, look, that's not some of the worst. During blindfolded at Worlds, I think I saw Chegin's got a 12 or 13 or something like that. I was in the booth commentating, and I very audibly said, "Wow," and I think everyone around was like, "Shh." Like, what are you doing? Luckily, it didn't distract any of the competitors because we were kind of in the dungeon back there. So don't worry. We all have our blindfolded gaps. One guy who's not going to have a gap, who hasn't had a single gap all weekend, Zachary Miller. Let's go to him.
Your 6th seed is the current Western champion in 3x3 blindfolded from California, Graham Siggins. Your fifth seed is the current Southern champion in 3x3 blindfolded from Texas, Ryan Pilot. Your fourth seed is the current Mid-Atlantic champion for 3x3 blindfolded from Maryland, Liam Chen. Your third seed is the current Great Lakes champion for 3x3 blindfolded from Michigan, Stanley Chappell. Your second seed is the current Southeast champion in 3x3 blindfolded and is currently third on the 2024 National Championship podium from Florida, Noah Swore. Your first seed is an 11-time national and world record holder in 3x3 blindfolded, including the current world record single and average. They are a one-time world champion and were a national champion in 2023. They entered today as the defending 2024 national champion in 3x3 blindfolded. From Florida, Tommy Cherry. Good luck to all of our blindfolded finalists. Spectators, please remember to remain silent. Thank you.
In fact, the only spectators who are allowed to be loud are going to be us, me, you, and let's try that again. Zach, we're entering this 3x3 blindfolded final with two Floridians at the top. Tommy Cherry, Noah Swore. Both of them have performed extremely well in big competitions. Tommy is just clutch incarnate. Whenever it comes to a major championship, he is always there pulling out world record singles, world record averages, and there's like a virus on him or something. He keeps chasing him around. It's the clutch gene, whatever you want to call it. But Noah, definitely want to talk about him as well. The third ranked American at NAC and Worlds 2025.
Yeah, Noah, definitely a top competitor. Very, very well knowledged in cubing as a whole, not just blindfolded. But of course, blindfolded being his specialty, coming into this competition as the number 2 seed, I think it's really important to keep an eye on him and not only consider Tommy as the only person who could end up winning this. We very well could see Noah pull out something incredible. Not just Noah, but I think it's also worth mentioning Liam Chen, currently seated into this at fourth, my apologies. Liam Chen, in a similar vein to Christopher Sun, doesn't compete a whole lot, but when he does compete, pulls out some crazy results. So Liam Chen at the Mid-Atlantic Quiet Championship pulled out a crazy run of consistent times, and I can only imagine how much he's practiced since then. And of course, Stanley Chappell. I mean, what else is there to say for Stanley Chappell?
Indeed. Stanley, I believe, making it onto the 4-blind podium. Of course, he won that one. 5-blind, won that one too. Making it onto the multi-blind podium by getting second place. And in quite a strange turn of events, in fewest moves, getting second place tied silver with Brian Johnson and Chris Shaw Nathwani. He is definitely one to watch out for. He's looking to make a sweep of the PBQ events. Remember that this is a best of 3 event, so even if competitors DNF the first 2 solves, they can still come back and snipe a podium spot. A very solid start from Stanley, 17.20. That's certainly in the range of the rest of the competitors as well, but he's got a success on the books already. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's quite a good time. It's definitely not a lock onto podium or anything. But it is at least a start. We're seeing Noah here, quick inspection, around 6-second memo starting on execution now.
Yeah, looking a little bit locky as he is going through the rest of his solve here. Pretty fast memo, but the exec not really able to come through for him here. 18.53. He'll want to clean that up, even though this is a success.
Yeah, I was going to say that does put Stanley ahead of him right now, but we do see Tommy's cue being delivered, as well as we see Graham Siggins in the bottom middle, your multi-blind national champion.
Yeah, Graham, a great blindfolded solver, focusing a lot on the big blind and huge blind and absurdly huge blind, 12 by 12 blindfolded. He's currently attempting on his live streams a 21-second solve to start things off for him. Sub 20 is required to win it. And Tommy Cherry now should be very, very comfortable in his range. He's had some great results recently, getting a 13-second solve at the Vietnamese Championship relatively recently. Mid 6 to high 7, or mid low 7 memo, excuse me. And he's on pace for a 16-second solve. A 16-second solve is what he gets. Shaking his head because the exec was not perfectly clean, but he's in the lead.
Yeah, he does not seem too pleased with that. Whether he knows it or not, he is currently in first. But I'd say Tommy probably knows his opponents or the people he's competing with more than any other person in a room, knowing what they're averaging and what to beat. Liam Chen inspecting now a high 6-second memorization.
So definitely possible for him to chase. And yeah, it looks like he's going to get pretty close at least. No, another 16. Well, I thought he had a chance for a 16-second solve there, but 17.98 instead. So it looks like the competitors are getting quite decent-ish memo, but some competitors not really able to lock in on the execution as we watch Ryan Pilot practice the nod don. And very interesting technique where you put the blindfold on without using any hands. It saves just a little bit of time, but that time is critical when we're talking fractions of a second is going to decide the national champion.
Yeah, this will also be our first reveal of the second scramble. Ryan, unfortunately, DNFing his first. Let's see what he can pull off on the second. We're going to see a 9-second memo here for Ryan.
Yeah, 9-second memo is going to be a little bit behind the pace. If you want to win, you want to get 6 or even start to dip into 5-second memo just because the splits just aren't going to work. Otherwise, an insane alg there at the end. Not sure what was going on, but it worked out for him at 21-second solve. That's going to put him into 6th place at the moment.
Off stream, we did see a 1776 from Stanley Chappell. It is the U.S. National Championship, after all. That is not his best time so far, though. So still currently in second with a 17.28.
Graham, it looks like he's going to DNF that 20, so that won't count for him. 21.89 is still his best. Noah has his cube in front of him, taking an extra beat to calm himself down, tell himself what he needs to focus on. He had good memo, it seemed, in the first solve, but the exec was not quite there. A mid to low 6 memo comes out here, kind of looking a bit shaky again. Hopefully he can kind of get it under control a little bit. It feels like he's kind of locking up a lot, or at least his hands seem very jerky. And the exec has gone a bit too long. I think a 1-move error somewhere. No, it looks a 1-com error, it seems.
He was nervous, Manu. Tommy Cherry right now wrapping up his solve. And 16-15, a 0.01 second improvement from his first solve. It is still not locked in for Tommy. We could still see a better time from the rest of the field. Be curious to see what Liam Chen pulls off on the second scramble.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if I'm in the venue at this point, I'm seeing all of the solvers. My focus is 100% on Liam Chen on this second scramble. It's really, really critical to see what he can get here because 16 is definitely chaseable. I mean, if Tommy came out with like a 14 or 13, then you can say that, okay, this one is kind of wrapped up here, and he's wrapped it up in like 1 or 2. But this is definitely doable for basically every solver in the field as we watch Andrew Tao, the multi-blind world champion, get a 19-second solve.
Liam Chen with a 1798 on his first, looking to beat that going into his second solve here. Liam in your bottom left, Stanley up top right now, memorizing the puzzle.
Yeah, I think Stanley will probably end up finishing before Liam even starts. Okay, not well. He ended up finishing memo, I guess. Ooh, a bit too long memo from Liam, but that's a 15-second stop. Oh, a DNF, though. Oh, I thought he totally had it there, did Stanley.
Yeah, we had an 8-second memo there from Liam Chen. That is not going to be enough.
I remember back in the old days, at least what it feels like now, Ishan Agarwal, legendary blindfold solver, was always striving to get sub-8 memo. Unfortunately, these days, it just doesn't quite stack up when you're vying against the best to win a championship title. Here's Graham now. Also looks like a little bit of a slow memo, at least relative to Tommy, or what could potentially win. We've already passed the 16-second number, and it's going to be a DNF anyway. A 21-second solve from Graham. He's had a great national championship so far, and I think being off the podium here is not going to miff him too much.
All right, we are going to see Tommy go for his third and final attempt. This is going to be the benchmark. This is going to set what it's going to take for potentially Liam or Noah. Ooh, high five memo to be able to take the win away from Tommy. Though he's flying through this solve.
Oh, a 13-second solve, and that is it. Tommy Cherry with we got to do the numbers on the mean. I think he's not going to get WR mean. I think that was not really in the cards after starting 16-16. But a 13-second solve kind of closes the door on basically everyone. I think Noah might have an outside chance if the scramble is a juicer. But he's going to need a really fast memo. 6-second memo looks like just as the timer ticked over 6, did the blindfold come on. Oh, man, the shaky turning, I think, not quite doing it for him. A 15-second solve for him. So he's going to end up in second place. He's going to knock Liam Chen actually off of the podium for now. But one more solve of Liam's coming in. He needs to beat Stanley Chappell's 17-second solve, which, again, is like in the ballpark. This is certainly possible.
Yeah, it seems like these competitors are liking this third scramble much, much more. So it's going to come down to what Liam can do. Again, we do see Noah make his way onto the podium, projected into second place right now. Still have to see Liam's final solve. I believe the final solve in this finals.
And with Noah's time coming in, Tommy locked into another podium spot once again. So fantastic work from Tommy Cherry. A 13 really does do wonders. Liam now the final solver left. He has a chance to knock Stanley Chappell, who is currently sitting in third place, vying for a podium sweep of all of the blindfolded events alongside FMC, what we call the PBQ events. One solve stands between him and that accomplishment.
I will say Liam has nerves of steel. Truthfully, I think that he can pull out a sub 17.28 single on this last one. Let's see if he has it.
Very important to see when the memo phase ends. A bit of a long memo, 7-5, 7-6. Gonna need perfect execution in order to get it done. The other competitors seem to like this scramble. Edges look solved from here, but no, not quite enough. 1776. It's the national championship after all, but 1728 from Stanley Chappell on his very first solve is going to get him the bronze medal. Liam Chen falling just short of Stanley and is going to end up in fourth. Tommy Cherry, Noah Swore, the rest of the podium. Wow, it's gone exactly as the chalk predicted. Your top four in the exact same order.
Yeah, truly an exhilarating finals to watch. It was kind of left us on the edge of our seats if Tommy was going to be able to secure himself a win. And of course, after that third solve, a 13, kind of really out of the league of all the other solvers. So congratulations to Tommy, again, returning back to the national championship podium with gold in his hand.
Third consecutive national championship for Tommy Cherry, getting silver at the World Championship with a clutch last solve. Didn't need to do it here. Got it done well early. Only one solve really beat his first two. And Tommy Cherry is with Zach Miller right now.
Blindfolded. Tommy, this is your third national title in three blind, 3 years in a row. Was there any surprise for you in doing so? How are you feeling?
Honestly, I was pretty stressed going into this comp, even up to just like a few minutes. But here, maybe it's easier if I hold this. So I was, honestly really nervous throughout this whole comp because this is, of course, my main event, and I've been really building up to it, throughout the day. So, I knew my chances were pretty good going into this competition, but considering how dynamic of an event it is with only 3 attempts, nothing's ever a guarantee. So I was especially nervous going into the last solve because, the results weren't necessarily, like my mindset was that it's not very likely I'm winning after these 2 solves if I don't get something better on the last. So then when I actually did on the last, I was really relieved.
Walk us through that last solve, the 13 that clinched your national title. What was kind of the scramble like? What were you kind of thinking mentally as you were donning that blindfold?
Okay, yeah, sure. So the last scramble was slightly easy. I believe it was 9 algorithms, and normally you'd expect 10. And it was actually on the easier side in terms of 9 alg scrambles. Like, it had pretty easy cases. And I noticed that because I memorized corners first, and I only had 3 corner algorithms, which is pretty lucky. So I was pretty nervous during edges because I knew that this had potential to be something quite good. So I was kind of just thinking, my mindset was like, take it slightly safe, because this wasn't quite the type of scramble that had potential for a world record. So yeah, I mean, I just kind of went for it, just going, just steadily, and yeah, it worked, I guess.
Do you have any special messages or shout-outs that you want to make to anyone at home that might be watching the stream?
Yeah, sure. So first of all, just thank you to everybody here. Lots of my friends at this competition. I think I've just had a great time getting to know everybody in the Cuban community over the years. I want to give a special shout out to Moyu and TheCubicle, who have sponsored me for getting to this comp, as well as many others. And of course, special shout outs to my parents over there, Mom and Dad. Thank you so much. Yeah, it's been great to see them as well. So yeah, thank you everybody.
All right, everyone. Tommy Cherry, you're a national champion in 3x3 blindfolded. Congratulations once again. Thank you so much for your time. All right, back to you guys upstairs.
Hey, this is Phil, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Next time you want to get anything speedcubing, come check out TheCubicle.com. We have all the new releases like these. We even have these. Also, we have these. Oh, and we work with this guy, and this guy. Yo! And even this guy. So yeah, if you're looking for anything speedcubing, come visit us at TheCubicle.com and enjoy the competition.
Every second, it's with you. Can you feel it? Can you beat it? Take on time with Rubik's Pulse and solve before it's lights out. Make your move.
Whether you're here to cheer on the CubingUSA All-Stars or dreaming of being one yourself, every great solve starts with great practice. At CubingGG, we help you level up your solves with expert-led courses, personalized coaching, and proven training plans, all designed by world-class speedcubers. No matter where you are in your cubing journey, CubingGG gives you the tools to take your skills to the all-star level. Check us out at CubingGG and let's get good fast.
At Lakewood ADUs, our expert contractors transform spaces into your dreams. We build home extensions, convert garages, and construct new standalone structures. Grounded in integrity and care, we partner with our community to build more than just structures, but lasting places of comfort. Scan the QR code to book a call today or visit www.lakewoodadus.com. At For the Need Foundation, we are committed to transforming young lives through the power of mentorship. Follow us at For the Need on Instagram and Facebook to stay up to date on how you can make change in your community. Together, we can prevent homelessness.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We just witnessed a fantastic 3x3 blindfolded final, and we are just getting ready, getting the stage set here for the one and only 3x3 final, the biggest one of them all. Manu Singhal, alongside me, the former world record holder, Keaton Ellis. Keaton, this has been a fantastic competition so far. What can we expect to see in this amazing 3x3 final?
I think we've more or less got the final that we are expecting here for 3x3. Some of the fastest solvers in the US, including the one who just broke our North American record, Madi Hiroto Inaba, going to be the cherry on top of this beautiful finals cake with a 472 average. Starting things off, you might have seen it very briefly on screen. Luke Greiser, Christopher Sun are the ones who are going to be coming up first here. These guys needed sub 6.6 averages in order to make it into this final round. And I'm thinking we're going to see sub 6, maybe not even making it onto the podium.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because I think Luke Greiser throughout these first 2 rounds actually hasn't been solving that good, at least compared to his potential. You go back to NAC last year, which probably has to be one of his biggest achievements of all time, getting 6.11 average to actually beat Maddie and get onto the overall podium. He's the defending second place medalist, so you know that he has a lot more in the tank than 6.37. I'm actually going to quickly run through the rest, and then we'll actually go to a very, very hype video that we have made. So the next seeding you're going to see is Caleb Chen, Max Yao, again, 2 awesome solvers. Luke Garrett, Brian Johnson, 2 Midwesterners. That's going to be a matchup for the ages. And at the very top, the 2 West Coasters, Maddie Hiroto Inaba and Max Park. All right, I think we have a very special video message for you all that is ready to be played now.
133. Over 2 decades of history, that's how many have taken this stage. 133 moments, 133 stories. But amidst them all, a select few have been immortalized in speedcubing history. The first ever back-to-back national champion and the country's first to break sub 10. A national record solved to secure gold in the one moment that mattered. A kid from Pennsylvania who managed to dethrone the greatest to ever do it. But the GOAT isn't known to make the same mistake twice. Returning at the height of his dominance 4 years later, he would cement his legendary status on America's biggest stage. A national championship that's decided by 100th of a second one year and 200ths the next. One that will take everything away from you and force you to earn it all back. For some, it's a proving ground for greatness.
It's unlike any other competition experience I've ever had.
For others, greatness is the expectation.
Very nice. That's the solving we know from Maddie Hiroto Inaba.
And when you're a 4-time national champion, you can be sure that the world is expecting a show. One of tragedy, triumph, obsession, pressure. This is US Nationals, where destiny is decided by fractions of a second. 133 stories, and still, just one remains unwritten.
When it comes to dramatic writing, there is none other like the one and only Stu Cube. Thank you for preparing that. Keaton, as we were going through the history, I could see you in the little viewfinder. You're jumping up, remembering some of these great moments. Take us back to some of these moments. Keaton, what does it mean to be the U.S. national champion?
I mean, for me, back in 2015, when I was able to do it for one-handed, I was more or less emotional, crying a little bit when I realized that I had won it. Because I thought I would not have, I might have had a chance for the podium. And one of the people that was very much highlighted in that video, Pavan Ravindra, I thought was going to beat me in that round. Pavan, from my high school in Central Maryland, River Hill High School, shout out to them, producing a lot of the best cubers out there. But to be in one of these nationals finals, your goal as one of the competitors is to just try to make it feel as much like home solving as possible. Because that's where you're going to be in the zone. That's where you're going to be able to feel comfortable and put down the best times. That was how I felt when I won in 2015 for the first 3 solves. When I was in nationals finals in 2014, I felt that. And then I was like, oh my God, I can get PR average. And then my last 2 solves sort of fell apart. So I've been on both sides of that distribution. You want to keep your nerves. You want to stay steely. You want to be focused.
Yeah, it's going to take everything from the competitors to kind of get it all together here. We have an auditorium where this is going to be held. There are actual spotlights this morning. They were testing all the different lighting configurations, making sure that they were not just good for the competitors, but what would provide a show. It's going to be just incredible. Keaton, who's kind of your dark horse, kind of like candidate that might end up in 4th, but also has a chance to really sneak onto the podium?
Yeah, I think the person that I think is criminally underrated here in this final is Christopher Sun. I think he's coming in as the 8th seed here, but he got a 6.09 average in that first round. He does not compete as much as the other competitors in this final, which means that his personal records may not look as fancy or as sparkling on paper, but he's an incredibly fast solver. I think if there's someone who's going to sneak onto the podium, it's going to be him.
Indeed, the guy I'm actually looking out for is a relatively young solver. You all know him. His name is Caleb Chen. He's been called the future of US speed cubing, and for a while after he got that title, it looked like things were a little shaky, whether or not he could kind of keep this on his shoulders. But over the last 2 rounds that he's put together here, it's been just a masterclass, and has gone toe-to-toe with the best. If you look at Western Championship earlier this year, he ended up getting second place. A very, very good performance for him, considering the only guy who beat him was Max Park, the defending national champion, 2023 world champion. So he's got some good experience under his belt now. Maybe actually even not making it into the world semifinal has kind of steeled him up a little bit. He has amazing algorithm knowledge that he's been doing for many, many, many years. And actually has also gotten some big moment experience through PSL as well. So watch out for him. I think coming into this, it was really talking about who's going to get first and who's going to get second. You have just the juggernaut looking for his 5th national title, Max Park, 2 world champion titles to his name, and just an all-round great competitor. And then you had Maddie, who had no national records, no continental records, no world records, and actually no notable titles of any kind outside of like US titles. Getting 3rd amongst Americans last year, off the podium because Timon Koloshinsky, thanks Timon, stole our 1st place spot. But other than that, not super notable, getting 5th place at Worlds. Now all of a sudden he's unlocked a new part of his profile, the records section. In there, 4.72 NAR is going to sit. What is your mindset if you're Maddie coming into this final, Keaton?
For Maddie, I think he's used to these tough situations. He did win North American Championships in 2022, so it's been 3 years since he's made it onto the gold on a podium, but he's got plenty of high-stakes competition experience. He's just broken the continental record and the sub-5 barrier, which was something that he'd been chasing for a while. I think he should be feeling good. I think he should know what the situation is like, and I think he should focus on solving just like he does at home, which is incredibly fast with incredible look ahead.
In fact, he is actually one of the first competitions he doesn't have the time zone debuff or perhaps the jet lag debuff. I mean, it looks like it's paying off in dividends, 5.26 average in the first round. And as we keep talking about, an incredible 4.72 North American record average, leaving everyone behind in the dust. Of course, not to be outdone himself, Max Park, 5.03 second average in the first round, and a very respectable 5.54 second average, actually matched by Luke Garrett in the last round. I mean, if you're Max, like, what do? You don't do anything different, surely, right?
No, if you're Max Park, you do what Max Park does and that is solve Rubik's Cubes incredibly fast. Max, despite having lost to Maddie in that second round, did get the better of him in the first round. And if you take a look at the simulations, the statistics, they're close, but Max has a slight edge in terms of potentially winning this competition.
Of course, known for his relatively simple solutions. We'll dive into all of that once we actually start the solving. I do really briefly want to talk about Luke Garrett, the only other American besides Max to have gotten a sub-5 average, now, of course, joined by Maddie. He is now looking pretty good to end up in the 3rd place spot. Greiser, unfortunately, not fully competing to his potential, and Dylan Miller, unfortunately, missing finals entirely. And Luke Garrett with a 5.54, also a color neutral solver, same as Maddie and Max, now has a chance to kind of rise to the occasion and end up getting 3rd place podium at the national championship. What do you do if you're Luke? I mean, he's been through the gauntlet today across like so many finals. I think he made like 7 different finals. What advice would you give him, Keaton?
For Luke in this situation, he's already got his first win at US Nationals with one-handed a couple rounds ago. Seems pretty pleased with that, but also seems to think that it seemed to me at least that this was the event that he cared most about. So I think his goal in this situation is to leave all these past rounds behind him and focus on what's coming here. He should know at this point that he's going to be one of the first color neutral solvers coming out. And so if he sees these good scrambles on different cross colors, he should feel very comfortable because he knows no one behind him will have done these. But he will also know that both Maddie and Max ahead of him will be doing these as well. So as a color neutral guy, you should focus and pick nice cross colors. And then from us here in the booth, what Luke does on these scrambles will help inform us about what Maddie and Max are going to do on them as well.
Indeed, we will be tracking cross colors, solutions, everything we will try to do between the two of us. All right. With all that, that's hopefully enough of a preview that you all at home, even if you're not a speed cuber, needed in order to just enjoy this, what's going to be an incredible final block. 3x3 finals here at the U.S. National Championship is all set, ready to go. McVinney Auditorium is packed here in Providence, Rhode Island. We're just about ready to hand it over to Kevin Hayes to introduce the final event, the marquee event of the U.S. National Championship 2025.
Welcome to the final day and the final event of Rubik's and TheCubicle CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. We've already seen 16 of our competitors claim their national titles, and we now have 8 of the best cubers in the nation facing off for the main event, the 3x3 final. Let's get started. In the 8th seed, he is the state record holder of Pennsylvania, and he placed 22nd at Worlds this summer. From Pennsylvania, Christopher Sun. Our 7th seed placed 12th at Worlds and placed 2nd at the U.S. Nationals last year. From Kentucky, Luke Greiser. Good luck, competitors.
And just like that, we are off to the races. Christopher Sun versus Luke Greiser. We previewed this a little bit right before our little StuCube hype video came out. Keaton, what is the most important thing for these competitors? Chris Sun, a major final for him once again, and Luke Greiser, he's starting to get used to being in this environment. Of course, a fantastic performance at the North American Championship last year, and a 6.05 to get 12th place at the World Championship in Seattle earlier this year.
Yeah, I think for Christopher Sun, his goal is to continue the momentum that he's had, peaking right before this competition with a PR single and PR average at Mid-Atlantic Championships just a couple of months ago. And then for Luke Greiser, he puts a lot of pressure on himself to perform well in these events. He competes essentially only in 3x3 at these major championships. It paid off for him. He seemed very pleased with his performance at Worlds and obviously is pleased at his performance last year at North American Champs. His goal, in my opinion, is to not let the pressure overwhelm him.
To start things off for us here, Christopher Sun, the 8th seed, perhaps a little underrated in an otherwise very, very stacked final. Our first look at the scrambles here. Chris Sun, a white-yellow solver. Let's see what he's going to end up doing here. Yellow is the cross color of choice. There's that F2L, and very, very smooth into that last layer of 5.73, starting things off with a bang.
It's a very solid solve. Those are the types of things you want to see here at Nationals. Take a look at the replay right here. Very standard looking yellow cross. And then looks like he does do a little ZBLS there to make sure that he gets all edges oriented. Fairly good execution from Chris.
And as the times come in, we will populate them above as well, so you can instantly see best possible and Worst possible average, same scramble being given to Luke Greiser and the remaining solvers. Yellow cross also the choice for him. Unfortunately, a bit of a fumble at the beginning as he does an A-perm, but still locks up a solid 5.84 second single.
You can see the fist pump after that solve. He seems fairly pleased. He's a momentum-based solver and really lets sort of emotions fly in both directions. And with the fist pump there, things are going to be looking good.
He's been working very hard on his health and other, you can call it intangibles, so to speak. Coming into this competition, really training like an athlete in all regards. He's made it to the national championship final. No small feat by any stretch of the imagination. And things looking good for him so far. Chris Sun now just doing a couple turns. A lot of M moves we can see under the table from our top-down camera. Time for warm-up is over. All competitors get up to 1 minute of warm-up time. This one looking not too bad. A couple of oriented pieces already for white.
8 seconds. Might be able to do that blue-orange pair first thing. That is exactly what it does here.
Definitely a good choice. And there it is, OLL, PLL. Bit of a longer solution here because there was no ZBLL. 6.55 seconds for Chris Sun.
Yeah, right here. Oh, that's not a great OLL. One of the least desirable ones in my humble opinion. And the arc perm was sort of mid as a PLL. 6.5, not too surprising of a time to get, given that last layer.
Looks like it's still beating his last average of 6.59. We were talking about what he would need to potentially get onto the podium. Of course, some of that is going to depend on the rest of the scrambles. 3 of the scrambles no one has seen just yet. But some good solving coming out from the both of these guys so far. Not to mention one scramble to give as well. We drop the best and the worst and then take the mean of the remaining 3. Very classic warm-up, pre-competition, pre-execution routine, rather, for Luke Greiser. Looks like white cross is going to be the choice for him. It's facing him right now, at least. And yes, the execution begins. Oh, looks like he either missed... Yeah, something was wrong in the inspection there. The turning also was not particularly fantastic. 7.92 seconds.
You'd like to see him smiling after that solve, though. You don't want to let one bad solve ruin the average. He does a different cross than Christopher's Sun there, and then has a bit of a difficult transition into the rest of his F2L after his first pair. And then to top it off, there are some not so nice cases, including that V perm at the end.
Yeah, so 2 yellow crosses for Chris Sun, and 1 yellow, then white for Greiser. Chris Sun ready now into the inspection phase. Up to 15 seconds to inspect. Right off the bat, yeah, white did not seem fantastic. My eye, at least, was drawn to yellow. Yellow is the choice as well. Some smooth F2L there, basically all the way through. A 5.52 second solve. That is the type of stuff that you need to podium at the national championship.
Looks like there was only one rotation here during that F2L. Nice and clean, going into a soon, and then I think it was the same arc frame if I see it correctly, but executed with a different alg, the RUD alg, which is nice from the orientation that Chris got it.
Coming into this competition as the 11th seed was Chris Sun, so already outperforming his seeding. Greiser, the 7th seed, same scramble, has yellow on bottom again. Looks like it's actually the same orientation. Perhaps we'll see the same start of the solution as well. And a couple more rotations from Greiser. Not too bad of an OLL, and looks like he got a G perm, fumbled it a little bit. 6, 7, 8.
Luke clapping for himself there. A bit of a difficult transition there into the PLL. Good start here. OLL pretty locky, and then that's not a great G perm at all. GC, and that from that angle, I think it just opens you up to locking up quite a bit if you don't get it perfect.
So advantage right now to Chris Sun. Of the 3 times he's put up so far, 5.73 is definitely going to be part of the average. We call that counting. 6.78 for Greiser. So pretty big advantage, over 1 second so far. Can he extend that to over Greiser and carry it through this competition? White cross is the choice. It was looking pretty good from the jump. Looks like he needed to rotate basically instantly, but a pretty fluid last layer, and that's his best solve so far, 5.42.
These are some good scrambles coming out for White here, and Christopher Sun is taking full advantage. This is a pretty solid execution. Just one rotation. Looks like a 6-move OLL into a 9-move POL. I mean, you can't ask for a better full step last layer.
A little bit of a replay of the World Championship so far. According to Felix, who was commentating alongside us, scrambles looked quite good for white and yellow. If that maintains to be the case, we'll see some good solves from the remaining competitors. And it'll be interesting to see what the color neutral guys choose. White cross looks to be the choice for Greiser. Not sure if he found a solution. Kind of was shaking his head. But, I mean, this looks like a fantastic solve. R-Perm, not one of the good ones. A little bit locky, but a 5.76 is a good comeback.
Yeah, doing different solutions in Christopher Sun, so even though they're doing the same cross color, it is going to be a little bit different here. This one involved 2 rotations, very fast lefty soon from Luke Greiser, going for the OLL PLL instead of potentially trying for some sort of soon ZD.
And after that 4th solve, it is confirmed that Luke Greiser will not be the national champion. He has no way to catch Chris Sun, who is locked into a sub-6 average. Exactly what you wanted to see from Chris Sun.
Yeah, he's on PR pace right now, by the way. 587 was his PR that he said at his lost competition. And he really only needs like a 6.3 in order to beat that. Taking some time, taking a look at different orientations here. Doesn't look like as nice of a scramble, but...
And a 5.83
still able to get PR.
Yeah, that's incredible. 5.69 second solve, or second average for Chris Sun. Very, very nice. Looked like a lot of moves here, but executed it quite well. And that is a fantastic time from the number 8 seed to just go into the clubhouse. You can just watch the rest of finals, and half of the solvers might not even beat that.
I told you to look out for this guy, Christopher Sun, putting down some incredible times here. Let's see what Luke Greiser could do on that same scramble.
Just looking like his F2L is a little too long, and then there's a big fumble there. Luke Greiser's national championship has come to a close at the 3x3 finals, 9.06. He's going to get worst possible, 6.85. Still a fantastic showing for him, and well representing the state of Kentucky.
Yeah, it was a good average for Luke Greiser. Essentially, this is not quite 2x2 in which one move may determine your average, but only a couple moves determine the difference between Luke Greiser's a 7.92 and a 9.06 here. Just a couple moves would have been able to go a little bit faster. So yeah, this is a very tight event.
The fluidity in the F2L is something that we're going to be watching very, very closely. A guy who was very fluid throughout his F2L, his first 5 solves, or rather his last 5 solves of nationals.
We were
Chris
here
Sun.
with Christopher Sun, who just laid out a 5.69 personal record average in nationals finals. So Chris, you missed Worlds Finals earlier this summer by 2 places, and now you're in All-Stars Finals here in Rhode Island, and on the other side of the country, and you just PR'd on one of the biggest stages of your cubing career. What's kind of going through your mind right now? How's everything feeling?
Honestly, not much is going through my mind, but one thing is that I'm very blessed to be able to come to all these competitions. So thank you to my parents. They always support me, and they're the reason why I can get out here. And I'm always very blessed to be in contention to get to finals, and then obviously I know some things don't go the way people want for other people, and just it's very close sometimes. And I've been on the losing end of a lot of not making finals and not making podiums and not making winning the titles I want. But I'm always very blessed to be able to make the finals that I do and to be able to just compete. So just very blessed.
Awesome. So were there any solves during that kind of felt pretty memorable to you during that? Was that last solve, that 5th solve where you kind of clutched PR there? What was kind of going through your mind on that one?
Yeah, that 5th solve, I couldn't see anything on white or yellow. So maybe that's just me, but I didn't think the crosses were that good. So I kind of just like YOLO'd it on the last solve on yellow. But yeah, that was pretty memorable. Yeah.
Awesome. Do you have any special messages or shout-outs you want to do to the audience while I have you up here?
Well, yeah, I want to shout out my parents, obviously. They sacrificed a lot for me. And I want to thank the whole Mid-Atlantic region. Their community is so strong and they're always so supportive. And I know we have a lot of people here, and I know we have a lot of people that aren't here, but they're also supportive, and I'm very thankful for that. And maybe just a message for all the Cubers here and younger people is just to always keep your head up and just always be positive, and whenever you can, just be supportive of other people too, no matter how you're doing.
Awesome. Chris Sun, everybody. Congratulations once again. Back to Kevin very shortly.
Fantastic message there right at the end from Chris Sun. Hey, it's that good karma that pays its dividends over and over again. He YOLO'd it on the last one, 5.83 to get PR average. Not sure if that advice I would recommend to anyone. I mean, but hey, he got a sub-6 average. He knows better than I do, huh?
Well, at some point, if you just don't see anything, it's mostly hope and pray and keep your eyes peeled for pieces that show up as best as you can. Cross is only one part of the solve, and the back half, which you can't see in inspection, might be better. So you should never be given up, and you should always focus. But the thing that he's saying about having nothing in his brain is probably an advantage in this case for being able to stay focused and get personal records in nationals finals.
Yep, that's the exact type of solving you want to see, the exact type of solving we hope to see from the remaining 6 solvers. Let's send it back to Providence.
Next up, in our 6th seed, he's a former 3x3 North American single record holder. He placed second in Square One this weekend, and he is the state and regional record holder of his region. From Washington, Max Shao. In the 5th seed, also a state and regional record holder of his region, and 18th in the world for 3x3 average, from Georgia, Caleb Chen. Good luck, competitors.
Best of luck to both of these guys. Max Xiao, I had counted him out, to be honest. Looking at some of his results, he's been called inconsistent over and over again. The 9th seed coming into this U.S. National Championship, but he's here. He's here at seed number 6, outperforming many, many other competitors and representing the PNW, the only PNW representative in this top cut.
Yeah, although this is not a jet lag discussion like we were talking about with Maddie Hiroto Inaba earlier, Max coming up from Maryland, where he's currently doing school at Johns Hopkins, so just a short train ride away from Rhode Island here.
And man, Caleb Chen, this guy has so much potential. Just amazing results he is capable of at home, in competition as well. 5.26, his personal record average. Has a 3-second solve officially in the books. And a prolific ZB user, both ZBLS and ZBLL. We're going to see some crazy algorithm knowledge. Hopefully, the recognition doesn't stymie him too much. But for now, Max Xiao to get us started with the second pairing of Nationals 2025. Putting the hand warmers to the side, mentally preparing himself. The mental so important for these top solvers. And here we are, same scrambles as before. On this one, both Woodgreiser and Chris Sun chose yellow cross. Max is slated to do the same here. Looking like pretty good turning on F2L2 and 3. And there's the last layer, 6.90. Felt like it just paused a little too much for comfort.
Looks like he tried to take advantage of that solved red-blue corner along with the edge, but you get a little bit unlucky in last layer here. It's not the best OLL, and then also GC perm. Executed it very well, but it's still quite a few moves.
Caleb choosing to do just a couple more turns on his 2x2 to warm up, even though this is not the 2x2 final. Hailing from Georgia, Caleb has the state record and actually the regional record for the entire Southeast. He's very unique in the sense that he leans quite a bit over his cube. It's a little bit hard to get a top-down angle on exactly what's going on always. White cross is the choice for Caleb. There's that famed ZBLS and pretty good recognition on H case, 5.67 for him.
Yeah, fairly good solution for Caleb right there. Caleb on PR pace last round, ended up not breaking it, but he's doing fairly well today, this championship Sunday at US Nationals.
ZBLS is a very, very interesting subset. I've come to learn as I learn more and more. But for the folks at home, the more edges you have oriented, generally the cases are a little bit better, at least in terms of move count. Of course, there are ergonomics and stuff. Sometimes you need to rotate in order to do something in the most optimal moves. You'll see Caleb primarily choose to have the front slots open for this reason. Here's Max Xiao now. Again, a lot of pieces already oriented if you choose white cross or yellow cross. Looks like it will be white cross for him. Decent turning. Looks like he planned a little bit into F2L, but kind of lucky there. And a 6.80. Actually, a pretty simple DBLL there.
Yeah, taking advantage of the bad OLL by turning it into a ZB case. Right there, you can take that OLL, do what is normally the H OLL, and turn that into a T.
So 6-9, 6-8 to start things for Max. Not really what he wanted to see. Second solve from Caleb. This is going to be pretty critical. He's already has one good solve in the books, and he'll want to continue that pace as he continues with his average here at the National Championship Finals. 3x3, the most important event, some might say. Certainly the marquee event. White cross is going to be the choice for Caleb as well. Let's see what he can do. If he can manipulate edge orientation, he'll have a better chance in ZBLL. Soon ZB, and actually pretty good recognition all in all. He's frustrated, but a 5.39 cannot be too angry with that. That is blowing Chris Sun out of the water right now. Max Xiao on solve number 3. Get another look at this third scramble. Ready's up.
Very quickly chooses an orientation.
Yeah, picking his orientation relatively quickly. That's a good sign typically. That means the competitors are trying to plan deeper and deeper into their inspection, into the F2L stage. Bit of a longer last layer. He gets a sub 6 second signal. Good to see, 5.94.
That's a wide anti-soon right there, going into an R-perm. A little bit of a lockup on that R-perm right there. Otherwise, not a bad solve, all things considered.
So with a 6.8 counting, he still has a chance to beat Luke Greiser, but it's looking more and more likely that Chris Sun has claimed another victim and is going to move ahead of Max Xiao. He would need something pretty incredible in order to get ahead at this stage. 5.94 would be counting as well. So he would need to count something in the low 5 or perhaps even a 4-second solve. I've yet to see any of those so far, but that could change very quickly with a solver like Caleb Chen. Took quite a bit for him to get to ZBLS, and then soon it required a little bit of extra recognition. 6.89, he won't want that to count.
Yeah, same orientation as Max Xiao coming into that solve right there. Only had one rotation, if my eyes don't deceive me, during F2L, but a little bit of locky execution on that ZB.
We're starting to get a sense of where these competitors' averages are going. Max, unfortunately, not trending too good at this point. Perhaps this scramble will change some things for him. You can see a lot of white pieces are already like close to where they're supposed to be, or at least from this position, almost all of them are already oriented. A bit locky there on the last F2L pair as he ends up with a 7.54. Not really where he wanted. Oh, that's a +2 also. Not really where he wanted this to go.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate on that solve. You know, this is a scramble that has an enormous amount of pieces already oriented. This is something we should be looking for a little bit later as well. It might be good on multiple cross colors.
Max and Caleb choosing to only do white and yellow cross. Rather, that's the only two cross colors that they have trained. We will see some color neutral solvers coming up very, very shortly. Once again, Caleb Chen has the ability to just explode out of the gate and get very efficient solutions, especially for the last layer. Yellow cross is the cross color of choice. Interesting, a Y2 before going into ZBLL, a 6.01 second solve for him.
Yeah, that Y2 is a bit tough. Otherwise, solved looked pretty good. And no problems on that ZB at the end.
So now with that time in, you can see best possible average, 5.69. That would match Christopher Sun at the moment. Caleb Chen does have a better single though. So if he is to get best possible average, he would overtake Christopher Sun tie-breaking on the single solve. But it's looking good for Chris Sun so far. Max Xiao now doesn't really have a lot of movement that's possible here. Best possible average is 6.55. That would only put him ahead of Luke Gracer.
You always want to end on a high note, though, even though you know you're out.
Max already claiming a silver medal in the Square One event. Definitely his main event, holds the most world records in it. The last solve of his national championship this year. It's not going to be a great one, unfortunately. 8.74. He's kind of spanned the gamut here. A 5-second solve, 2 6-second solves, 2 high 6-second solves, an 8 and a 9. That'll round things out for him. One more solve of this pairing in Caleb Chen.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate to have that 9.54 end up being a +2 in this situation. But Max, I'm sure not too disappointed with the podium in Square One already.
So to overtake Chris Sun, he needs to get 5.40, which is basically best possible average. It's pretty tough to beat a 5.3. There are not that many people in the world who would back themselves to consistently do it in this type of pressure situation. How will the new guy Caleb fare on this last scramble? Little bit of a
tough one, Chris.
Start. Yeah, just too long of a solution, too long to recognize. This is going to be worst possible for him. 6.19. Caleb Chen will also not win the national championship, but a still solid performance from him.
Yeah, Caleb doing very well on this average, aside from just a couple of turns. This scramble, though, the last one, definitely the hardest of the bunch. Essentially the opposite of scramble number 4 in this situation.
You can kind of see that there. Nice moments of camaraderie shared between Max Shaw and Caleb Chen. Looks like we're going to tap Caleb just very quickly for a short interview as he's currently in second place if things remain this way. A lot of stuff would need to go wrong, right, depends on your perspective. Let's go to Caleb.
Out of the 4 that have competed so far. So what was it kind of like competing in this type of final? I know you don't have a lot of big final experience. This might be your first or second time competing in this environment. What's kind of going through your mind during that?
I'm pretty, I competed in the All-Stars last year, so I'm already familiar with kind of the setup. And I generally just feel a little less nervous in this kind of environment. Obviously, the solves, I felt pretty happy with them, but I kind of fumbled one of the solves. It would have been, good, but...
Tell us a little bit more about that solve. What solve was it, and what could you have done better?
It was the solve that I got like a 6-8 on, and I planned like 3 pairs, and there was a free pair, but I forgot the 3rd pair like right as I started the timer, and I kind of panicked and didn't do that good.
You're one of the few cubers from Georgia and the Southeast at this competition. What does it mean to be here representing the Southeast U.S. here to the stage?
I'm very happy to represent the Southeast.
Awesome. Any other messages you want to send out to people at home, or any shout outs you want to make?
I want to shout out to my parents over there.
Awesome. Caleb Chen, everyone, congratulations once again. Back to you guys.
Great job from Caleb Chen representing his region, representing his state very, very well. We're 4 solvers through, Keaton. We've gotten rid of all of those pesky dual, color neutral, whatever. Those don't matter. We're going to get 4 color neutral solvers coming up.
I'm very excited to see them, especially on scramble number 4. There are lots of different options that appear to be good on that scramble. This can be good for solvers in the sense that they have lots of options to choose from. It can be bad because you might spend 2 or 3 seconds considering every single option before you really lock in on a single color. And when you only have 15 seconds of inspection, one of the things nowadays is pick a color and look as deep as you possibly can into it. That's why you can see some of the Chinese competitors potentially one looking F2L. So, from our perspective, you want to lock in early, but hopefully pick the best color.
Indeed, that certainly seems like it's become the meta, but let's see, will one of the top 4 solvers buck that trend? Let's introduce seeds number 3 and 4. Actually, it looks like we're going to end up in a short standby period as we wait for just the ground crew to clear things up. But, I mean, so far, Keaton, anything to you stand out in particular in terms of the scrambles? I mean, the second one looks like there's a lot of pieces, at least for white-yellow, there were a ton of pieces that were already there. Wouldn't be surprised if some of the color neutral guys picked that one, but anything else of note?
Yeah, taking a look at the list right now, Scramble 1 is a scramble where we have multiple people getting 5-second solves. And then also Scramble 4 is the one that seems to be fairly good for white-yellow as well. So, those are the 2 that you want to take a look at. And then the others, it's a mixed bag depending on exactly
the 19th world-ranked 3x3 solver. He is the state record holder from Wisconsin, Brian Johnson. In our 3rd seed, we have the regional champion from the Great Lakes region. He's the OH world record holder, the one-handed national champion from earlier today, placed 2nd in 6x6 from Indiana, Luke Garrett. Good luck, competitors.
And here we are. 4 competitors remain. These 4 competitors will try to outdo the 4 that have already gone. Chris Sun sitting at the top right now, 5.69. These 2 guys will be looking to back themselves to beat that time and lift up the Morris Trophy, which sits just behind Brian Johnson right now, a 5.27 second average, Earlier this year, that was actually his first sub-6 since NA All-Stars last year. And in the last round, he managed to do it again, kind of dispelling some of the talk that it was a bit of a fluke. He will be going up against Luke Garrett, 4.88 second average, just narrowly missing out on beating Max Park's North American record average only just a couple months ago. He is a big-time competitor. He's been in this situation dozens of times at this point across a variety of events. This one is going to be a good one, as we mentioned, both color and neutral solvers. A lot of alg knowledge sits in the brains of these 2. Brian also getting a podium in the fewest moves category, has been looking to improve in that range as well. Very different from speed solving, yet he's still here on the final stage. Solve number 1 3 out of 4 competitors have gotten a sub 6-second solve. Looks like Brian made a bit of a mishap in inspection, perhaps, but still ended up with a respectable 6.4.
Looks like there was a pause in between a couple of F2L pairs here that sort of made the difference. That pause between F2L's number 2 and 3, I believe. Otherwise, not a bad last layer for him.
You can already tell that that is not going to be a good enough time if he continues up that pace. In order to beat Chris Sun, and he counted that time, he would need to get 5.69 and then 4.97. All 3 of those times would need to count in order for him to get ahead of Chris Sun. Luke Garrett now. What is he going to produce on this scramble? Looks like he's trying to lock in on... Well, looked like it was going to be a yellow, then switching over to... Yeah, still hasn't picked yet. Trying to take advantage of that free pair. Looks like red is the choice in the end. The short inspection depth shows itself off here. And Luke with a poor start by his standards, 7.61.
Very tough inspection period here, not settling on a cross color until the very end, and then a bit of a difficult recognition for that OLL, but was able to, at the very least, round things off with a nice J-perm.
The first red cross picked there. And yeah, you can already see that what you were talking about, Keaton, not able to select a cross color early might have hurt him more than he thinks. Brian Johnson now, scramble number 2. This one was a little bit of a nicer scramble, especially for the white-yellow solvers. White cross is the choice for Brian as well. Looking relatively fluid, just a little bit pausey. And what was that last layer? A skip, perhaps, 5.26.
Yeah, a nice skip for Brian Johnson right there. The OLL already in the orientation you want, so quite easy to recognize. At the very least, you're going to get a corner permuted case. In the best case, which Brian got, you just get a straight PLL skip.
Looking solid. Great solve there from Brian. Kind of getting back into the conversation a little bit after getting mid-6. Luke Garrett will want a solve of that caliber of his own. A little bit of a fumble by the judge. Looks like it didn't affect him too much. He's got green on the bottom at the moment. Yeah, looks like he's going to stick with that. Not too bad. A lot of rotations coming out. Luke is a fantastic turner, and that shows right here, 5.12. Who needs all those white pieces already oriented?
That's a very nice F2L right there for Luke, taking advantage of that pair that you have on yellow-red, and then cleaning things up with a fairly good last layer. I'd say slightly better than average in terms of cases.
Good comeback from Luke Garrett as well. 512, definitely more of the type of solving we expect from him. Every competitor has their own ways of dealing with pressure. Brian Johnson taking some deep breaths. Definitely can recommend something like that. This is the 3rd scramble now. Not fantastic if you're a white-yellow solver, but looks like Brian is going to go for a yellow cross anyway. Here's the F2L, later stage of F2L. Simple 2GLL, actually very, very easy 2GLL, and 5.96.
Yeah, the one thing about yellow here is that it's got a fairly easy cross, all things considered, and the continuation requires you to do a couple of fancy tricks like Brian did there on that 4th slot in order to get a decent lost layer case.
All of these competitors, whether they consciously do it or not, definitely are capable of understanding the state of a lot of these puzzle pieces. We talk about orientation of edges and where the corners are facing, where each of the specific corners and edges are going to end up. A lot of that people train, but for a lot of these solvers, it can be somewhat intuitive as well. Yellow cross is what Luke is staring at as well. I want to say this is
the same orientation. Oh.
Yeah, now just switching it up right at the end. You can see he preserved 2 of the F2L pieces, but getting a dot case, unfortunately, 5.98. not super fantastic, but still a pretty decent solve.
Wow, that's a decent outcome for a scramble where you switch your orientation with a second left to go. Unfortunate with the .OLL. F2L seemed smooth up until that point, but it was well executed in the R-perm as well. He's on pace with Brian in terms of best, worst, and median solve.
Indeed, both competitors are counting that third solve right in the median of the 3 that have been performed so far. A slight advantage to Brian Johnson, but there is quite a bit of ways to go if they are to chase Chris Sun, who currently sits on top of the 3x3 rankings here in the final round. Instantly looks like he had picked White Cross. Yeah, a little bit locky on his turns in cross, but overall a relatively fluid solution. Taking a little too long in ZBLL though, 7.32, turning in the wrong direction.
Yeah, able to take advantage do some nice D moves right there, put the back right slot, which is something that you really want to have. That was a fairly long ZBLL recognition though. Hence the 7.
Also didn't look like a fantastic case. Originally I was thinking it might be a 2 GLL, but it looks like he needed to do some D moves as well. So one of the cases where you have the twisted corners are matching and then the ones in the back are opposite.
Lots of cross-color options here.
Actually, yeah, if you look at some of the other ones, it looks like there's a couple of pieces that are already joined oriented as well. Blue cross is going to be the choice for Luke Garrett. Will that pay off for him? Very, very fast, turning through F2L.
ZB recognition. Oh, yeah, no, the drop!
Big drop there for Luke Garrett. He's going to get a 7. He's going to be counting a 6.41. His best possible now, just populating 5.88. That would not, or sorry, 6.14. Excuse me. That would not be good enough. And actually, both Brian and Luke twinning here, 7.32. I think ZBL in that very particular moment was just probably the wrong choice. The recognition required a bit of U moves as well. And unfortunate solving from both of these competitors. Chris Sun is guaranteed to end up on the podium, coming in as the 8th seed.
Oh, what a painful last layer for Luke. It was a fantastic F2L to get to that. Oh, the ZB recognition and then the execution. Oh, it just hurts. And this is not an easy scramble on Scramble 5 in order to try to make the comeback and get on the podium.
Yellow cross of choice for Brian to round out his national championship has been a decent one, perhaps a little bit short of his lofty expectations, 8.10. And we go to Luke Garrett now, who will close out the penultimate pairing here in Providence.
Oh, Luke. Oh, he's got to have it. He's got to know that having a counting 7.3 is going to probably knock him off the podium. I don't think he knows that, with BPA, he can still at least slide into a tentative second place, which is still relying on either Max or Maddie to mess up a little bit. But let's see what he can do on this scramble. This is one of the harder ones. He's looks like white right now, which doesn't have a good track record for competitors so far.
And a tough start for him as well. Just the solution is just a little too long. And that will end his national championship, an 8.59, excuse me, to close things out. Unfortunately, just did not go Luke Garrett's way. A crowd favorite. Would have been amazing to see him take one home. Unfortunately, just not there for him in this one.
Oh my goodness. Oh, that 732 is going to haunt me. Beautiful F2L.
Yeah, there's a reason why competitors choose to turn off their ZB knowledge. At times, it can be very, very brutal. Of course, Alex that you haven't practiced as often. Some of these Alex aren't fantastic. He was looking at either H or pi. It was hard to tell from the top-down angle. Those are not fantastic recognitions either. Tough to see. You never want to see a championship bid end like that. We're going to go to Zach Miller now, who's going to talk very briefly with Brian Johnson.
I'm here with Brian Johnson, who just finished up his average for this national championship final. Got a pretty respectable average, about 6.5. How are you kind of feeling going through that round?
I'm feeling pretty good. At the start, like 3x3 wasn't really my main focus for this comp, more like square one, fierce moves. So I had a pretty rough start to the comp, but I'm grateful to do at least pretty solid, I think, for 3x3.
Was there anything kind of notable for you during that average, like any scrambles or solves that kind of stood out to you?
So I had a lot of trouble with inspection in this one. I couldn't see as far as normal, but I got kind of veiled by a PLL skip on the 5.2. I was pretty lucky.
You're one of the few people here that's representing the Midwestern United States, specifically the Great Lakes region. What does that region mean to you, and what does it mean being able to do 3x3 finals and all these other events on such a big stage?
It means a lot. Like, I don't really know how to express it, but like, I'm happy a lot of people that I care about are able to see me perform. Yeah.
Do you have any specific messages or shout-outs you want to make before we send it back up?
My friends, they know who they are.
All right, awesome, everyone. Brian Johnson, everyone. Congratulations on your performance this weekend. Thank you so much.
Well done,
Back to you guys
indeed.
upstairs.
Well done indeed to Brian Johnson. Represented his state very well. A great solver all in all. Unfortunately, just not really coming together for him. Interestingly, though, Keaton, we were expecting to see some color neutral from him. Ended up picking white, yellow, and actually talked about that. It was a little bit hard for him in the inspection.
Yeah, it looks like from what we saw with Luke and Brian, really, from the color neutral perspective, you only have a couple of scrambles where it might make sense to do that. And otherwise, the standard white, yellow seem to be where the good cross colors are. And especially on solve 3, you see yellow and instantly you're like 1, 2, 3 moves. And then the rest of it is just planning to do your F2L as far as you possibly can. So I guess scramble 4 then is the one that I'm taking a look at the most to see what Max and Maddie will be doing.
Indeed. Right now, the podium sits Christopher Sun on top. He is guaranteed a medal. Caleb Chen, Brian Johnson are waiting in the wings. But we have 2 incredible solvers, 2 record-setting solvers. We can say that now. Both from the West Coast. So, yeah, West Coast representing. They're just going to be amazing. I mean, Keaton, we have a little bit of time here. What do you expect to see from our final pairing?
Frankly, I expect to see the fastest solving we're going to have this entire competition. Max and Maddie have traded number 1 and number 2, both in the rankings of this competition and in the rankings of the WCA for North America overall. These guys are incredibly fast. We've talked about them before. Maddie has extremely good look ahead, turns extremely well, and is able to do things such as transition flawlessly from OLL to PLL as if it was one entire algorithm. For Max, we're taking a look at a competitor who's got a history of high quality, fairly basic CFOP solves. Now, basic is not a bad thing in this case if you can execute it like Max Park does. I mean, his solutions are clean and he makes essentially no mistakes.
The big thing I'm looking out for is going to be Maddie's turning. That is going to decide who is going to be the national champion. If Maddie can turn like he can on Instagram, I think he has it in the bag after that incredible performance at just 1 round ago. If it's not quite there, that opens the door for Max. Also, the inspection depth is going to be very, very interesting. I'm curious to see what cross colors everyone picks. For Garrett, didn't really quite work out on some of them. I mean, on the first one, he ended up switching very, very last second. So that will be a big story, I think, coming into this. Also, no matter what, I think history is going to be set. I'm not even going to read out the accolades. I'll let Kevin do that for me. But for Maddie, he is the defending 3rd place, and he'll be feeling pretty good to at least up that to 2nd place, 5.69. Christopher Sun is waiting to see who is going to join him. But I think we're ready to send it back to the McVinney Auditorium for the final 10 solves of this national championship.
It's time for our final two competitors. In our second seed, he is a 16-time national record holder, 5 of which were world records, currently holds the North American record for single, Western Regional Champ, World Champion in 2017 and 2023, National Champion in 2017, 18, 23, and 24, which was last year's championship. From California, Max Park. And our top seed, he's already placed second in 4x4 and 5x5 at this competition, was North American champion 2022, was third on last year's national podium, and is our first seed because of his new North American record average in the semifinal. From Hawaii, Matty Hiroto Inaba. Good luck, competitors.
And here we are. There were only 2 competitors left. The best 2 solvers North America has to offer. The 2022 North American champion, Matty Hiroto Inaba, and the 2024 North American champion and defending national champion, Max Park. Both of them have sub-5 averages under their belt. Both of them are World Championship finalists. Max with 2 championship belts, as you heard from Kevin Hayes. I think it's safe to say it might be November, but we're going to see some fireworks go off here in Rhode Island.
These are the fastest solvers. As we've mentioned, Matty, another thing to mention about him at the World Championship this past July was the best of all Americans, ranking 5th place at that competition. Very close to that podium.
And the first cube is scrambled now for Max Park. A legend in the sport of speed cubing. All of you know of the incredible documentary, The Speed Cubers. Has his troubles with autism from time to time, yet still is performing at an amazing level and is a wonderful member of our community. He's going to kick things off with a yellow cross solve. Looking pretty good. Wow, uncharacteristic pause from him, but very fluid. That's the first sub-5 of this finals. Who else would it be but Max Park with a 4.97?
I was very concerned with that big pause that you see right there, but is able to make it work out and transition flawlessly from F2L4 to OLL to PLL.
Oh my, great stuff there from Max Park. He's not going to go down without a fight. Quite akin to another team from the SoCal area. Of course, I'm referring to the Dodgers, who won it in dramatic style. Dramatic style is going to be needed to win this one as well, it seems. Matty now, he instantly put blue on the bottom. What can we see from him after his NAR? Yellow cross ended up being the choice. The turning was not quite there, especially at the end. A 6.26 second solve. Not really what you wanted to see from Matty out the gate.
Just a little bit of imperfection here, but fairly good overall up until that 4th pair. Good transition, though, into that 6-move OLL if he was able to make it. And then an F-perm. There's nothing you can do about an F-perm. It's just an unlucky case to get, and there's just a ton of moves that you're going to have to do.
The official count is in. 6 solvers chose yellow cross on the first. 4 solvers chose white cross. Luke Garrett, the other color neutral solver, chose green cross. Max, of course, actually started off solving with green cross as well. So perhaps he will tend towards that direction. We'll find out shortly, as after his warm-up, he's ready to begin solve number 2. Looking around, now has green on bottom, was originally toying with yellow, but once he got to green, picked his orientation quickly. That's a good sign. You want to see that from Max. Very simple TOLL and a 5.16 celebration from Max. He's feeling good about his solving. Love to see it.
That's a nice solution right there. Able to maintain that solved yellow-red pair, and then able to have a nice set of edges oriented on the last layer as well.
I want to shout out the last pair of that F2L. It looked really short because all he did was just rotate into a 3-mover. That's exactly the type of stuff you want to see. That's what makes the world champion Yihong Wang so good. He can set up his cases and understand how his F2L pairs now influences F2L pairs later. Fantastic stuff. Green was also the initial choice for Maddie, and you can see that free pair right there in our top-down view. Preserved it well, and some great transitions, but a bit of a fumble at the end will give him a 5.23.
That was a decent solution for Maddie. Doing a different approach, changing the orientation of the edge on that pair while maintaining it. Just a lockup on that R-perm at the end. Oh.
Could have been just a little bit better. That could have been a sub 5-second solve, and then now all of a sudden we're going toe to toe. Max Park and Maddie Inaba.
Let me know when you're ready.
As Max gets warmed up here, I think I'll speak for everyone who lives on the West Coast. Max Park is an amazing inspiration to all of us. We're certainly rooting for him. And he looks to be in pretty good position, currently projected in first after 2 solves. Red is on the bottom at the moment, but green is going to be the choice. A little bit locky there on the F2L, but a 5.52 is just incredibly solid. And even right as you mentioned from the jump, we're just seeing solid solve one after another from Max.
Yeah, and this is despite that lefty WOL as well. Able to execute fairly well and is rewarded with a J-perm for that. Every solve by Max, by the way, currently underneath Christopher's Sun. So he's tracking fairly well.
5.16 is the counting time. That would be a great average to put in to win the national championship. As Maddie now on solve number 3. He's going to go for also green. Rotating there right at the end. Unfortunately, yeah, it's a bit of sloppy turning comes out from him, and another 6-second solve. So he'll be counting 6-6, and is going to need to battle back just a touch if he's going to catch Max or Chris Sun.
A bit of a tougher scramble on that one. Turning not quite as smooth as the previous solves. Also, .OLL is something that you try to avoid as much as you possibly can. And unfortunately, Maddie did run into one right there, and that just takes a lot of moves in order to solve.
Max's winning average last year for the North amongst Americans, 5.69. Chris Sun has already tied that. So we will get a national champion that is at that or faster once again. Yellow cross looks actually a little bit of a cube fumble. Not a fantastic OLL case and decent PLL. 6.26.
I think with that solve, he's tracking ahead of Christopher Sun right now. Of course, Maddie has 2 solves left, and one of them is a 5.23. So he's got good upside. Can't count him out. You want to get a good solve in your last scramble for Max.
Yep. Maddie can count the 5.23 if he gets that or better, which would give him a 5.6 or 5.7-ish mean across those two. 5.7 is in the same range as Chris Sun. So he's actually going to need to count 5.23 and a little bit better. Green cross is going to be his choice. Showing off some good turning, but a lot of moves is going to give him a 5.8 second solve here.
Oh my goodness. We have our podium with 2 solves left.
Yeah, actually, the podium is set. There will be no more movement. 2 solves remain. Max Park will defend his title with anywhere between a 5.22 and 5.65 average. Chris Sun is going to get second place at the national championship with a 5.69 personal record average. And Madi Hiroto Inaba, after counting the 6-second solve, is going to
Not
get
guaranteed
third
yet.
place. Yes. You're
No,
right about
Caleb
that.
can still get it. I misspoke earlier. Oh my goodness. Maddie needs to make sure that he does not get worst possible average here.
Starting off with Max, this one is basically inconsequential. Of course, we can see the world record single, but from what we've seen so far, it doesn't look likely.
12 seconds.
Looks like he changed his solution strategy right at the end. Yellow cross ending to be the choice. Not too bad of a last layer. He ends up with 6.38. Worst possible average it is. He's going to sneak by Christopher Sun with a 5.65 average to win the national championship.
Oh, extremely close up at the top, and it came down just to a couple of centiseconds difference between first and second place. We're not done yet, though.
Yes, indeed. Taking a look now, 6.25, the worst possible average. The only one who can catch that is Caleb Chen. Maddie needs to beat 6.52. That is the number he's looking for to get third place and defend his third place bronze. Looking at good pace so far. There's the last layer, 5.57. That will get it done.
Congratulations to your back-to-back, 3x3 national champion,
and the podium
Max
is
Park.
totally set now. Max Park wins it once again, the 5th national championship for him, stretching almost every national championship since
Christopher Sun placed
2017,
second, and Madi Hiroto Inaba in
with a blip
third.
by Patrick Ponce in between. Maddie getting third for the second year in a row. Upstarted by a surprise.
All podium placers, please go to the side room on
5.69 personal record average to steal the silver medal from Madi Hiroto Inaba. Wow. We ended up with quite the dramatic final, even though we didn't see some of the fastest solves come out in the end.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why you play out the entire scenario and you don't just assume. Christopher Sun here coming in as the 8th place seed in this 3x3 finals, just barely making it in, coming in and getting a PR average. Stone cold, 5.69 average, making a second place. Maddie, of course, doing very well as always, but just not able to get onto that.
All right, everybody, I'm
number
here
one.
with the third place finisher at Nationals this year, Madi Hiroto Inaba. First of all, congratulations on third. This is your third straight year podiuming at Nationals, with last year Minneapolis and 2023 in Pittsburgh. You both placed third. How does it feel to do it 3 years in a row?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Obviously, I didn't have my best stuff in the finals, but yeah, I put up a decent performance.
So you're from Hawaii originally, which is one of the more smaller and more isolated communities in the United States. How does it feel to be able to represent Hawaii on this stage, especially with everyone back home nearly 5 time zones away?
I mean, yeah, it feels good. I know what it's like to not have competition, so I want to just represent them and give them a better shot at being successful in cubing, yeah.
Were there any solves that standed out to you or were notable to you in that final at all? Like any specific cool moments?
I mean, not really. I like my F2L solution on the last solve, but obviously none of my solves were not up to par with my second round, so yeah, it was all right though.
Finally, how memorable was this competition for you? What did you think about everything? And yeah.
I mean, yeah, I really like this format. I do best in like head-to-head format or when all the attention is on me. So it felt really good being in this format. I felt at home. And I mean, yeah, that second round was, I've been working towards that for so long. And I mean, yeah, I have no words about it, yeah.
Awesome, Madi Hiroto Inaba. Thank you so much once again. Congratulations on your third place finish. Back to you guys.
That will round out the 3x3 podium, one of 17 events held here in Providence, Rhode Island. I guess here is a little bit of a misnomer. We are both multiple time zones away. Keaton's on the other side of the world. That's where we were all broadcasting from. 2 medals for the West Coasters, Max Park and Maddie Hiroto Inaba, and 1 for Chris Sun from Pennsylvania. Not the one you might have expected, though. Maybe a 3rd place. Coming into it, it was a big open question of who would get 3rd place. A couple people floating around in there. But in the end, the dark horse, the one we said you might want to look out for, Chris Sun getting it done.
Yeah, incredibly impressive performance from him. And then the rest of our competitors here in 3x3 finals. It was not easy to get onto this podium, and it came down to the last solve for Maddie to ensure his spot on it. So it is a tough field. The Americans are getting faster and faster every single year. And overall, I think it was an incredible performance by all of our competitors.
Indeed. A fantastic event, a great way to showcase American speed cubing, a bit of a different format, a very small competition held, was able to hold just 8 stations across the entire event, but we're still able to showcase the best of the best talent. Couple of personal records set, but none of them bigger than 4.72. That is the number to take away from this competition. Maddie Hiroto Inaba in round 2 of 3x3. His lightning fast turning and smooth solutions came through to set a new North American record average.
Yeah, incredibly impressive stuff coming out of Maddie in those solves. Clutched in 4. Didn't even need the last solve in that one. Although, frankly, it's a little bit easier when you don't have a bad solve hanging over your head trying to clutch it on solve 5. So great stuff from him. It's been a while since we've seen a North American record. I hope it won't take another 3 years to get another one.
Certainly a couple other guys in the hunt, but the bar has been moved up by quite some margin. Keaton, we had 16 other events that were held. You casted in a couple of them as well. Any notable ones that stood out to you to deserve a shout right now?
Well, I think the one that I think is most incredible for me is watching Stanley Chappell go at it in the big blinds and absolutely crushing it every single time. He runs laps around his opponents, around his fellow competitors in the field, and that is incredibly gracious and humble on that podium. So those always are the ones that, as a cuber, absolutely amaze me.
Indeed. I mean, we have just a huge variety of events. You just watched the 3x3 finals. We have events that are even faster than that. We watched a crazy Pyraminx final earlier today and a wild 2x2 final yesterday. We have events that are markedly a lot slower. We watched 5x5 today and 4x4 yesterday, as well as the 6x6 and 7x7 events. Lots of storylines there as well. The blindfolded events, as you mentioned, a 3-blind final for the ages, and a very interesting FMC podium. FMC, a little bit of the odd one out, kind of like a test, but I mean, who's the smartest cuber, perhaps? Maybe we should rename it to something like that. 17 national champions crowned here. And yeah, I think with that, we're just about ready to get into kind of the post-game show where we're going to kind of recap a little bit more detail. We'll have the awards running on in the background as they continue to set that up. But I think, first of all, I think we're ready to introduce our host of the post-game show, the first of its kind, I think, in speed cubing, and definitely deserved for this competition. Mike Fields calling in from actually not too far from you, Keaton, calling in from New Zealand. Mike, hello and welcome.
Hello, sports fans. How are we?
Here we are. A crazy national championship we've had. You're there watching from the other side of the world, unaffiliated, not an American. Let's maybe perhaps start off with what you thought of the whole event.
Hey, 1 second, Manu. Sorry, I can't hear you, but I can hear everyone else. So I'm just going to see if we can tidy up that audio.
Okay, interesting. So yeah, as we clean that up, I think starting to get ready with the awards. So we can definitely run some of those in the background get all of our national podiumers the recognition that they deserve. Yeah, it looks like starting things off perhaps with FMC, multi-blind.
You typically go in reverse order on the WCA.
Congratulations to our 5x5
That
blindfolded
would be
podium.
multi-blind. And we made it to 5 blind.
Next is the 4x4 blindfolded event. In third place, with another podium in a time of 1 minute 43.73, Graham Siggins. In second place, with a time of 1 minute 40 seconds 0.88, Liam Chen. And in first place, the time of 54 seconds 0.92, Stanley Chappell. Congratulations to our 4x4 blindfolded podium. Next up is square one. In third place with a time of 7.21, Noah Swore. Second in a time of 5.62, Max Shao. And first in a winning time of 5.26, Hassan Kanani. Congratulations to our square one podium. Next up is the Scoob event. In third place, the time of 2.46, Simon Kellum. Second with a time of 1.88 seconds, Carter Kukala. And our winner in a time of 1.86 seconds, Quinn Maloney. Congratulations to our skewed podium. Third place in our Pyramix event in a time of 1.88 seconds, Clement D. Tucker. Second in a time of 1.71 seconds, David F. Andron Silva. And our champion in the time of 1.65 seconds, Michael Nielsen. Congratulations to our Pyramix podium. Next event is Megaminx, and in third place with an average of 30.37 seconds, Hee-Wan So. Second in a time of 30.01, Nicholas Nyang. And in 29.91 seconds, our winner, Alexei Sinyavin. Congratulations to our Megaminx podium. Third place in the clock event
in a time of 3.41 seconds, Carter Thomas. Our silver medalist in 3.12 seconds, Aaron Jake Wong. And our winner in a time of 2.92 seconds, Fiona Bao. Congratulations to our clock podium. Next up is 3x3 one-handed. In third place at the time of 10.58 seconds, Parker Traeger. Second in a time of 10.34 seconds, Max Park. And our champion in a time of 9.86 seconds, Luke Garrett. Congratulations to our one-handed podium. Next up is 3x3 fewest moves, where there is no third place finisher because we have an unprecedented three-way tie for second. In second place, 22.67 mean. Actually, wow, everyone had 22.67 mean. 22.67 mean for second and first, but tie-breaking on single with a 22 move single. Stanley Chappell, Brian Johnson, and Chris Shaw Nathwani. And our winner with the same mean but a 21 move single, Evan Brown. Congratulations to our fewest moves podium. Three by three blindfolded is next, and in third place with a time of 7.28 seconds, Stanley Chappell. Second in 15.65 seconds, Noah Swar. And our winner in 13.47 seconds, Tommy Cherry.
Next up is 7x7 cube. In third place, with a mean of 2 minutes, 3.59 seconds, Kevin Hayes. In second place, with a mean of 2 minutes, 3.48 seconds, Jack Pfeiffer. In first place, and your national champion in 7x7, with a mean of 1 minute, 44.85 seconds, Max Park.
Next up is the 6x6 event, and third place at the time of 1 minute 25.43, Luke Garrett. Second in a time of 1:21.60, Jack Pfeiffer. And our champion in a time of 1 minute, 9 seconds, and 16 hundredths, Max Park. Act like you like each other. Congratulations to our 6x6 podium. Rounding out the big cubes is 5x5, and our third place finisher in a time of 43.60 seconds, Jack Pfeiffer. Pfeiffer. Second in a time of 41.93 seconds, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. And our champion in 34.85 seconds, Max Park. Congratulations to our 5x5 podium. Our 4x4 podium starts off with someone who had to leave last night, catch a flight, in a time of 23.42 seconds, Ari Randers Persson. Second in a time of 22.16 seconds, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. And our winner in a time of 20.52 seconds, Max Park. Congratulations to our 4x4 podium. The last of the sprint events is 2x2, with our third place finisher at the time of 1.33 seconds, Aiden Dincher. Second in a time of 1.08 seconds, Zane Kanani. Our first place finisher unfortunately also had to catch a flight, but he won in a time of 0.98 seconds, Sujan Feist. Congratulations to our 2x2 podium. And the main event, 3x3. In third place with a time of 5.88 seconds, Maddie Hiroto Inaba. Second place in a time of 5.69 seconds, Christopher Sun. And our U.S. national champion, winner of the Morris Trophy, his 5th title, Max Park. Congratulations to our 3x3 podium, all of our podium members, and thank you everyone for coming.
All right, that was the award ceremony at Rubik's and the Cubicle CubingUSA All Stars 2025. We're now joined by Mike Field to start the post-game show, and man, do we have a lot of stuff to go over, Mike.
We do, Manu. What a show. What a spectacular event to be coming in and watching. I've been time zonally challenged trying to watch this one because it was starting pretty early in the morning where I am. but I was able to watch a lot of today's show. And I've been catching up via your notes as to what happened yesterday. So I thought what might be a good way of framing what we're doing now is I'm going to come at you like someone who's watched this competition on WCA Live, essentially. I'm going to have a look at the raw numbers, Manu, at that data. And as our man on the ground, I'm gonna ask you to fill in the blanks, to tell me what the stories were. Where's the plot, Manu? That's what I'm after, is the plot. There is some plot in the numbers. I've just had a cursive look around now, and there's definitely, I can see some gaps. I can see some gaps where I need storylines. Okay, but first of all, before we get into it, I think we'll start by talking about 3x3. But I wanted before that to just check in with you and ask how you're going, because it's been a big shift, hey?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. You say on the ground. I'm actually here in Los Angeles. I'm in the For the Need studios, so to speak. Actually, Marinick is sitting in a closet, maybe about like 100 feet or so in that direction. That's where the stream has been running. When I've not been commentating, I've been helping out him on the broadcast side. So we're actually pretty far away from Providence, Rhode Island. Of course, you did the States Challenge, so you know where Rhode Island is, surely.
Sure, I can remember that. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, so all the way on the other side of the country. So we're 3 time zones away. So yeah, it's been a crazy, hectic weekend. A lot of stuff here, getting stuff set up and ready for the live stream. So definitely shout out to Marinick and the replay guy, Vander. He's been running the replays all weekend as well. Some fantastic work from them.
Yeah, an awesome team effort, and we appreciate it. And Matt, yeah, we always keep Matt in the closet. He's in there shooting videos and just getting his stuff done. We love to see it. All right, so big things that I'm seeing. First of all, big things that I'm seeing. Obviously, Max Park, significant sweep of trophies in N by N. I think the only N by Ns he didn't get was 2x2 and OH, right? If they're N by N.
Yeah, so 2x2 does I feel like barely counts as an N by N. We usually just set it into the sprints. I don't know if Max has even done 2x2 in a while, but yeah, I mean, it was kind of expected to at least to see him through 5 through 7. Certainly, even 4x4, there was a pretty good chance that he was going to win. But the 3x3 crown, once again, you heard Kevin announce it. We call it the Morris Trophy now, so definitely trying to get that out into public perception a little bit. And the fifth time national champion title for him.
Yeah, incredible stuff. And speaking of people getting lots of national champions, sorry to swiftly get right off a 3x3. Kevin, with Kevin Hayes, how many times now has he been on the podium? Was it 14 or something? So 14 or 15 years, I think I heard you saying.
I think every year since 2010. And then we didn't have nationals in 2020, we didn't have nationals in 2021, and we didn't have nationals in 2022. So
man, what a run.
Yeah, so incredible stuff. And he's getting onto the podium while still running a lot of the stream backend stuff. Like I said, I'm out here in Los Angeles, right? But they're running all this stuff in Providence itself. And there's a lot of coordination that goes on with an event like this that's a little bit different than your typical speed cubing event. We're timing out when the competitors are going to come out of the green room and behind this wall of banners that you see here. We're trying to fix all the camera angles, the spotlights, everything. That all is being run by that guy. So great work by Kevin Hayes there.
Yeah, the fact that he's still getting on the podiums while running all that is outstanding. Okay, so right, let's get back into it. Let's get back into 3x3. I want to start with well, we should talk about our man Matty with the North American record in semifinals before we talk about more stuff in semifinal. But yeah, talk us through that, because that was a huge result. Our only record from All Stars, as far as I can tell, as well, which is interesting, eh?
Yes, the only national record or record of any kind that's more than a personal record. Matty Hirorinaba, 4.72. He locked it up in 3 solves. Or sorry, in 4 solves, excuse me. And man, when Keaton and I were running this commentary, we saw him get 444. I think I briefly mentioned that it might be possible to get NAR. And then I think when he locked it, everything went blank for me. I'm like, wow. After 3 years, we have refreshed the North American record. Max Park's previous record, 4.86, no longer Maddie just smashing it out of the gate. He had the potential to get up to 4.60, which would have challenged. I think that actually would have beat Timon, actually. It would have been top 5 in the world. Didn't quite get there. But I mean, at that point, can you fault him for just keeping up with 4.72? Just
no.
Amazing stuff.
Outstanding under that kind of pressure. I've got breaking news as well. We've been, I'm actually in the chat that Kevin has been a national podium since 2009 because he had Magic back in 2009. So thank you, Heron, in the chat for that. Appreciate it. Listen, Manu, where was our boy? Where was our boy Dylan Miller in the final? What? Tell me about it, because he had a good run in round 1, and then I was actually listening to the semi-final while I was making myself some breakfast, and just like taking these gut punches from the commentators, just like, "No, you're kidding me! You're joking!" It was a tough one, hey?
Yeah, very unfortunate from Dylan here. Just unfortunately, at least from me, just couldn't quite get the turning there. I mean, yesterday he started off at 6.9, obviously not really the time that he was looking for, but was able to come back with a fantastic 5.45 second solve to be 3rd seed going into it. But just, not quite able to get it done in the semifinal, unfortunately.
Yeah, tough one. Really hard to see. And then into the final, Chris Sun.
Yeah.
From whence did Chris Sun come? Who is this guy? Second on the podium.
Yeah, I mean,
what do we know about him?
Pretty incredible stuff. I mean, so we have like a big sheet that we put together of all the information of the various solvers. In this sheet, I had prepared some for the top 8, but then Keaton goes in and adds an addition. He's like, here's my dark horse pick that might shake things up. And it was Christopher Sun from Pennsylvania getting personal record 5.69 second average in the finals. I mean, just had nerves of steel. I love the little interview at the end where he says, "Oh yeah, I YOLO'd the last solve." Are you kidding me? In a national championship final, he YOLO'd the last solve to get silver?
That was too good, because it was a stinky setup for the yellow cross, eh? I believe is what he was saying. Or did he go for, I'm just watching the replay now. It wasn't an optimal setup for the cross he likes, and he just had to YOLO it.
Yeah, and I mean, props to him for getting it done. He had a good average in round 1 as well, 6.09, and then right on the bubble making it in. And speaking of Christopher Sun, we have Chris Sun, I think, in the booth getting just set up ready. So we're going to transition to that shortly. But I mean, just fantastic solving from him. And yeah, I can't wait to hear more. Just amazing stuff to get silver in such a stacked field. You know, we talk about
on the top left.
We talk about so many people who had a chance to sneak into 3rd, but to get silver on one of the biggest stages is Chris Sun, who's here with us now. Chris, congratulations on that silver medal.
Thank you. Am I hot? Can you hear me? Okay.
You're
Thank
good.
You.
We can hear you. We've got you. Yeah, an amazing turn of events. You came in seeded 8th, is my understanding. Like, what were your expectations before you came in? Did you were you realistically looking at a spot in the final? Did you think, oh, maybe I've got a chance at podium? What were you looking for? Like, what was in your mind?
Well, going into the competition, I'm trying to get into finals, but I'm not really expecting anything because I know how great the talent here is in the U.S. and obviously all the names, Maddie, Max, both Lukes, and just there's so many great people here. So definitely in finals, I'm not expecting podium, and I guess that does take a lot of pressure off. And so definitely just trying to do my best, but not expecting a podium and not expecting finals, definitely.
Yeah, incredible. Not expecting finals and then turning up in between Max and Matty is a pretty hectic result. That's awesome. So I would love to hear more about this 5th solve, because you kind of freestyled it and it seemed to pay off pretty well, I would say. What can you remember much about it, or what do you want to tell us about it?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Is this the one? Is my 5th solve the one that's playing right now?
Yep. So you see here, this is going to run in slow-mo for you now.
All right, thank you. I do remember just like the cross pieces weren't set up too well, and I'm white yellow solver only, so that definitely made it. I'm not like someone who can plan 3 pairs into after all like easily every solve, so it was definitely hard for me to even plan my cross and into first pair. So by 12 seconds to inspection, I could see enough of the yellow cross and kind of just guess where the first pair was. So I figured that was good enough and just went for it. And honestly,
Zero reaction
half
on
the
the finish
time,
there as well. Just
oh
getting
yeah,
it done.
I was about to say half the time when I do plan my cross, like I mess something up. So I'm happy that like all my plan solutions went well for all the solves.
Yeah, outstanding. Love to see that. I don't know where you are in the rest of your events, Chris, because you're not someone I knew particularly well coming into this competition. I didn't really know. I didn't consider the fact that I'd be seeing you on a podium. Do you know what I mean? So I don't even know where else you were. So tell me about the rest of your competition. Were you in many other events?
Well, for this event, I know it's a cool format. I really like it, but I know it's very exclusive for the events. So I was able to qualify for 4x4 and 5x5 too, and I was a little focused on 5x5 because I thought there might be some potential to get on the podium there. But I'm really happy for Jack, who just was on an absolute heater this comp, and it was amazing to watch. So 5x5 still went well for me though, and I'll always take a PR. And then 4x4 didn't go the best for me. That might have been the worst 4x4 solving I've ever done in comp, but it's I unfortunately I think I got too lucky to get into 4x4 finals, and I was just happy to be solving there.
Just happy to be here. We love to hear it. Anything to add, Manu? Have you got any questions for Chris?
Chris, it's a performance for the ages. I think that is the simplest way to put it. I think you are perhaps the biggest winner of this competition of All Stars this year. I mean, walk me through, I guess, like your preparation, what you thought of like the overall format going in, and now like coming out of it. What's next for Chris Sun?
Okay, well, I'm a freshman in college, and it's definitely hard to balance stuff, so I don't get much time to cube. But shout out to someone I met at Temple. They're also into cubing and they cube a little with me, but definitely I don't have much time to cube at college. But definitely before this competition, I made sure to just like a couple minutes every night, the couple weeks leading up before it, to just practice a little bit, make sure I'm like thinking straight and I got everything. All my like Alex I know like memorized and stuff. They're doing good, so I definitely didn't want to show up and just like be unprepared. And I think moving forward, nothing much is gonna change for me. I'm one that like tries to be pretty balanced. I play ultimate frisbee for my college, and I definitely like having a good balanced life. So I'll definitely keep working on my cubing, and I'm trying to learn full ZBL right now, and we'll see how good that goes for me. But I'll definitely be trying to come out to comps that are closer to the Philly area, and definitely keep coming to the majors too. But yeah.
Awesome. I mean, fantastic stuff. Chris, I think you got to enjoy the silver medal. I know it isn't gold, but silver tastes pretty darn good on its own. Congratulations to Chris Sun. Fantastic stuff. Enjoy the second place and the national podium.
Thank you. I appreciate it a lot. And thank you for the live stream. So you can always go back and watch it. So thank you.
Totally.
Good job, Chris. Nice to talk to you. Wow. Yeah. That was a really cool one. I didn't know Chris was going to pop in for an interview there. That's great. So I'm just like, I'm on the turbo glaze, and then he turns up. I'm like, oh, hello. How are you going? Okay, 3x3. Are we at the end of our stories on 3x3, or what else was remarkable for you in the 3x3 journey? So I didn't see any of round one. I know Dylan fought back in round one. Was anyone else of note kicking off in 3x3 for you, Manu? Anyone stick out for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think most competitors actually did quite well in round one and round two, but I think it's the big moment, the head-to-head final. Of course, we're still doing our traditional head-to-head finals where we just have two competitors come up and they just do their average of 5, so it's not true head-to-head in some sense. But you could see that kind of like play into people a little bit. Going into it, we also, Keaton and I were talking about the scramble sets, One thing that was interesting is there were 4 competitors who were color neutral, and there were 4 competitors who were white-yellow. At Worlds, we saw that the scramble sets were pretty tuned for white-yellow solvers. Perhaps that helps Chris Sun, to some extent here. But really, we didn't really see that it played too big of a factor overall. Max and Maddie were projected to end up on the podium anyway. Maddie ending up getting 3rd. Actually, that's a little bit surprising to me. His turning just not quite there in the final. Wasn't able to channel it, unfortunately.
Yeah, a couple of grunty sort of 6s I think to start the average in that head-to-head final. So it wasn't going to plan, and then it didn't come back out of there. Unfortunately, I think by solve 2, it was like, oh, okay, this is Max's. That's what's going to happen. But yeah, an amazing effort. Don't want to take anything away from Max, because a great performance. Didn't get phased by losing the NAR earlier in the day as well. He was just like, nah, it's fine. I'm still gonna win. Look out.
My sneaky prediction, we're going to see Max start to focus a little bit more on 3x3 and see if he can claim the NAR back. Seems to be the case in the big cubes. He loses one record to Timon, like a couple weeks later, just smashes the 4x4 world record. Perhaps the same thing will happen for 3x3, in which case, buckle up, everyone. It's going to be a very, very exciting 2026.
Yeah, I think that is a very good prediction. Very sensible prediction. Okay. Let's move on to some other events. I'm just looking through your notes that you sent me yesterday from the roundup of day 1, and a big one that stands out to me is in clock. Tell me about Fiona Bao, first female podium. Is that right? Since 2019.
So first female, I think, national champion, at least here
first
in the US, that is. Since 2019, Eva Cotto being the last one there. And interestingly, coming into this, she was actually 50% projected to win, based on Nicholas McKee's, I think, odds website, which is very, very fun. It's super fun to play around with.
It's so good, eh?
That. So much fun. It's a little interesting. You have to like kind of take it with a little grain of salt. You have to understand like what the actual calculation is. But of course, in either way, 50% of simulations had Fiona Bao winning, and she looked incredible. Clock is such a hard event, right? I'm sure, you've been practicing clock also somewhat recently as well. It's so easy to DNF this stinking puzzle, right? But she looked so good. Through the first 4 solves, just kind of had everything wrapped up, and defeated a surging Aaron Jake Wong and former world record holder Carter Thomas.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah, what a podium. Great to see Fiona topping that one off. Hey, what happened with Tommy Cherry? I missed all that. He's got 9s and a 6 for a 7
Tommy
average. Not a great day out.
Yeah, Tommy getting like a me average here. Like this is like legit like what I average. Of course I don't get 3s, but just not really there for Tommy. Tommy, the former world champion, former national champion as well, just hasn't been putting that much effort into clock, at least, and instead has been investing that time into 3x3 blindfolded, which paid off for him in dividends. Second place at the world championship, and losing like by a fraction of a second to another like former world record holder, and then winning the national championship here it ended up being quite some margin. So I think Tommy ended up getting what he was looking for anyway.
Yeah. So I'm looking at that blindfold podium now. Tommy Cherry with the 13, which beats Noah in second place by more than a couple of seconds. Say the 15.65 was our second place, because 3 blind is by single, right? I've got this wrong before. 3 blind is by single. Yes,
by single.
Thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so we were talking about clock. So Fiona Bao, amazing effort from her. Love to see that. Where else do we want to go? We've got, I saw some 7x7 today as well. Obviously, we talked about Kevin Hayes, but Max had that sewn up by such a disrespectful margin.
To be quite frank, Max had won the world championship as soon as he showed up to the venue and didn't DNF 3 solves. It's just another masterclass from Max Park. In 7x7, he's still unchallenged. No one is really that close. Maybe Timon is listening, and Timon is now going to take this as fuel or energy to get better after
Shots
getting
fired
back. But we saw it there on his second solve. He even had capability for WR pace, or maybe it was I think it
Yeah.
was the last one actually, and didn't quite pan out in the 3x3 stage. I mean, Max is Max. He was always going to be the national champion. I think more interesting to me is actually Jack Pfeiffer getting in second place in that event, and then going into 5x5 and also getting onto the national podium, ending up getting 3 medals across the big cubes. I think is fantastic work from the Buckeye. He's from my home state of Ohio.
Yeah, okay, well tell me more about him. Who is Jack Pfeiffer? Where he's got a bunch of PRs in this in 5x5 as well. Yeah, like what do we know about Jack? Where's he come from?
Yeah, so he's from Ohio. He is a big cube guy. As you can kind of tell, qualified for the big cubes here in Providence, and I mean he just did extremely well. I don't know if which of the events he's been practicing. It'd be really cool if he were still around, if he could jump on at some point. But yeah, he was just talking about it, and it's just incredible. The guy comes in with 0 national championship podiums and walks out with 3 of them. You just can't write a better national championship when Max is in the picture for Jack Pfeiffer.
Yeah, definitely. So where do you want to go, Manu? Where do you want to go? I'm kind of like shotgunning at events here. Is there what have been the big notables for you in the events? Because I mean, I can run through the podiums like anyone can do on WCA Live. You can go and see who's won what. Like that's fine. You can all go and do that. But I want to know where the drama was in the event, so we can focus on those first. There's something coming up on screen now. I don't know what we're being shown here. Oh, that's Matty.
I believe this is Maddie's new NAR average. Of course, I mean, this is like a huge talking point that I think we've talked quite well. I mean, you can see, by the way, if you're on a SpeedCuber, these are all real time. These are not sped up. He is really turning this fast. He's thinking about what moves he's going to execute on the cube in real time. And while turning that fast, it's just amazing stuff. Seemed like it ended up being a decent set of scrambles for him. Of course, Maddie being able to kind of option select a little bit with his color neutrality. And it's good to see another color neutral solver kind of get back up closer to the top. It's been dominated by white yellow solvers coming out of the East as of recent. But Maddie with that 4th solve there, like he instantly popped out of the chair. I think he knew he ran some calc or something. Great mental from him to lock it up in 4.
Yeah, and just incredible, like no pauses. His solving is just, he's like a machine, or he was in that average of 5. He just drilled those out, absolutely unshaken. And of course, Matty moved, didn't he? He was based in Hawaii, where he's from, and then he's moved to Los Angeles?
To New York.
To New York. Okay, that's not even close. But he's on the mainland now anyway. So he's got access to a lot more competitions. And it's starting to show, hey?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's worked out for him. He's able to go to, I think he says he wants to maintain like 1 competition a month. Something like that. I think he competed last week. Yeah. And that was like primarily to be warm up for this competition. And man, did it pay off? I mean, at this point, we were kind of joking about, oh, Maddie doesn't have to cross time zones for a competition anymore. Like one of the first competitions he's been able to do this, and he instantly gets NAR. So maybe there's something to it there. Maybe he had some good breakfast or something like that. I think I asked him about that in an interview a couple of years ago too. But just incredible. Maddie is just a top tier competitor. We were waiting for the NAR to get broken, become a talking point over the last several months. After a bunch of people were close, and it's finally been done. The bar has been raised that much higher.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I've got someone in chat asking about FMC. Did anything remarkable happen in FMC? No, wait, there was a joint podium, wasn't there, in FMC?
Yeah, so FMC is really interesting. And actually, I missed the interview with Evan Brown earlier today, who ended up winning FMC. So all 4 podium placers got the exact same mean, 22.67 mean for all of them.
6.7.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed in that.
I'm chat brained.
But the first place finisher, Evan Brown, former FMC world record holder, got 20.001 on single, getting the only 21 of the bunch that got 22.67, which is quite interesting. And I mean, speaks a little bit about the quality of the scrambles themselves. But yeah, like kind of somewhat unexpected. I mean, the fact that Evan won is not super unexpected, and all these competitors are quite good at FMC. We've seen so much development in FMC over the last several years since the last World Championship. But for the podium to end up like this, winning on single, I'm just curious as to how the scrambles were. So I'm going to listen back to that interview later.
Yeah, like what an incredible result. I've never seen a podium like that before. 1 and 3 joint second. Outstanding. Outstanding stuff. And how did Stanley go in 4 blind as well? He had a bit of trouble, didn't find the world record, but was on pace for something.
Yeah, so Stanley, I think with this result that we have on the screen right now, as well as his podium in 3 blind, Stanley got podiums in all of the PBQ events. So PBQs are all the blindfolded events plus FMC. We call them PBQ events because you have to be quiet for them. At least people don't really like when you're talking during FMC. So Stanley completed his sweep. He won 4 blind and 5 blind. Definitely was projected to win both of those by quite the landslide, provided he solved the puzzle. But on his second solve, he was actually quite on pace to break the world record single of 51 seconds. It was very, very, very close. He ended up with a 52-second solve with a +2 at the very end, giving him 54. One of the best results we've ever seen in 4x4 blindfolded whatsoever. He ended up, I think he wrapped it up with, he had a chance for WR mean, didn't quite end up in his favor there either, but it's still like one of the best results, I think, in 4 blind that we've ever seen from any human ever.
Yeah. Pretty good at 4 blind is old Stanley Chapel. Okay, tell me, has anyone seen Luke Garrett recently? Is he still awake? How is he doing after 10 events at All Stars? That must have been the most, right?
I think Luke and Stanley were tied at the most. I think they were both doing 10 events, something like that. But yeah, dude, Luke Garrett, just an incredible solver. I mean, he's the number 1 all-rounder in the world by sum of ranks. So just incredible stuff. I have no idea how he was able to go through final after final under the harsh lights in the spotlight, where in a lot of these finals, he's like contending for stuff too, right? 3x3 finals. I mean, he won OH. I mean, his first national championship title ever. So, I mean, he defended that, defended the fact that he has the world record average at the moment. So he's not really fluke Garrett, I would say. I think he's one of the best solvers in the world.
No, I saw a lot of flukes in the chat, but no, he got it done today, hey? Yeah. The world record and the national champion.
Yeah, probably the saddest moment was he did have his 7x7 explode on him. And when I say explode, I mean quite literally explode. That was a little unfortunate. Probably not really in contention for podium there, but still, don't really like to see that.
No, I missed that. Is there any chance, replay team, can we get a replay of the 7x7 explosion? We all love it. The chat wants to see gore. That's what we want to see. Because I missed that one as well. I think it was happening just as I was tuning in this morning. But yeah, that's an incredible result. So that kind of leads us on. And if there's anything else you want to talk about specifically in events, we can come back to it. But that leads us on to just kind of talking about All Stars and I guess the format and all that kind of stuff. Because we just had, in a wider sense, we just had announcements of all the continental championships. Missing from that was the US, but then of course it was already happening. So, but I think the difference is there isn't a US Nationals as we know it in other continents now, right? It's All Stars is becoming the de facto, that is the US Nationals now. There's no Universal Nationals.
I don't know if that's the way. It will depend on the way the CubingUSA team will frame it. As of now, we will have nationals next year. We will have nationals in Raleigh, North Carolina. It will be over the July 4th weekend, which is our Independence weekend here in the U.S. It will be your traditional large-scale convention. Like I think I heard like 1,000 competitor limit or something like that being floated around somewhere. So that will continue to happen. And from what I've heard, just briefly talking to Tim and stuff, CubingUSA wants to continue to make large competitions happen because more people can participate, right? in a competition like this, only there's like 80 competitors or something like that. It's quite exclusive, right? The only thing you can really
Yeah,
do
super exclusive.
is like watch from afar or whatever, rather than actually get in on the action yourself. And that's something I think the CUSA team wants to occasionally hold, but definitely wants to keep like a larger participation audience in mind as well.
Okay. So yeah, it was the format itself super competitive to even turn up. Which is obviously really cool, which results in some really good broadcast outcomes for us all to watch, which is really cool. Has there been I don't like I'm not tapped in with the US community though. What is the US community feeling about that? Because so just let me catch up, make sure I've got this clear. There is a US Nationals, an open US Nationals scheduled Raleigh, North Carolina. You said next year.
Mm-hmm.
What's the vibe in the US community about All Stars then? Like because there were some people who were a bit upset, or there was some noise I saw online when people were just missing qualifications. There was now this is really gonna pick both of our brains. Was it 2x2?
Yes.
There was a competitor who was the current national champion,
mm-hmm.
who failed to make entry requirements. What was the story there?
Yeah, so actually, there's an interesting story here. So Michael Nielsen, actually, he ended up winning a national championship anyway, defending his national title in Pyraminx instead of 2x2. But yes, he was originally placed in 17th spot in the top 16. Had qualified, that qualification system being done by average, that is. So he had the 17th best PR average out of 16 competitors who had registered, and so was outside of the bubble to make it in. But then it turned out that one of the top 16 actually needed to drop out kind of last minute. And so he was actually able to defend his title. Unfortunately, not able to make it into the final. I think he ended up in 10th place in round one, but still able to get that resolved in the end, but only because someone had to drop out. If it had remained, things had remained as such, it would not have been the case, as we watch some of Michael's Pyraminx solves here.
Yeah, he absolutely smashed it in Pyraminx. Like, of that, there is no doubt. But yeah, interesting. I feel like, I don't know, I feel like this has brought up the conversation. So if All Stars is a thing, what do you think, Manu? Do you reckon existing national champions should be given like an immediate in? Should they get a pass to bypass qualification and just get in to try and defend? Or what do you think? What's your take on it?
Yeah,
as a man inside the WCA, your staff, eh?
Yeah, sure, to some extent. But I mean, my personal opinion is I think it opens up the conversation and looking into new formats. I think that's the biggest win from this All Stars just in general, right? We saw that we were able to make a very engaging and entertaining speed cubing experience for those who were present at the auditorium in Rhode Island, as well as all of us kind of on the outside watching the stream. I mean, we're many time zones away, hundreds, thousands of miles away as well. So then now, like, I think that's like the biggest win is now like we have entertaining speed cubing outside of just major championships, which are, big opens, which require a lot of money and a lot of resources to run. And so from here, we can start to think about like what the formats will be and how those will be adjusted. Obviously, like the first one is not going to be perfect, but I think it's kind of up to CubingUSA and the WCA, and just the community together to work on how we can improve these for our competitors and our viewers.
Well, yeah, of course, because we've got the format could shift dramatically with the new head-to-head rules coming in, of course, couldn't it? I hadn't even considered that. Interesting. It's going to be you know what? Funnily enough, I was at a competition this weekend, which doesn't happen very often, but I was chatting to some delegates there about, now what's the terminology? Multi-rounds? This is getting away from nationals and stuff now, but two big ones for me is dual rounds or something like that, where goobers like me can, you get 100% progression. Basically, I can turn up and I can get multiple rounds, just regardless of what I get, which I think for beginners and slowpokes, I think that's really, really good. As well as that, they're looking at head-to-head in finals, certain finals. There's restrictions around that and all that stuff. But I feel like we're on the cusp of something like like quite a seismic shift in terms of what's possible from format and broadcast as we move into 2006 with these new regs. And I'm quite optimistic that things are being tried out. You know, All Stars has been tried out because for a while it was absolutely not, can't be invitational, can't be exclusive, everyone has to go, all this kind of stuff. That approach was eventually softened, which allowed us to have um, All Stars. Now they're looking at multiple rounds, which I think is awesome. They're now also like codifying head to head, which is awesome. Like really, really big changes are happening. I'm excited to see what Continental Championships looks like next year, and I'm excited to see what Worlds looks like next time as well. What are you sharing that optimism? Are the stream team, are they sharing that optimism as well, or do you think speed cubing is going to be more of a sellable kind of product with these changes? You know, because that's kind of how I'm looking at it. You know, if I'm completely honest, I'm looking for good outcomes to get more cubers and more people into cubing. What's your vibe with the big changes coming in the next year?
Yeah, I think it's just exciting. All in all, like it's cool to see that there are more cubers who are getting interested, and we're able to showcase the top cubers across a variety of disciplines, like we were able to do with this national championship. And it's also great to see that the WCA is also moving towards being more open and friendly for slower competitors as well. It's not just all about speed, and you can read up all about that with like the new mission statements and whatnot. So the strategic plan is, I think it's all there. So I think it's all very, very exciting. And I think we put on a pretty good product here. I think Kevin did a great job. The rest of the organization team, at least from my perspective, did a pretty good job of inviting, some of the best solvers in the country to come out and just throw darts on the board. Just incredible stuff. We wouldn't have seen Maddie get 472 otherwise, I think.
No, heck yeah, I will echo that as well. It was a really good it was a great stream to watch. It was a really well put together sort of series of events, easy to watch, but and comparatively, like I think I probably lean towards a head-to-head format rather than the average of 5. But even then, the average of 5 presented the way it was today was really great, was really engaging, and really easy to watch and follow along with. You have some funny moments where, like for example, in the last head-to-head 3x3 match, when it was like over at Solve 3. And it was like, oh, okay, this is interesting. And here we are. Solve 3 or Solve 4. I can't remember what it was. The podium was locked. But no, a really great broadcast today and yesterday. Really awesome stuff. And that's really good to see as well. Even in the Speed Cubing TV crew, like every broadcast gets better and better. They're learning more about it. They're pioneering this. I think a lot of people forget that in the chat and in general discourse. Speed Cubing TV are like, and the stream team at US Nats, I should say as well. The stream team at CubingUSA, USA, right? Like those two teams working together are like literally pioneering this stuff. They're doing it this way first, which is really awesome to see, and I love to see that kind of experimentation and faith given into these people from the WCA. It's very, very exciting.
Yeah. A lot of hours have been put into it. I think Kevin was talking a little bit about like how the concept of All Stars came about in like a post Worlds era. And it's really exciting to see that, at least from my perspective, this experiment was a success. I'd love to hear from the rest of the audience of how you all thought it ended up. But yeah, it's been a ton of fun. Over last 2 days of exciting stream content for you all, exciting days for speed cubing. Yeah. It's all been very great.
Huge times. It feels very optimistic at the moment. I'm very excited about speed cubing, about where it is, about where it's going. Very exciting stuff. I don't want to be rude, Manu, but you've had a long day. You've had a real long day.
Huh?
You're looking like you could use a nap. Before we wrap up, have you got like one highlight from the day that you've really has stood out for you, and what's your biggest takeaway, your biggest win from the competition this weekend? If you had one, what is it?
I think it's call me bland, call me plain. It has to be Madi Hiroto Inaba, 4.72 North American record average. It was fantastic being in the booth and quite an honor to be able to commentate a solver of such high profession. I've known Madi for quite some years now. You can go back. I think there's videos on YouTube. Get inside the mind of Madi Hiroto Inaba. It's just incredible stuff what Maddie's been able to produce. I'm very, very happy to see him perform so well at such a high stage. Has to be my number one highlight.
Yeah, outstanding. I think the replay crew are queuing that one up now. I'd probably gonna have to agree with you. Like, I think Matty getting that NAR was pretty massive and just flawless solving from him as well. Hey, like I certainly can't. I can't fault anything that's happening. Couple of little tiny lockups, but apart from that, just outstanding stuff. Very impressive solving, and really great to see Matty sort of landing those big hammers now on the mainland. Very exciting for him. I think we are about ready to wrap up, Manu. I'm not familiar with the processes on here, and I don't know how that works. So I am kind of leaving it to the stream crew and to you. But I guess I'll just end by saying thank you to all of you guys for an amazing stream, and of course to all the competitors for an incredible effort, an awesome US All-Stars. Hey.
Yeah, I mean, almost couldn't have said it better myself. I guess I'll close it out with the commentary closeout. So thank you to all the sponsors of Rubik's and TheCubicle, CubingUSA All-Stars 2025. It's been a fantastic 2 days of competition across 17 events, 17 national champions. Major thanks to the CubingUSA organization team for putting on such a fantastic competition. Speed Cubing TV, that's where you're watching this right now. The broadcast crew sitting here in the For the Need studios, Los Angeles, California, as well as the on-site crew, John Epley, Lucas Aubin, and many others in Providence, Rhode Island. To all of the commentators from all around the country and around the world, indeed, some fantastic commentary from the rest of the crew. It's always an honor to be on these. And with that, I think it's time to wrap up this edition, the 2025 edition of the U.S. National Championship. Manu Singhal, and on behalf of the rest of the commentary team and everyone else who went into making this a huge success, I'm going to wish you good night, and we'll see you all next time.